family has been repetitively denied. I understand Travis Bloom is an idiot. I understand that, fully understand that. He holds a good heart.
Fabricating fictitious government you ever seen.
My little brother used to run to mother and say, "Mom, BB hit me." BB was my sister. He used to say, "BB hit me." Mom would say, "Well, my lovely young man, where are the marks to prove such?" Well, my mom, show me the marks. He could not show any marks. Mother would say, "I can't tell where the marks are." True story.
And the evidence is going to show that law enforcement tampered with evidence to meet their such high burden of proof.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
So that,
Everybody has.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to day 2 in the Did she do it, or is there a lot of reasonable doubt that could have, maybe it could have been herself and a assisted suicide? This is the MEGGAN Sunwall case out of Utah. She is accused of unaliving her friend with the help of insulin injections. But when we heard the opening statements on day 1, I thought that Utah were one of those states where the state went first, or the defense went first, because the entire opening was, she's a liar. She lied about having leukemia. She lied about wanting to take these insulin injections. She lied about wanting to commit self-deletion. Utah, Florida, and Massachusetts are 3 states that I need you Americans to write a 5,000-word essay describing, because I don't get it either. Those states are always problems. But when I heard the opening statements, I really thought it was the defense, because there was so much reasonable doubt. She had pre-prepared insulin needles. She wanted to get away from this planet. Her entire family was sick. She was sick herself with missing 1 kidney, making up stories about how she had been in emergency care. It was just, what's going on? And then you have the defense, who I think are pretty good so far on their cross-examination, raising some reasonable doubt. She was also on quite a high doses of oxycodone. But apparently she was stealing insulin from her family. All of them are diabetics. She wasn't a diabetic. But her uncles were, her mother were. It's so far, it's a big hodgepodge. Her uncle has been most of day 1. I don't know what went wrong, because I went to Lawn and Crim I had used the other days, and they have day 2 part 2. They don't have day 2 part 1. So I don't know if anything was shown they weren't allowed to have on TV or whatever. So we will start up and not have the brother's testimony from the morning part. So we don't get the rest of his cross-examination. And we will start with we will start talking about I think it's her blood work they did after she passed away. But a really weird case. And if when we're done with this, you need something to cleanse your palate, there is a new Fedorowski video out today. And you know that is always a good palate cleanser when you are done watching Americans be weird. Sorry, I'm just getting... I don't know if any of you have been updated about Mo. There was a medical situation in her family, but the latest update is Mr. Mo is out of pain and comfortable. So he's still in hospital, and so fingers crossed. If you talk to the big guy, maybe mention Mr. Mo tonight, and think about Mo. He is he's one of our favorites, and we don't like when people don't have a good day. So, but a little more red lights yesterday than today, it seems like, which is absolutely the best news you could have, in my opinion. So, but he just wanted to say, if you had known about him, that his pain levels has subsided, which is great. So we'll keep an eye on it. Yes. That's nice. We can start a Friday with some good stuff instead of all the bad stuff. Yeah, it's Friday today. It's Friday, Friday, Friday. Ooh, Friday, Friday, Friday. Yeah. But that's always nice because sometimes we get a little scared and then, okay, it's not as bad as we thought. Hopefully, it's not as bad as we thought. But fingers crossed. Talk to the big guy. Do whatever you feel comfortable with, and think about Mo. It's Friday the 13th. Oh my, that's what's wrong. Oh, I don't want to restart. Yeah, that's not. Oh. Freaky Friday. Oh my. This case is about a nurse. Did she lure her friend? When I read the articles, it was she cheated her friend into believing her friend had cancer and was terminally ill, and she should just kick the bucket. Then the state's opening statement was, no, it was the victim who lied about cancer. So it's been quite interesting. The first day has been a lot about how diabetes and insulin works, not a lot about the case in general. Nothing happened to Mo. Nothing happened to Mo. Mr. Mo had a medical situation, went to the hospital, but he is in way less pain today than he was yesterday. So I'm just saying, fingers crossed, let's hope. Maybe it was just a fart that got stuck in there. We have all tried that one. Or whatever it is, but he is in substantially less pain today than he was yesterday. But let's get back to the trial. We're going to do day 2. Again, it starts weird because there is no day 2 part 1 I can find on Lawn and Crim. So we're just going to start wherever we start. Never trust a crust, never trust a fart after Taco Bell. Those are the only 2 rules I live my life by. I have had a fart disguised as a heart attack. Yeah. Oh, finally Sue could be here. Ugh. Oh, I'm too much of a queen to be on time. Better a fart than a heart attack. Yeah, it's worse when a heart attack disguises itself as a fart.
That you can get prescribed. But in addition to that, it is a metabolite of oxycodone. So as oxycodone is breaking down in your body, there's a different enzymatic pathways that break it down to that, and then to other later stage compounds, which is just a way for the body to get rid of the oxycodone.
Oh, now Sue is here. Was it the right ruling yesterday in your boat case? I saw he was found not guilty. Was that the right ruling? If you don't know, there was a social media star from 90 Day Fiance or something who had got into some kerfuffle, and her boyfriend then boyfriend had been accused of attempted unaliving. So I didn't watch the trial. We were talking about watching it, but Sue said, no, I'll do it for you. I'll be your boots on the ground. So was it the one? 100% totally not guilty. Good. So he was absolutely guilty because Sue is always wrong. Oh, Katie says the same. Well, then I believe Katie.
Out of your body.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a few questions just to make sure that I and the jury understand. You referenced something called a metabolite. What does that mean?
So when you take any drug, or most drugs, not every drug, but most drugs, your body will start breaking it down into similar compounds that are easier to clear out of the body.
So when we're talking about oxymorphone and oxycodone, is oxymorphone a separate drug that is given? Or when you're talking about being a metabolite, it's what oxycodone turns into inside of the body. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And the answer is it can do both.
Okay.
It would be my interpretation based on the ratios of the oxycodone to oxymorphone found in this case, that most likely the decedent was taking oxycodone, and the oxymorphone that we found was as a metabolite and not taken as a separate drug.
Okay. Here we see under oxymorphone, the result is what?
2.7 nanograms per mil, which is about roughly 1/10 the oxycodone, which is roughly the relationship we see.
So when you're talking about the ratio leading to your interpretation that it's a breaking down metabolite, is that relevant to that?
Yes.
Let's go to the next one, promethazine. What is that?
Promethazine is an antihistamine that's found in over-the-counter allergy medication.
Does it require a prescription? I know you just mentioned over the counter.
No, typically it does not.
Is it also something that can be prescribed in certain circumstances? If you know?
There are probably prescriptions, but the majority of the people that use promethazine are just from over-the-counter medications.
I believe you said it's an antihistamine. Does it have any other uses that it is given for?
There may be some off-level use or off-label uses, but I'm not aware of that.
Does promethazine have any central nervous system effects?
Promethazine is an interesting drug in terms of it's been shown there's a wide variance within the population. The majority of time it has central nervous system depressant effects. There is a subset of the population that will have stimulant effects from it. So it kind of falls on both sides, but in general, it's thought of as having central nervous system depressant effects.
And maybe everybody knows this, maybe this is common knowledge, but briefly tell us what central nervous system depressant effects means.
So there's different, you can have stimulant effects or depressant effects. Depressant effects in general could lead to things like drowsiness, maybe a little bit of uncoordination depending on the drug. And then that would be your normal symptoms that you would just have to get. In worst case scenario, it can lead to respiratory depression and death.
You mentioned worst case scenario. I guess, let me ask first, what's the result we see here?
It is 370 nanograms per mil.
What does that level indicate to you?
That would indicate to me, I would still consider that a therapeutic level of promethazine. There's a fairly wide range in promethazine of what people see in terms of the therapeutic. There's it takes the body a long time to eliminate promethazine. So if someone is taking it for example, for like allergy medication for like multiple days, because it takes a long time for your body to eliminate it, you can kind of build up concentration even if you're taking it at normal doses.
You mentioned worst case scenario, you might even see a death from this substance. Is this level anywhere near that level?
Well, to clarify, I was talking about just in general of central nervous system depressants.
Oh, okay.
But no, I would consider this within the therapeutic range of promethazine.
Is there a concentration of promethazine, like a level that would start being concerning to you?
There's been promethazine itself as a sole drug. There have been overdoses reported at, say, 4,000, 5,000 nanograms per mil. There are some mixed drug intoxications at like the 1,800 nanogram per mil range, but I'm not aware of any where this would be one of the main drugs this low, especially with in context with the other drugs that are found.
The next one down is alprazolam. What is that?
Alprazolam is a benzodiazepine that's used to treat like anxiety.
And again, maybe this is common knowledge, but briefly explain what a benzodiazepine is.
So there are a lot of benzodiazepines.
Well, you haven't been here for the opening statements. The opening statement, the state was telling that it's the victim who was lying about everything between heaven and earth. She was lying about having cancer. She was lying about having diabetes. She was lying about hospital visits she never took. She even, on cross the first day, they got out that the uncle who constantly drove her to the hospital had no idea why she went to the hospital. She would just say, hey, can you take me to the hospital? And he went there, then went home, came pick her up again later. He didn't know if she got any treatment. She was born with one kidney and she had complications from that. So she got some IV medication and he saw some bottles. So he thought that her story about her having leukemia was true. But she didn't. She didn't have leukemia. And because she had a port operated into her chest, they all thought that was for cancer treatment. But she never had cancer treatment. She lied to her friend about her having a whole team around her to take care of it. She made false emails. I'm just saying that so far there's a shit ton of reasonable doubt in what we have seen. Of course, we are very early on. And thank you, Jemima, for putting that in the chat. If anyone wants to help Mo out with an extra meal for her and her kids or some gas money for the hospital, please consider her Venmo account. If you are one of those who, like Zach, likes to make a super chat and call me an idiot, please consider giving that to Mo instead. You don't have to call her an idiot. You can still call me an idiot, but help Mo out. I only have one kidney and have never needed any medical attention for it, and I'm 35 years old. All I can say is this family had every disease in the book. Every disease in the book.
Diazepines on the market, they are used for a really broad range of uses, a lot of them tied to anxiety.
You owe Mo $5.
Does that have a central nervous system depressant effect?
Yes.
What's the result that we see here?
100 nanograms per mil.
Is this a level that was concerning to you?
It's on the high end of the therapeutic range, but within what you would expect, depending on how it was taken.
When you're reviewing these results and creating this report, are you aware that a death has occurred?
Well, I mean, I'm aware that deaths occurred just because postmortem samples were submitted to the laboratory. I rarely have very much information when I'm releasing the report. So kind of toxicology falls into two phases. One is the analytical testing, and that's what I focus on when I'm releasing a report. The interpretation would come later if asked.
So when you are creating this report, because there is femoral blood, you're aware that a death has occurred,
Yes.
but you don't have much other information about what's going on.
No.
When you created this report and initially made your findings, were you aware that insulin was involved in this case?
I do not believe so, no.
At some point, did you learn that insulin was involved?
Yes.
Do you remember when you found that out?
Well, I would have found it out for sure during like a pretrial meetings and pretrial calls. There is a submission form that gets sent in from the submitting agency. I don't remember if insulin was noted in that. Like I said, most of the time we get almost no information. So when I focus on the review of cases, it's normally just the demographics, like the name, the submitting agency, things like that. I don't really look at the case history at that point because it doesn't matter to me.
Before you knew that insulin was involved, based on the results that we see here, Did it make sense to you that somebody would have died solely from these drugs at the levels that we're seeing present here?
I would not have expected someone to die unless, like I said, there were special circumstances, and that does come up sometimes. And that would normally be through conversation with medical examiner on what they found at autopsy.
Do any of these drugs listed interact with insulin in a way that explains death?
I am not aware of that.
At some point, were you made aware of Ms. Terry's glucose level when she was taken to the hospital?
No.
Based on your training and experience, would it be typical of somebody to die based solely on the drugs that we see present here, absent some other circumstance?
I would say not, outside of special circumstances.
Is insulin being on board, would you consider?
It's the judge will actually talk about it in the end. It's set to go for about a week and a half. So it'll be done around the time when we are getting ready to start up the Kacee Fitzsimmons trial, because that starts the 23rd, and they think it's going to take a couple of days to see the jury. So the judge just asked the jury in the end of this stream today to please consider using the 23rd, that's Monday, and 24th is the Tuesday, and that's the day it's set to end. So it's supposed to go all through next week as well. And we're going to do it like we've done now, run it on 1 day delay, because Utah time isn't friendly to Denmark time. So it'll end every day around midnight, and I can't do that.
Consider that a special circumstance?
Yes.
Does that, I guess, illuminate your findings or your conclusions here in any way?
Yes.
In what way?
Well, in a way that would answer as a more obvious.
If it works for you, it didn't work for my mom, but hopefully it can work for you.
Again, I want to stress that, determining cause of death is not really the job of a toxicologist. That's the job of a medical examiner.
Fair enough. Maybe I failed to ask you this. What lab do you work for?
I work for NMS Labs.
Does your lab test for insulin?
We do not know.
Why not?
There are real analytical challenges with testing for insulin. So we had a test years ago, and before I even started there, and stopped testing for it. And I really don't know the background of that. But in my 20 years of working in laboratories, I've never worked in a lab that tested for insulin.
You mentioned analytical challenges to testing for insulin. Do you know more about what that might mean?
I can speak to it a little bit. I mean, I think one of the main issues is that there's both insulin produced in your body and then synthetic insulin that's given. And I think there are issues differentiating between the two.
Does stability issues in the blood relate to that at all in terms of testing for insulin?
It may. I have to admit, I don't, because I've never worked in a lab with insulin testing, I really don't have a lot of background on all of the analytical approaches, so I can't really speak very deeply in that.
Do you know of any forensic toxicology lab in the country that has the ability to test for insulin?
Not that I'm aware of, though I don't know if there is one or not.
Do you remember if you looked into it for this case?
I believe I have been asked and have looked into it, and I was not able to find one.
So we distinguish between hospital blood and femoral blood, and on all these results that we're seeing here, the source is hospital blood. Are you able to tell how long before the blood draw at the hospital Ms. Terry would have been given or taken these medications?
No.
Would you expect, so we talked about how oxymorphone is a metabolite of oxycodone. Would you expect to see other metabolites of the other drugs involved? Does that question make sense?
It does. We do not, there would be theoretically other compounds there, but we don't test for those other compounds. When I say the term half-life of a drug, do you know what that term means? Yes.
What does it mean?
So the half-life of a drug is basically the amount of time that it takes for your body to eliminate half of the blood concentration of that drug. So, if, like, for example, oxycodone has a 5-hour half-life, so you would expect the concentration to get cut in half every 5 hours.
do different drugs have different half-lives?
Yes.
If a half-life is longer in a certain drug, what does that mean in terms of how it's breaking down in the body?
It just means it would take longer. So for example, and when I say like oxycodone is 5 and promethazine is, the half-life of promethazine is 15, that's an average. It's a broad range. Some people are much faster, some are slower, but that's the average of it. So for example, promethazine is 15 hours, so it takes 15 hours for that concentration to get cut in half, where oxycodone is 5.
Would anything in Ms. Kacee Terry's system lead you to believe that these drugs alone caused her death?
I mean, as I said earlier, this grouping of drugs is because of the oxycodone being at 34 nanograms per mil. The grouping of the drugs was not a real cause of concern for me personally, outside of, like I said, special circumstances that the medical examiner would have determined.
Would anything about these drugs together, how they interact together, give you any additional concern for potentially causing death?
Well, I mean, all 3 of the drugs, the main drugs, oxycodone, promethazine, and alprazolam, are all central nervous system depressants. So it was something to look at and think about, and it really comes down to like the tolerance that we discussed earlier, and the, I would look at oxycodone as kind of the primary drug here for concern, and with that being at 34, then it lessened the concern I would have. I mean, there are certainly many examples of multi-drug toxicity overdoses with alprazolam at 100. That's actually a fairly common, but you would expect a primary drug like oxycodone to be at a much higher concentration. So,
And we're not seeing
that in this case.
Okay, I'm going to just briefly scroll down on this exhibit just so there's a bunch of Chet's reference comments, and then it talks about these drugs. We don't have to go into each one, but what's the point of including this section in your report?
So this is a stock reference comments that are published in every report. So every time these drugs are reported out in our reports or in our cases, these stock comments get put in there, and it's basically just to help the submitting agency kind of interpret a little bit of what's going on in that case.
So nothing in this section, and it lists all the drugs that you found present here, but these are stock information. Nothing pertains particularly to Ms. Terry in this section of your report.
No, every postmortem case that oxycodone is reported out has the exact same comment.
And that's true of all the drugs we see
Yes.
listed here. If you'll scroll down a little bit. We see oxymorphone, promethazine, that section's those are all stock.
Yes.
And then I believe down here we see your signature, is that right?
Yes.
Right, I have nothing further for you.
Right, Scott Williams, we had on video, but otherwise had never met in person, right?
That's true.
Just a few follow-ups. We've got this, these levels that you're able to detect when you're doing the toxicology assessment, right?
Yes.
Of each of the drugs, and you've gone through them. By the way, let's talk about how these drugs might get in the body. Overwhelmingly, oxycodone is orally ingested, right?
That's true. Yes.
Promethazine is generally orally ingested.
Yes.
Alprazolam is generally orally ingested, correct?
Yes.
All right, and then let me touch the promethazine just for a second, because you indicated, I mean, it's not even a controlled substance. You can buy it over the counter.
Yes.
And while it could act as a central nervous system depressant, it sometimes acts the opposite, right?
With certain people, yes.
So like me with my allergy pills.
Exactly.
Sudafed can do that, right? It can
Yep.
make people sleepy, or it can make people shaky.
Yep.
And as you indicated, promethazine considered an antihistamine, right?
Yes.
You looked at the promethazine aspect of this case and didn't see anything that was out of the normal in terms of the levels.
I mean, I would interpret that as someone that was just taking it probably continuously over a couple of days. But,
Sorry to interrupt.
well, I just wanted to clarify, but I didn't have any information to know that for sure.
Let's touch on that real quick. In your role here and in working with the prosecutor's office and such, were you provided information about the case?
I was provided a small amount during like a pretrial hearing.
But not a medical history?
No, I never.
Of the deceased, right?
No.
So what your interpretations are in general?
Yeah, based on just 20 years of experience in reviewing
Whoop.
many cases.
In all those many cases in reviewing.
Bonjour,
those, you look at
Monsieur
this,
Travelling
it looks like
Fools.
Pretty regular promethazine users result.
Yes.
Looks like in oxycodone users drug result, I think you indicated, as far as you can tell.
Yes, I mean, that falls very much in the expected therapeutic range.
Now, with the potential, well, the metabolite, to understand how much, assuming the oxymorphone is a metabolite. Again, you can't be sure, it's possible. That drug can be orally ingested as well, right?
Yes.
It's combinative in its effects with oxycodone.
Yes.
And, but it can also be a metabolite, and you, with your experience, interpret that's probably what's going on here.
Probably based on that ratio. You know, if the oxymorphone was at, say, equal concentrations, then I would think either both drugs may have been taken, or there may be some sort of metabolic metabolism, polymorphism, or change in this person that maybe doesn't allow the breakdown of that drug as normal humans would.
All right, and also we have a half-life. So if this oral medication, the time that it's taken over the period between that and this blood result that gives you the toxicology analysis ability, this is metabolizing, right? And while it sounds to me like you're saying it really varies greatly with different people in different circumstances, et cetera, it's about a 5-hour half-life.
Yes.
So does this tell you anything, given notwithstanding the generalizations and the basic estimations that are involved, about how much somebody would have taken, say, 6 hours before to have this result, what the result would have been closer in time to 6 hours before?
Well, I mean, theoretically, 6 hours, you could roughly double it. But again, that's a general.
Right. I was trying to understand because I don't otherwise. It's certainly not the way you do what a 5-hour half-life is, and whether I was correct in suggesting that she could have had a result double that, 6 hours, double that.
Yeah.
6 more hours before.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, it takes roughly 5 half-lives in general to.
She was non-responsive because her blood sugar was at 30, I think, when they called the EMTs. She never regained consciousness, and I believe 2 or 4 days after is when she passed away. But that'll come into play now. How long before she took the pills, or how long after she took the pills was she found unresponsive? How long after she was admitted to the hospital was that blood draw made? Teresa. I think the lowest she'll end up having is 14. Yes, they rested without putting on a defense. That was a little bit, but again, they might believe that the state did such a piss poor job that they have a chance of a hung jury or reasonable doubt. I haven't watched enough of it, so I have no opinion about it at all.
Eliminate a drug from a system, but
I was watching Lawyer Lee this morning talking about it.
This, I just want to clarify. I'm not able to look at this drug concentration and make any sort of predictions on how much was taken or when it was taken.
Right.
Okay.
We might call that reverse extrapolation. Right? But if you knew how much somebody took, strike that, I'm sorry, the half-life, as you indicated, would go from a large number to half of that in 5 hours, right?
Yes.
So again, these estimations, but with this numbers, we've got a 68, according to that, we would have a 68 nanogram level, presumably, and 6 hours before this result.
Theoretically, yes.
And then what about 6 hours before that?
I mean, yeah, you could just keep doing that
Keep
math,
doubling.
but again, for that to be kind of meaningful, you'd have to kind of know when the drug was being taken and things like that, right?
Right. I mean, you would, for instance, you could know if you knew a time that almost certainly a drug wasn't being administered by the person orally, right? If you knew the last time,
Yes, yes,
then you would have a better idea of extrapolating.
yes.
And then you indicated your sort of toxicologist opinions about how these would impact the person whose blood you're testing. And you did agree, didn't you, that this alprazolam level is at the low threshold according to those stock ranges of death, right?
Or at the high end of therapeutic, but yes, in certain drug combinations, it can be found in that.
And half full, half empty, but
Yeah.
your own stock
Mhm.
description here is that it's therapeutic to a certain range, and frankly, then you indicate a range that could result in death, and that's just in relation to alprazolam, right? On your stocks.
Yes,
Yeah.
and usually those are not alprazolam alone, but alprazolam with other drugs.
Like opiates.
Yes.
And then that's because there's combinative effects of all of these things, especially when they're central nervous system depressants, right?
Yes.
But when you were asked about each of these drugs and in combination,
See you later.
questions on the subject, it sounds to me that ultimately you leave it up to a medical examiner to make final conclusions about cause of death.
I mean, it's just not part of my job.
And it is part of the medical examiner's, that's your understanding.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
Just very briefly. I just want to make clear that the names that we're talking about, for instance, promethazine and alprazolam, are there other names for these drugs that people may typically hear?
I mean, these are the scientific names. There would be trade names tied to all of these on like what you would, if you received a prescription, there'd be a name tied to that, like Xanax.
Okay, so Xanax is what?
Is alprazolam.
Is there a different name for promethazine that you might see more commonly?
It may be in Zyrtec. It's just over-the-counter allergy medication. I honestly am not 100% sure which ones. These drugs can be found in different trade names.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Williams asked you a bit about half-lives and if you're able to double the amount. You said theoretically you can do that, but that's not something that you would rely on without knowing when a drug was taken. Is that fair?
yes.
And why is that not reliable?
Thank you for stopping by, Holly Mac, and fingers crossed. And we'll put you on the same. Please send a nice thought like we are with Mo today. So for everyone who is having a rough day, please give them a nice thought. Or if you talk to the big guy, or you are going to play your drums later, maybe remember them and chant a little. Get better well soon.
Well, I mean, you just can't do it forever. I mean, you can theoretically say, for example, with oxycodone, that 5 hours before it may have doubled in concentration on average. But if you try and extend that too far back, then you start getting into unknowns that I just don't have information on.
If we just double the oxycodone level here one step, again, my math is bad, 68, I believe. Is that still within therapeutic range for somebody that has been taking it and has some kind of tolerance?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. You can step down.
Please stop your pod.
You can keep that mic in front of you at all times. We'll be able to make a good record and we'll all be able to hear. Appreciate you being here, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Well, Kristen, this guy fixed that problem. You're not going to concentrate on his hair.
Would you tell us your name, please?
Morning. First name is Ben. Last name is Murie, spelled M-U-R-I-E.
And what is your occupation?
I am an assistant medical examiner at the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
How long have you been at that office?
It'll be about just shy of 3 years.
Were you engaged in that occupation before 3 years ago?
Yes,
Where was that?
in Las Vegas, Nevada.
And how long did you work in Las Vegas in that capacity?
About 2.5 years.
Were you similarly employed before that time?
No, before that, I was still finishing my training in forensic pathology.
All right, so I was going to ask you about that. What is your educational background that led you to that occupation?
Sure. So I completed 4 years of medical school in Pennsylvania, Erie, Pennsylvania. After that time, I did 4 more years of residency training in the field of clinical pathology and anatomic pathology in Hershey, Pennsylvania. And then after that, another year of specialized forensic pathology training in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I am not entirely sure what pathology actually means. Would you please tell us that?
Yeah, generally speaking, it's the study of disease, and it could be. I think that's generally a pretty good way to say it. So, in a hospital.
Genuine. If this is remember, they can request YouTube chats. So if he ends up in a ditch tomorrow, and you said, "Oh, he was on his work trip," I'm just consider not.
Setting, a pathologist may look at tissue under the microscope to diagnose, inflammatory conditions, or cancer, other disease processes.
Trying to make light of
For
it.
me, I deal with people who are dead.
Okay, that's a blunt way to put it, I guess. What is the difference between clinical and anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology in I'll describe this in a hospital setting. That would be if the doctor who would look at a surgical specimen under the microscope. So if a surgeon cuts out an appendix or a gallbladder, the anatomic pathologist would review that and make a diagnosis. A clinical pathologist could also be a hospital doctor, but they would be doing some of the laboratory side of the hospital work. Perhaps like when if you get a blood drawn, it goes down to the laboratory. There's a pathologist in charge down there, and that's a clinical pathologist.
All right, and so you completed 4 years, you said, residency in each of those specialties.
Yes.
Are you, and maybe this is a stupid question, you are a medical doctor, correct?
Yes.
And then you mentioned that you did an additional year in forensic pathology. How does that differ?
Forensic pathology fellowship would be after completing the 4 years of residency, and there we would focus on the practice of an autopsy. And so not every day, but almost every day, we would have a deceased person and perform an examination on them, and that went on for a year.
And after those training circumstances, that's when you went to work in Las Vegas as a medical examiner?
Correct.
Are there board certifications required to be a forensic medical examiner?
I'm not sure if they're required, but I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology and forensic pathology.
What do you have to do to be board certified?
You should complete the training years, and then there are examinations that you need to take to be board certified.
So you took 3 probably really fun tests to gain those 3 certifications.
I wouldn't call them fun, but I did take 3 exams, yes.
And do you have ongoing continuing education type requirements to maintain that certification?
Yes.
What are those?
So I do need to have a certain amount of medical education credits. And so every year or about, I need to submit the medical education requirements I've completed. There are some continuing test questions that I answer throughout the year that helps maintain my certifications.
Okay. Is your work also reviewed occasionally?
You mean at the office?
Yes.
Yes, sometimes.
And you are current in your ongoing and continuing education?
Yes.
What, in general, is the purpose of a medical examiner?
In general, the purpose would be to determine a cause of death or a manner of death. Both a cause and a manner of death. For anybody referring to death, had the provide it could, but I don't. For documentation for the state and epidemiology, that's kind of my focus.
Is it meant to have any legal effect?
It could, but I don't know necessarily that it is meant that way. I'm not sure.
All right. Have you, in your past experience, dealt or worked specifically with insulin overdose cases?
Occasionally.
All right. Can you recall how many off the top of your head?
Not very many. They are, in my experience, there's been a few, probably less than 10.
And that's between both Nevada and Utah?
Yeah, that I can remember right now.
Okay. And what do you typically review in preparation for writing your report?
So it is case by case dependent, but generally speaking, when I'm generating my report, I'll review the autopsy or examination findings, and then review the pertinent background history, pertinent medical record. Sometimes law enforcement records are available too. So those are, that's pretty typical.
What type of background history are you referring to and reviewing after an autopsy?
Yeah, so we have a part of There's a group in my office called the medical legal investigators, or the death investigators, I guess. I don't remember the exact term at the moment, but their job is to go to the scene of a death and gather information and write that down into a narrative so I can read through it before beginning the autopsy, and I can refer to it later on as well.
Was that investigation team involved in this particular case?
Yes.
And why is a medical record important to you?
It tells some of the story of what happened prior to death that's available. And there's other cases where a person may be dead in their house, and all that's, we don't really have a lot of what led up to the event, but we do have some record of a previous doctor visit or something.
All right. And in an insulin overdose case in particular, would the medical record be important to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, that has a documentation of some of the lab values that may have come up since the initial admission until time of death.
Would you anticipate or expect a medical record to contain information that may not be available readily upon autopsy or toxicology?
Could you please repeat the question?
I am not sure. Would you expect a medical record, a chart from a patient to perhaps contain information that wouldn't be readily apparent from an autopsy or toxicology result?
Yes.
Would that be the case in an insulin overdose?
It certainly could be.
And what process do you typically follow when you conduct an autopsy?
The autopsy usually begins as some of my support staff, my technicians, will have the body on a table for me. And then I'm able to do an external examination of the body where we document, it could be hair color,
Yes, ma'am.
presence or absence of tattoos, presence or absence of injury, etc. Just a head to toe examination externally of the body. After that point, then we begin with an internal examination of the body. And that's where we make the standard Y-shaped incision on the front of the torso and examine the organs inside.
And you do that both digitally and microscopically?
Not always microscopically, but yes, visually.
And would it be fair to say that there are autopsies where the cause of death is immediately apparent from just the viewing of the deceased?
Yes.
For example, gunshot wound or stab wound or something like that?
Yes.
In this particular case,
Sue has been pre-gaming St. Patty's Day since Christmas.
was the cause of death immediately apparent to you?
No.
Let me, and you did prepare a medical report, or I'm sorry, a medical examiner's report in this case.
Correct.
Can I show you Exhibit 29? It'll take just a minute to come up. Do you see that on your monitor?
Yes.
And what is that document?
This is a copy of my autopsy report.
All right, does it look to accurately reflect what you prepared in this case?
So far.
Okay. If that changes, let me know.
Okay.
All right, statements to admit, Exhibit 29.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
29?
No objection.
We're not going in order.
Court receipt states 29 was published.
Thank you, Judge. So the first two pages are, I don't need to characterize it for you, but would that be accurate to say that those are your diagnoses and conclusions, and the remaining pages describe your support for those diagnoses and conclusions? Do you want to scroll through that quickly?
Am I able to? Oh,
So those are the first two pages.
okay.
Stop there for just a second. Do you recognize the signature on that page?
Yes,
And who is that?
that is mine.
And below that is a handwritten date.
Correct.
What does that date signify?
That's the date I completed my report.
Can you, sorry, Chelsea, go back up to the top. Is there indicated on this report the date of the actual autopsy?
Yes, at the top on the right-hand side where it says date and time of exam,
And that is,
August 16th, 2024.
okay, so it took you roughly, I guess, 5 months to complete the report?
Yeah, that sounds right if my math is correct.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Chelsea, go back up. The date of death is also noted
Correct.
as 8/15/2024.
Yes.
Why is that important to you?
This is documentation. This could be, relevant if there's a large gap in between the time of death and the time of autopsy. But I guess it does tell me that the death happened relatively soon before the exam started.
Okay, that's going to be my next question. All right, so I want to go down to page 3. And this would It's labeled external examination. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Just generally speaking, did you notice anything in that external examination that explained the cause of death to you?
No.
You mentioned, go down a little bit, Chelsea, please. Okay, so they're an upper, sorry, keep going.
Just well developed and symmetrical. I'm just reading along and see some of my interests. We can also go into a genitalia if Zach wants to know.
Injury, and injuries of the upper extremities. You talk about some contusions. What is a contusion?
A contusion would just be a large word for bruise.
I'm sorry, say that again.
It means a bruise.
Okay. Were any of these contusions or bruises that you noted something that would be a cause of death?
No.
And you noted some on the upper extremities. There's one on the lower abdomen, on the right shoulder arm, like forearm, left shoulder, left arm, and the right antecubital fossa. Is that an accurate summary?
Yes.
As well as then down below that, also one on the right buttock.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Do you have any information about what would have caused any of those bruises?
I don't know.
Okay, just something you noted because that was part of your examination.
Correct.
Would they be consistent with medical intervention?
Some of them could.
All right. Would they also possibly be consistent with injections?
Yeah, they could.
You just don't know.
But I don't know. I mean, I did mention in the where it says other, there was about antecubital fossa that could be medical intervention too.
All right, and so that's going to be the next explanation. What's a right antecubital fossa?
Oh, that's like if you put out your hand and you feel your elbow, it's just the opposite side from your elbow. So where a typical blood draw happens.
And then after making your observations on the external examination, you proceeded to an internal examination.
Correct.
And if we just scroll down a little bit, I'm not going to spend a ton of time on any of this, but would it be fair to say that your findings on internal examination were all unremarkable or normal for the most part?
If you want to scroll down to the cardiovascular, I think she had a large heart and some dilation of, there it is, right ventricular dilation. So that's not entirely normal. And then there was also a finding that she had one kidney. So that would really be normal. But I didn't know those.
Okay, let me talk about the heart for just a second. If you can go back up, thank you. Is an enlarged heart something that happens at death or pre-morbid, pre-death?
It would happen before death.
What is that symptomatic of?
Oh, I mean,
It's because Zach, after Sue's baby has arrived, he has chosen a new path, a path closer to God, because he didn't believe it. It's a miracle, as he says.
there's a number of reasons to have an enlarged heart or a dilated heart. If somebody has some systemic issues, obesity can lead to it, hypertension, high blood pressure can lead to it, chronic alcohol use. In this case, it wasn't an enormous heart, but it was on the large side.
Was it a finding that you considered to be indicative of a cause of death?
In some people, it could be.
Was it in this case?
I didn't think so. It was in this case.
And you also noted, as you said, the single kidney. We can go down a little bit, Chelsea. And urogenital system. You
Yes.
noted kidney on the right was absent.
Correct.
Did that appear to you to having been removed at some point or having been born that way?
My understanding is that's how she was born, but that's what I understand right now anyway.
Okay, could you tell that from autopsy, whether it was congenital or removed later on down the road?
I mean, if it was removed, there might be some surgical clips or a big scar or something like that.
You didn't see anything like that?
Not that I recall, and not that I noted here.
Okay, and the remaining kidney, what was its status?
So if you look there, it says surface, second line down from urogenital system, it says granular. So that's indicative of some scarring that's happened in the kidney.
What does that mean to you?
There's a number of things that can cause scarring of the kidney, disease processes, but it's a kidney that has undergone some stress over time.
Would that have been sufficient in your determination to be a cause of death in this particular case?
No, not by itself.
Did you see in the course of your autopsy any indications that this lady had any form of cancer?
I did not.
If you could go down again, please. In microscopy, you see, thank you, down at the brain, and you listed indications in the brain that were consistent with ischemia. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is ischemia?
Ischemia would be low blood flow to the brain, so the poor oxygenation of the brain tissue.
And was this significant to your determination of cause of death?
Let me back up. I wouldn't necessarily say low blood flow to the brain, but I mean low oxygen to the brain. And in this case, it's evidence that she had some kind of period of low oxygenation.
Okay. What happens with low oxygen to the brain?
Well, just like every tissue in your body, every organ in your body needs oxygen to perform its functions. And so without that, you can have cell death. And when you have cell death, you have, altered or diminished function of those organs.
Would brain or ischemia of the brain be consistent with an insulin overdose?
You can have a low blood sugar that can have some similar overlapping, similar changes. And so it's I would say it's more like a low sugar kind of thing.
Okay. All right. Under that, you listed additional studies, including toxicology and insulin testing. We could scroll up, Chelsea, please. No, other way, sorry, scroll down, stop, what? Perfect, thank you. Okay, why were additional studies necessary in this case?
Toxicology testing is sort of a routine thing that we do on almost all decedents or those who died. Of course, there are some cases where we don't do it, but in this case, that's a routine thing. And then given the history I was given about a possible insulin or the hypoglycemia that she arrived in, that's why we did some of these tests. Although she did have a long hospitalization, but yeah, that's the reason why.
Okay, you say long hospitalization. Is 3 days in your mind a long hospitalization?
Yeah, I guess for the purposes of testing for for drugs or whatever. Of course, if somebody has gone to the hospital on day 1 and then day 3 we test their blood for a drug or something, it is possible that that drug is gone or changed.
Over the course of the 3 days.
Yeah.
Okay. What does hypoglycemia mean?
That would be low blood sugar.
All right. Is that another name, I guess, for an insulin overdose?
Well, it would be the effect of. It could be the effect of an insulin overdose.
Okay, that makes sense. If you overdose on insulin, it causes hypoglycemia, which is low blood sugar.
Yes.
All right. Why is low blood sugar problematic?
Well, just like your organs need oxygen to function, they also need energy to function, and that energy is usually in the form of glucose. Glucose being essentially a sugar that your organs use. Your brain loves glucose; it uses it very readily, and so if you have if you have a diminished amount of blood sugar, that can again alter or diminish your organs' functions.
All right. You list in here insulin, C-peptide, and free and total insulin. And what do those two things mean?
So insulin is a chemical that can be made by the body, and that helps to regulate our blood sugar. C-peptide is a part of that also, and so when your body makes insulin, it's made in kind of a large molecule, and attached to that insulin part is a piece called C-peptide, and your body takes the C-peptide off to make the insulin, more just plain old insulin. So the presence of C-peptide would be a clue that there's natural or in other words, endogenous insulin present.
So can you say that last sentence for me one more time?
The presence of C-peptide would indicate that there is like what I call endogenous or insulin made by the
This is her autopsy results.
body.
Yes,
Does
you have been
insulin
blocked by
that is
everyone.
injected also contain that C-peptide molecule?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, so this notation about insulin with C-peptides would be specific to any insulin that was naturally produced within the body?
Yes.
And what about free and total insulin?
That just talks about the insulin that is present in the body. So some insulin can be bound to other proteins, some not, and that's not bound is free.
And what do you mean by bound?
I have to refresh my recollection on the biochemistry of that, but what I seem to remember is that there's other proteins that will bind to certain chemicals in your blood, and so when they're bound, they're bound to a protein.
Okay, would that indication there about the quantity of free and total insulin be an indication of artificially induced insulin or naturally occurring insulin?
I wouldn't be able to tell with that.
Okay. So when you completed your autopsy on this case, were you able to decide what had caused the death without additional information?
Do you mean when I finished the autopsy that day? Or
That day?
that day? No, I needed more information.
Okay, what more information did you seek?
I reviewed medical records. We did a microscopic analysis. That usually takes a couple weeks after, or sometime after. And then law enforcement records.
What about toxicology?
Oh, yeah, and toxicology results. And all that takes time to come back.
All right. Did you ever speak to the toxicologist about this case?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
All right, so your reliance on toxicology as part of developing the conclusions that you did were just from this report, not from a conversation that you had with that individual?
Yeah, yes.
So going back up then to your conclusions on the first page. Thank you. Leaving aside for a minute number 1, you listed various pathologic diagnoses 2 through 9, correct?
Correct.
Were any of those, in your opinion, after conducting the autopsy and the additional information that you received, determined to be the cause of her death?
No.
So it's fair to say that number 1 is what you found to be her cause of death.
Yes.
And that was the combined effects of oxycodone, alprazolam, promethazine, and probable exogenous insulin use.
Yes.
Were the combination of the first 3, oxycodone, alprazolam, and promethazine, sufficient by themselves to have caused the death?
I mean, their effects can be added up. In my opinion, though, in this case, no.
With the probable exogenous insulin, well, let me ask you first, what does exogenous insulin use mean?
That would be insulin from outside the body.
So insulin that's been injected in most likelihood?
Yes.
And that's compared to the term you used earlier, endogenous?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So endogenous is naturally occurring insulin in the body,
Yes.
and exogenous is introduced into the body from externally.
Right.
Okay. Would the effects of what you noted, probable exogenous insulin use, would have been sufficient for her death, even absent the oxycodone, alprazolam, and promethazine?
Yeah, from my recollection, the hypoglycemia or the low sugar was quite low, and so yeah, I think in the absence of those first ones, the exogenous insulin would be a key factor.
Okay. We talked a little bit earlier about the autopsy occurring on August 16th and the report being completed on January 22nd. Is that an unusual gap of time to complete a report after an autopsy?
I mean, generally we strive to have reports done, 90% of our reports done before 90 days. But sometimes backlogs happen, and some cases take some more consideration. In this case, I don't remember exactly why it took roughly 5 months or whatever, but it could be backlog, it could be just a continued consideration.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you for being with me.
Thank you.
Do you have an estimate of how long your cross will be?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Dr. Mary, are you available to come back after lunch?
Sure. What time would that be?
1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Would that work? Are we okay to do that?
No objection here.
No objection.
Okay, as long as you're okay, come back at 1.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I like this,
We're gonna
Judge.
take our lunch break right now. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I want you back here at 1 o'clock, and we'll get going again. On 132, State of Utah versus Sunwall. Ladies and gentlemen.
Did we learn anything from the autopsy report other than her body looked kind of normal and the insulin must have been injected into her body, and she had symmetrical breasts? Her genitalia was also normally developed. I don't know why I just I'm in a dry spell. Come on, guys. Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah. Doldy Mom, we have not been talking a lot about behind your back that you haven't shown up on time today. Not at all. At least there's no gruesome photos we're missing out on. No, and we see the autopsy report, so but it's just, well, yeah, I don't know.
The jury, hopefully you had a good lunch. We appreciate your attention to these matters. These trials, any kind of trial, there's always a lot of ebb and flow and a lot of pivoting too. So sometimes it's hard to track witnesses when certain witnesses are called out of order for certain reasons and everything of that nature. Rest assured, at the end of the trial, you're going to get all the exhibits that we're offering. You're going to get a chance to review all of those. But there's just a lot of pivoting in these types of trials that's required from the attorneys, and they're doing their best to just keep it moving. But we appreciate your attention to all of this. Counsel, anything we need to cover before Dr. Murray? Doctor, you want to come back up? Doctor, we appreciate your accommodation. I will remind you that you are still under oath. Mr. Williams, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Mary, thanks for sticking with us over the lunch break.
Of course.
The dead lady, hers was symmetrical.
I would like to talk to you mainly
Aye.
about
What was that voice?
what you do, who you do it for, what kind of training you need, kind of output you and your position generate, okay? Let's be general, in other words, rather than specific to start with, at least with the report.
Okay.
You're a medical examiner and have been for a number of years here in Utah,
Correct.
and were a medical examiner in Nevada.
Yes.
Total of, I missed exactly, how many years have you been a medical examiner before you come to court today?
6.5 to 7.
In that,
2.5 to 6. Sorry. 6.
in that capacity, we've heard about a lot of training you have had, and that includes a lot of medical training, right?
Yes.
You're a medical doctor.
Yeah. It's a osteopathic medical doctor. Same.
Learning about some of the things you testified.
Hey, Jamester. Welcome.
Good morning.
Interesting case we're having so
Hi.
far. It must be just right up your alley with all the medical stuff.
Great. Yeah, I was going to tell you, catch me up. I haven't had power went out and then the internet went out all this morning, so I just got back.
Oh, Miss Scarlett has lost her power as well.
Yeah, we have some
So,
high winds right now, knocking all the power out everywhere.
uh, Well, we had an autopsy blood draw that said she had 100 milligrams of oxycodone per liter or whatever the scale was. High, but not deadly high without other things. And this is the autopsy guy who says she had insulin in her body that must have been coming from the outside, and she had symmetrical breasts.
Oh, I'm glad her breasts were symmetrical.
Yeah, well, I don't know why I just saw it in the report. But yes, he didn't mention it. I saw it, and they were well formed. I don't know.
Really important stuff. Very
Her
important stuff.
genitalia was normally formed as well, both inside and out. I'm just giving you the heads up, Jamie, of what I've heard so far today.
That's what's important to you. Yes.
It's been a long dry spell. But happy Friday the 13th. Are you gonna watch Leprechaun Back in the Hood today?
That's for the Sunday movie.
What is
Oh,
Friday
God.
the 13th today?
Yeah, but that's Jason.
Oh. Oh yeah, she had an enlarged heart, not dangerously enlarged. It's a lot of nothing.
Yeah. Nothing crazy yet.
Jamie, it's Friday all day unless it rains. I'm so excited that you're here. I want to show you my symmetrical boobies, but let me shave first. And why are my nips facing apart now? Are they mad at each other? No, that's being a guy who gets a little bit of a move. Sunday we are watching Leprechaun in the Hood. No joke, not a joke.
Not
That's
a
why
joke,
you should
yeah.
sign up for the Discord.
I knew he was going to put it as a second movie because he said it was close to St. Patrick's Day. And I said, oh my God, we're finally going to watch it. I haven't seen it.
Have you heard from Iris after she went to Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just checking she wasn't dead.
Yes, she made it. Okay, with her and her, Vegas trip. She's back. She's just
Okay.
working.
Well, you know,
I know.
I could see her get into some trouble.
Well, she's got to stay alive for our Ireland trip. So
When is that, next week?
April 20.
Oh, I thought it was March.
No, April 22nd, I think.
I don't know. It's your trip.
I have to look up the details. All I know is it's in April sometime.
Did you find your passport?
Not yet. I haven't looked. Got to
Check
find my
it.
passport and do my taxes this weekend.
Okay,
Oh.
good. We need to keep you. But no, we haven't. You listened yesterday or the day before to the opening statement, right? Yeah, you were here. For part
Yeah.
of it.
I saw the first day we did. I wasn't able to watch too much yesterday because I was busy, but I figured if anything important showed up, you'd let me know.
Well, it wasn't really, other than there was a shit ton of insulin laying all over the house, and the brother had it, and she had it, and everyone had it, and she lied to her family about the cancer. I'm just sitting here thinking, that's a whole lot of potential reasonable doubt that they put in the case with her uncle.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, send Mo a happy thought, because her husband is in the hospital. If anyone wants to help Mo out a little bit with some gas money or maybe a pizza for the kids in these days where she's a little around on the floor, as we say in the Denmarkian language, there's a Venmo link. You can support her if you want to do that.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, everybody throw Mo $1. That would be great.
Call me in chat if you send her a super chat. You don't have to pay me a super chat to call me an idiot today. Contributed it.
Yeah.
You've made conclusions about, like, toxicology, right?
Yes.
not a toxicologist. You learn about that in the course of your medical training.
Correct.
All sorts of other training that a doctor gets, right?
Yes.
And my point here is when you bring to the medical examiner physician a vast history of training, education on medicine. Agreed?
Yes.
And then you have your practical experience as a medical examiner day to day, right?
Yes.
Which includes applying all of that training to your job as a medical examiner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're using that medical training and that expertise when you're doing your medical examiner work, right?
Yes.
And the reason I'm kind of saying medical versus medical examiner is, as you said it, you don't actually treat the living.
That's correct.
My favorite line from the first Men in Black.
I don't recall that one.
Medical examiners, I hate the living instead of medical examiner. But the point is that you're still doing medicine and applying medicine and utilizing all that training when you do your job as a medical examiner, even though you're not examining living people.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. And then, now let's talk to the difference then. As a medical examiner, you're taking that training, using that training, but involving causes and manners of death, right?
Yes.
That's your primary role as in the medical examiner's office, right?
Yes.
It's set aside. It's a specific office for medical examiners in the state of Utah, right?
I'm sorry, you say it was set aside?
It's not in a hospital.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
It's not in a clinical setting. It's in its own office set up or set aside for people to do medical examining, to analyze and do casework on deceased people.
Yes, it's a state office.
In that capacity, you also bring to the table forensic activity, right?
Yes.
Forensic analysis. Is that a better way to say it?
Yes.
Forensic part means related to investigations. Is that fair?
Guess who didn't get the memo? That you should contribute to Mo. But thank you so much, Iris, for calling me an idiot.
See, she's still kicking.
Yeah.
You can't get her down.
No, she'll be here with the cockroaches and the Twinkies when the rest of us are gone.
You hear
Or
that, Iris?
as it's called in Spanish, la cucaracha, la 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 la.
Yeah, the way I understand it, it's for the people. Yeah.
But I mean, it's got its own special aspect of investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
You describe it. I'll just stay out of it for a second. Describe to the jury that forensic part as you see it.
Yeah, so we have an investigatory aspect of our job, to find out the circumstances in which a person died. And then, the other aspect is when these go to a court like now, or when there's other types of litigation.
I didn't say you were a cockroach. I said you would be here with the cockroach and the Twinkies. So that's not racist. It's just that you're a survivor.
She's a survivor like the cockroaches.
Okay.
No, because everyone says after the nuclear war there will be Twinkies and cockroaches. And I have met Iris. She will survive as well. Not because she's a cockroach, but because she is a survivor, Jamie. Stop making it racist.
Oh my God.
I'll turn this stream around.
And I guess what I'm getting at is that beyond just sort of looking at all the medicine and
There won't be a glass
a body
because
with
she
the
will
medical
destroy all
knowledge,
of
you're
those.
also assessing a case.
Yeah, there won't be a glass left in the world.
Yeah, we call them cases. Maybe not in the same way that another organization may assess, but primarily I'm just trying to figure out how a person died.
Cause and manner of death.
Correct.
But, so let's talk about that for a minute. Not everybody who dies ends up getting an autopsy, right?
That's true.
People get autopsies under are brought to the office to get an autopsy under unattended deaths, right?
Yes.
Suspicious or police-related investigation deaths, right?
Yes.
Things of that manner. And so that's what I mean by case. It's not just like a medical case, it also has this forensic aspect. It's tied to other sorts of efforts to find out information. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it's very frequently, if not always, law enforcement related.
Yeah,
So you're working in the investigative capacity with law enforcement, right?
I wouldn't say we're working with, I mean, we do like work together, but I would say work with, not for.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was gonna get to that together. You spoke to the jury a little bit about, on direct about the autopsy efforts. And let me just lay those out a little bit more along the lines that I'm kind of thinking about cases and casework in this theme that I'm stuck on, okay? You look at the body, you apply your medical knowledge, you look at toxicology and all of those very scientific observable things to help make your conclusions on cause and manner of death, right?
Yes.
But you also get involved in finding out information from law enforcement investigative efforts.
Yes.
And you want that information in order to do the best job you can at reaching manner of death, right?
Yes.
Law enforcement are almost always attending an autopsy, right?
It varies from case to case.
They do often?
If there is, if they have certain questions, or if sometimes for education purposes they do. I don't know exactly how many times, but
Fair enough.
Yeah.
In this case, they did, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Law enforcement, as you indicated, on direct, I mean, among the things that you do is you seek out information in your investigation to try to determine manner of death from law enforcement agencies, right?
Yes.
You get police reports. Is that fair?
Yes.
You talk to detectives or others that might have the information, right?
Yes.
By the way, you also get medical reports, like in this case, it was from hospitalization. You were able to get those medical reports as well, right?
Yes.
So you get medical information. I won't be general anymore. Let's talk about Kacee Terry. You get medical history, right?
Yes.
You saw the toxicology. We already talked about that, right?
Correct.
Some of those things you have to wait a bit for sometimes.
Yes.
For those
The
toxicology
expert.
reports and things. But this is part of the process. And then you work with trying to learn what there is to learn from law enforcement efforts to reach your conclusions, right?
Yes.
That, again, includes, you can call a detective if you have a question that might, the answer to which might help you render your conclusion on manner of death, right?
Yes. Yes.
In this particular case, you know from your report that is in evidence that you did do outreach, did speak to Detective Farney, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And she could talk to you and you could talk to her freely in the course of your generating your investigation and ultimate report, right?
Your girlfriend's here.
Questions for each other you can ask, right?
Yes.
Also with other officers, and for instance, let me add this component, you actually have an investigator in your office, right?
That's right.
So that investigator is sort of assigned to your autopsy case as well to go find out facts to help inform your opinion or your decision.
Yes, and there could be other investigators involved too.
Sometimes those investigators who work at your office actually have other jobs as police officers in certain agencies, right?
I don't know that one specifically, but I know that's a possibility, or some do.
In this,
I can't figure out if it's kind of like a sports jacket or it's kind of. It looks weird, yeah, and it's because he doesn't wear it normally, so he forgets to pull down. A lot of guys forgets to do this when they sit down with a suit jacket on. His tie is too loose, and I'm not a big fan of the white collars, especially when he has these narrow shoulders. But it doesn't look like he wears this jacket a lot. What do we know about you and Miss Devine?
particular case, your investigator who was assigned to this case, do you know what agency that person worked for when they weren't acting as an investigator for you?
I don't.
But this investigator often, and in fact, in this case, also goes to may go to a scene
Yes.
of a death. Or an officer might call it a scene of a crime, but a scene that is relevant to the investigation you're doing with them, right?
Right.
Get police reports, right?
Yes.
Talk to agents about what witnesses have said. Correct?
Yeah.
Learn what conclusions may be the opinion or have been reached by police investigators, right?
Yes.
Working that way with the science, medical, and then the law enforcement and law enforcement activities, you are ultimately looking to make, to the best of your ability, a forensic conclusion on manner of death, right?
Correct.
Now, how many autopsies have you done? Hundreds?
As of today, probably over 2,000
That's hundreds, I guess, times
something.
something. Okay, 2,000 autopsies. You do this, you work in this capacity, you ultimately generate reports. Now, sometimes
Mo's husband is in the hospital. He had a medical thing yesterday, but he is doing significantly better today. So if you are talking to the big guy anyway, maybe just throw in a little piece about Mo's husband as well. And Zach has promised me every time he normally feels like sending me a super chat calling me an idiot, he will support Mo so she can buy a pizza to all the ferals instead.
Isn't that sweet?
He's a good guy sometimes. No, I can't even say it, Jamie. His head looks weird, almost as if he had a frontal lobotomy. I just think he has a really big head and very, very tiny shoulders. Some of us
God.
have that. There was no Mo in the morning this morning.
even after you've generated an initial report, further information might be garnered and you can actually amend your report, right?
Yes.
At any time, if you got information that you thought affected your ultimate.
I said nothing of that sort, idiot. Well, I read it that way, and I will contact your girlfriend, and she will straighten you out. Miss Devine, get on him.
Manner of death decision, you could amend it.
I could.
So let's talk about all that effort and all that information and the things that you talked about medically and all the information you had on January 22nd, 2025. You ultimately issued your medical examiner report that was entered into evidence, right?
Yes. If that's the date, I don't particularly remember the date on it, but
Fair enough.
yeah.
It's on mine, and I thought that was developed on direct. Whatever, it's on the exhibit and it's
Yes.
entered. I think it's 37. You don't have it in front of you?
I do not have it in front of me.
Let me see, you know what, this would be worth it, because as I look at the report, which ended up getting entered into as an exhibit in its total, it has some stamps and things on it. I'm not gonna try to ask you what they all are. I'm gonna go back to this question, just when you issue your reports, because I don't know what the other stamps mean. Can I go to it, you know? Ignore my highlights. Does this look like your report, your top page one up?
Yes, it does.
On the second page, is your signature on it?
Yes.
And is it 1/22/25?
Yes.
Handwritten?
Handwritten.
You wrote it?
Yes.
Okay. And on that date, pursuant to everything you had done, everything we heard you looked at, you rendered your professional conclusion as the manner of death is undetermined, correct?
Correct.
And that's January 22nd, 2025. An abundance of completeness here. You're sitting here on the stand today. That is still your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further. Regret?
Yeah, thank you, Judge. I don't want to keep you too long, Dr. Mary. You indicated, you answered one of Mr. Williams' questions that you work with, not for law enforcement. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Does law enforcement dictate in any direction what they want or expect your conclusions to be in doing a medical examination?
Their input is helpful, but it doesn't ultimately is my decision.
And when he was going through some of the information that you rely on informing your opinions, you mentioned medical history.
Yes.
We talked about also, right?
Correct.
In this particular case, was her entire medical history important to you or just the final hospitalization?
I mean, I had some, the most important was probably the final terminal records or the final hospitalization. I believe I was aware of some past medical history. I don't remember the details.
Okay, so for example, you didn't find any information regarding any mental health treatment, anything like that?
I don't remember.
Okay, but that didn't go into your conclusion?
Ultimately, no.
And you said you learned what is available from the law enforcement agency and received their reports, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed those?
yes.
Let me just show you. This is the police report in this case from the Lone Peak Police Department. Did you review this entire thing?
I do not have that entire thing in my record.
Okay, and it's 500-ish pages. You didn't read all of that, correct?
No.
Did you have at your disposal the FBI analyses in this case?
I did not.
Did you have the Utah Bureau of Forensic Science reports in this case?
No, I don't think so.
Did you have available to you all of the text messages between the decedent and the accused in this case?
No.
And manner of death. You said earlier that that's a medical determination, not a legal one, correct?
For my purposes, yeah, medical or even statistical.
All right. And your determination in this case was that it was undetermined. What does that mean?
That means I did not feel, at least for my purposes, I could not categorize the cause of death into one of the other four manners.
Okay. And those other manners that you talked about were natural,
Yes,
accident, homicide,
yes,
suicide,
yes,
accident.
correct.
Did I already say that one?
I think maybe you did, but
Okay.
there's 5 total.
Was there another one that I missed?
Maybe you missed undetermined.
Thank you. Undetermined is the fifth. Okay. And you found it undetermined. You didn't feel the manner of death was homicide.
No, I felt everything at the end. The evidence that I had went to undetermined.
And would that be because you could not say from a medical standpoint how the exogenous insulin was introduced into Kacee Terry's body?
I would say I couldn't, that was part of it. And also I couldn't say how the other substances were administered.
Okay. And you also did not find it to be a suicide, correct?
Correct.
And that is one of the options available to you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the state of Utah brought you here as the medical examiner to render an opinion that you maintain as of today that this is not a homicide manner of death, and apparently pointing out they didn't give you all the information?
I mean, I don't know if I always have the entirety of every investigation for every case, but
Go
basically
ahead, right?
possible.
To see if whether your conclusion would change perhaps to suicide? That could happen, right?
It could.
Nothing further.
Anything else from the state?
Having opened that door, you didn't make the change to suicide, correct?
I did not.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here, doctor. Please sit down.
Thank you.
You can take your 90s sweater and leave it all the way away from me.
Yeah, she can have it all to herself.
Yeah,
I don't need
just
it.
put it in Sue.
Thanks for being here. The only thing I ask is that you keep that mic in front of you at all times so we can make a good record we're all able to hear. Thank you. Counsel.
Thank you. If you could state your name for the record.
Diane Allred.
What is your occupation?
I am a nurse practitioner at Holy Cross Mountain Point in Lehigh, Utah.
I'll get to your education and training in a moment, but first explain for the jury what is the difference between a nurse and a nurse practitioner?
So a registered nurse is someone who's trained to help with the care of the patients in a hospital. So they do the day-to-day medication administration, helping the patient in basically any way and during their care in the hospital. And that's what they're trained for.
How's that different than normal as a nurse practitioner?
As a nurse practitioner, I have had more education and I'm more trained to be more like a physician, actually. So they actually call us mid-level, or nowadays they actually call us and physicians providers. So we're providers of the patient. So my role is more directed as a physician, where I admit patients, I write orders, I'm ordering their medications, I'm ordering their fluid, I'm ordering their diet, and those kind of things. So I'm giving instructions to care for the patient, and nurses follow out those cares.
Okay, so fair to say you nurses often work at your direction to implement the orders that you've given on any particular patient.
Yes, correct.
I'm going to talk about your education. briefly describe your educational path to your role now.
Okay. I started out many, many years ago as an LPN, and then I got my registered nurse, which is, it can be a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree. I had to go back to school to get a 4-year degree. And then, so that's a 4-year bachelor's degree in nursing. And
Let me
then,
stop you there. I apologize. You mentioned LPN. What does that mean?
it's called a licensed professional nurse, and it's basically kind of the first step. They don't have a lot of them anymore, but years ago it was kind of like it was just a little lower than a registered nurse. You couldn't give like IV medications. So there's some limitations on it. So a lot of people, they used to kind of do that as the first step, and then a registered nurse. And then to be a nurse practitioner, you have to have a bachelor's in nursing, and then you go to 2 more years to get a master's degree in nurse practitioner.
Okay. And how long have you, maybe you've already said it, I'm sorry if I'm asking you to repeat it. How long have you been a nurse practitioner?
I graduated in 2013.
13 years.
And you already stated what facility employs you, Holy Cross?
Holy Cross Mountain Point.
And what city is that located in?
It's in Lehigh.
Were you working in that capacity on August 12th through the 15th of 2024?
Yes.
Do you recall a patient named Kacee Terry?
67 is good
Did
weather.
you treat her during the time frame I just said, the August 12th through the 15th?
It's like perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to explain, because obviously we're talking about multiple days, and
69
we'll get to,
anime.
you know, the
69.
different roles and people that were
Yeah,
involved in her
69 is great too.
But, and I guess, yeah, we'll start specifically with her. Explain how the tasks or specific parts of her treatment are divided among nurses, nurse practitioners, and doctors.
Okay. Just in general, or her?
Well, yeah, let's start in general, and then we'll go to her.
Okay. Generally, a patient is brought to the emergency room by family, by ambulance. Emergency room does an initial workup of whatever their issues are, their complaints. At some point, they decide whether the patient is sick enough to be admitted to the hospital or not, or discharged or whatever. And if they're admitted to the hospital, they call me and I go down and see the patient and evaluate, and then I write admit orders, and then the patient is brought up to the hospital, to the floor that I work. And then I write those orders for, just like, for example, their medications, their fluid, their whatever, oxygenation, any of their needs to support them and help them towards getting better.
And then how, and I understand this may vary based on the patient's condition, at what point do doctors or physicians get involved?
I have a physician that I work with that is kind of over me every day, and we work together. And so sometimes those physicians are around, like actually they can be at a different hospital working, and I'm at the hospital. So I contact them, I talk to them, the physicians, we basically work together to provide the care and for the patients, yeah.
Fair to say that physicians, nurse practitioners like yourself, and nurses kind of all work as a team.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Determining what care is
I'm
appropriate
innocent.
and executing that care for any given patient.
Yes.
Were you assigned to Kacee's case for the duration of her stay?
Yes.
When that happens, when it's over multiple days, how does that work? What kind of hours are you working?
So the physician is on from 8 in the morning until 8 the next day. Every day there's a physician on. Sometimes it's the same one for a few days. I work, at the time I was working, like my day shift was 8 to 4. And then at 4 o'clock until 8 the next day, it's either me or the doctor that is on call. So the doctor's always on call over me. Does that make sense? But I would be first call if I'm the one that's on call that day. So the ER would call me first. Then I would put in orders. It allows us to each get sleep potentially. So, because we can cover for several days in a row.
How are the nurses involved in the team? Are they kind of scheduled similarly? Do they shift out more regularly? How does that work?
Nurses work 12 hours on, 12 hours off. So 12-hour day shift, and then at night, 12-hour nurse will come on. So that's how they work. So they have their own kind of class, schedule that they can just do.
Genuine, thank you for gifting 10 memberships to the Knights of Malta, Nancy, Ruffle, maybe Rolfie, Roofie, I don't know.
Roofie.
Rolfie, that's an L. I couldn't tell if it was an L or an F. You need your glasses. I have them on, Marissa. TV, DS, London, not today, Satan. Class with Bow, Mark Massey, All Things Dyslexia, that's me. Tracy P. were gifted one of the 10 membership. Thank you so much, Jen U. Wine.
Yeah, thanks, Jen.
And I just had a confirmation from the wonderful Lauren that her and I will be doing a stream together tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern, talking about all the new things in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. So please consider us for your Saturday entertainment. If I don't know when it's St. Patrick's Day, but so you can pregame your St. Patrick's Day with us
St. Patrick's Day is the 17th.
I received a summons for jury service last week. I bet you won't be picked.
I hope you are picked.
A buck to a boot that he doesn't get picked.
Yeah, I know. Probably he's too smart for this.
That's Jamie's position. I just think he has a law degree and that's why he won't be picked. I will not talk about his IQ.
I said too smart.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's your position.
On 12 hours a shift.
So you mentioned that it's important that you be able to go home and get some sleep at some point. Anything that happens while you're kind of off the clock but still on the case, how are you made aware of what happens during that time period?
If I'm not on call, I will go home, and most of the time I try to clear my brain of things and just kind of have a little bit of a life. But by the next day, I wake up early, and at 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm up looking at my patients.
Is that true?
If I have any new patients to see
What?
what's changed.
What's true?
Like, is it by his state that he can't? Because, like,
The statute can't be because he's a practicing attorney by statute. Because there can be conflict of interest and there can be a lot of things going on. So,
interesting.
why are we talking about when she gets up in the morning?
I don't know.
He has quite the snores. And as a snores man myself, I can say that.
Like those kind of things. So I kind of keep up on it. If I'm working several days in a row, I will get on the computer and look up what's happening out of curiosity and also just making sure I'm up. But by the doctors, let's say the doctor's been on call all night, I will get up in the morning before my shift starts and look at everything and just make sure that I'm back caught up on it, what's happening.
Would you have done that same kind of protocol in Kacee's case?
Yes.
Do you recall how Kacee presented when she arrived?
It's
When
interesting.
she came to the emergency room, I know that she was unresponsive. I know she was not communicating. She was not, she was breathing on her own, but it was very shallow, not sufficient breathing. And so I know that the ER had to give her some medication and intubate her to support her breathing. But she was not responding. She did have some pupillary response, but she was not withdrawing to pain. So one of the tests, if someone, we literally pinch your nail really, really hard or rub your chest really, really hard, and that hurts. And so people will, even if they're not awake, alert, and oriented, they will, most of the time they will pull away, and she was not doing that.
And to be clear, were you actually present during this initial presentation, or is this just something that you learned later on that affected your treatment and care of her?
When she very first came on, I was not like down in the ER. The ER was managing the initial things. But then shortly after, especially if we know it's going to be a patient that's going to be sick, that's going to be admitted to the ICU, I generally go down and see the patient and start doing, talking to the family and the ER doctor and getting everything set up to be able to, once she's stabilized in the ER, to get her back up into the ICU.
Okay. So did you actually go down and observe the symptoms that you're talking about with Kacee, that she was unconscious and very shallow breathing and her pupillary responses, her pain responses?
Yes, I did.
At that time, did you know what had happened to her?
We know from the EMS report that when they got there, she was not breathing well on her own, not responsive. We call it altered mental status. And we know that her blood sugar, EMS checked her blood sugar at home, and her blood sugar read too low for the monitor to read it. And so I know EMS had initially they started an IV with some sugar in it, some glucose. And then also, I think they gave her a little extra glucose at that time. So we knew her blood sugar was extremely low at the 14. Actually, I mean, in the ER, her first blood sugar check was 14.
Okay, we've heard, the jury has heard a little bit about blood sugar levels. What would understand?
Have you ever met a public database that can talk to another public database? In Denmark, we are 6 million people. We have 5 different hospital systems that doesn't talk to each other because we have 5 regions that we are subdivided in. They don't talk to each other because that would be too much. Not like you can make a computer talk to another computer. Who have ever heard about that? That's like witchcraft.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I've gotten called a lot, actually, and I always get dismissed. Oh, that's a bummer.
Well, that's because you show up and threaten them.
No. it's the call. You call like every morning for like 3 days and they're like, nope, nope, nope. And I'm like, oh, man,
Damn. Oh, by the way, how's the cats?
they're good.
Okay.
I'm trying to, still trying to integrate everybody, but right now the dog, they're scared of the dogs, so I keep them separated most of the day.
They haven't beaten up the dogs yet, so the dogs know they got new masters.
Yeah. And Domino's way too obsessed with them, and she gets in their business all the time. And they want to come in here and eat their food and stuff. So we'll see.
Hmm. Mhm. The ear flapping has been missed.
I know.
That you would consider to be normal.
I think normal is 70 to 190.
Why is one cat named Uno?
Because he only has one eye.
Oh.
He's a one-eyed cat. He's the
My
sweetest
grandma
thing in
had
the world.
My grandma had a really nasty cat when I was a kid. You know, Goofy, his adversary, I don't know what he's called in English. That big black cat he's always
Goofy's
fighting.
enemy? Oh,
Yeah. What's his
I don't
name?
know. What was his name? I don't know.
We call him Black Pete in Denmark because he's a black cat. So he's called Black
Oh, okay.
Pete. But he had named it after that, and he got like glaucoma because he didn't smoke enough weed or something. So he had one milky eye and then one normal eye, and he would always, when he walked under the table when we were having dinner, he would just bite you in your feet. I hated that cat. Petey is the name.
Petey, yeah. Well, he walks around and it's so funny because he'll like walk into things and he kind of has to like cock his little head because he's only got the one eye. So he doesn't know where he's going sometimes and it's kind of cute. So I have to protect him the most.
As mean as Jamie is, sending someone to the chair is got to be on her bucket list. Yeah, we will move to a state with a death penalty just to do it.
Whatever.
90 or 100, I don't remember the exact numbers.
How low is 14?
14 is extremely low. Like a person in that state is not awake, not alert. They're confused. If they have any, they can potentially still move, but they're not with it. They can't follow commands. It's really, really low.
At what point in the normal range that we're talking about, would you expect to start a patient to start losing functionality or become confused or and then potentially not be conscious anymore?
I'm not sure. I do know that diabetics, when they start getting around 60, they will start to feel symptoms. They will get diaphoretic. They will start not thinking straight. They can feel that their blood sugar is going low and they're like, okay, my blood sugar is dropping. I need to get some sugar in me now. I don't know what level would be where someone is more incapacitated than another. I don't really know an exact number. I've seen someone at 23 be very confused and not with it in the past, and some numbers like that.
Okay. So you mentioned that you're aware that EMS gave Kacee some sugars, even potentially on scene.
Yes, they did.
Do you know how that is administered?
They started an IV and gave her an intravenous drip. And then also, I believe they gave her a bolus of insulin at that time also.
I think we all understand what an IV is, but what do you mean by IV drip?
Basically, that we have IV access when you start an IV, and we hang a bag of fluid that just drips right in at whatever rate we set it at. And it's so it's continuous. Basically, in this situation, it would be a dextrose solution, sugar water.
And then I think you mentioned a bolus insulin.
Bolus
Insulin. What does that mean?
So bolus is like a one-time push of a medication. So we, for her, you would have it's actually a higher concentration. Whenever someone's blood sugar starts to get low, we give them, if they're awake still, we will give them something to eat or drink. If they're not quite awake, you can give them like glucose gel in their gums and their body can absorb it that way if they're not quite able to swallow. But once they get really low, we have to just give it IV. So a bolus is just a push of a big dose of whatever you're giving.
You mentioned insulin. My understanding is insulin.
Did I say insulin? Oh, sorry.
No, yeah, so I wanted to see if I understood correctly. I might be wrong. I thought you said bolus insulin. What did you mean?
I mean bolus of the dextrose.
Okay, and what is dextrose?
Dextrose is, glucose and dextrose are basically interchangeable. Dextrose is kind of that's the IV form that's manufactured and made. We call it dextrose. Glucose is your blood sugar level, and that's kind of like your glucose level, blood sugar level. Those are what we check, but it's sugar. So if I say dextrose and glucose, it's kind of interchangeable ones. Does that make sense? They're interchangeable words.
Let me make sure I'm understanding it. Glucose is maybe what you might refer to your body producing on its own, or what your own levels are. If something has to be given externally, you may call it dextrose. Is that correct? Yes. And you probably already answered this, what does dextrose do?
So dextrose is a concentration of sugar. There's different concentrations we give depending on what level how low their blood sugar is. And it's just a bolus of sugar water, dextrose.
And you mentioned that with Kacee, it was administered intravenously. Is that correct?
Correct.
So her blood sugar level, you said, is extremely low, 14. What would you expect, I guess, if she's given an IV of dextrose? Would you expect her sugar levels to change dramatically quickly, or how might that look? What was your expectation?
Generally, most people, once you start getting their blood sugar level up, they start to become more alert pretty quickly, believe it or not. So once you give this big a dose of sugar, it gets into their system, and they do wake up pretty quickly. I've had my patient that I said her blood sugar was 23 and was very, very confused and altered and stuff. We gave her, that person dextrose, and as soon as she started getting around 50, 60, 70, she woke completely up.
Did that happen with Kacee?
No.
So at this point, her blood sugar has been tested by EMS, and she's at the ER, given an IV of dextrose, and she's not changing. What happens to her at that point? Have you come to admit her? I guess what's the status of her being a patient?
So at that point, because she wasn't breathing, we've now intubated her. We're put a breathing tube in for her, hooked her up to a ventilator to support her respiratory status. So now she's breathing. She had a continuous infusion of the dextrose going. Initially, it was they call it D10, so it's 10%. We changed it to D20 pretty quick. I can't remember how quick.
And let me pause you there. Why would that change have happened from D10 to D20?
Because we gave her all this, so she's getting this baseline of sugar because her IV's got this continuous amount, and we're having to give extra sugar. And even if one time her blood sugar went back up, it continued to drop back down again with time. Like it just didn't stay up. Like she just had enough insulin in her that was basically causing her blood sugar to just drop again. So then we were checking it every 15 minutes, every 30 minutes for the first 2 days, basically, because it was we'd give her sugar and it would just drop again. We'd give her sugar, it would drop again.
Okay, so you were never able to stabilize her blood sugar?
Never.
You mentioned insulin. We probably bored the jury a lot about educating them on insulin. Sounds like you're familiar with what insulin is. Again, not to belabor the point, generally in like one sentence, describe what insulin is.
Insulin is your body, actually your pancreas, the beta cells in your pancreas produce insulin. So you eat and you eat, your body takes that in and has glucose in it. And insulin is required your body will produce insulin to help the glucose get into the cells and from the bloodstream into the cells. All of our cells need sugar. They all need to function. And so an insulin is, I kind of say it's kind of the key to the door. So insulin unlocks the door and lets the glucose in. And our body produces it on its own normally.
Are there some people that don't produce insulin in their own body normally?
Yes, diabetics.
And we've heard a lot about their requirements so far, but generally briefly tell us what they require.
So there's a type 1 diabetic and a type 2 diabetic. Then you can actually become I kind of call it a 1.5 diabetic. But a diabetic type 1 is where your body your pancreas, your beta cells do not make insulin at all. And so you have to have IV from the minute you're diagnosed, you're on injections of insulin from the very beginning. Type 2 is the people that their pancreas is just not making enough. And so a lot of the times they're just on oral medications that just help their pancreas and their beta cells to produce more insulin. Eventually people can become insulin resistant. And so their body is just, or the pancreas just gets tired and kind of stops making it. And so a lot of type 2s can end up on insulin anyways, just because their pancreas kind of putters out.
Okay. You mentioned before that you were unable to stabilize Kacee's blood sugars ever during her stay at the hospital. I think you mentioned because she had so much insulin. How did you make that conclusion?
Insulin, there's a couple types of insulin. There's the fast acting and the long acting. If I eat something and I know I need some insulin because I'm a diabetic, I can then give myself a little bit of insulin that's going to help with just that meal, for example. So you do that basically every meal. You give yourself a little extra. With her, where she just kept dropping and dropping and dropping, she had enough insulin and presumably the long acting insulin, because it was days of us trying to get her glucose level controlled and back up to a normal range. And it took days, of just us giving her all this sugar. So in my opinion, I believe that she received a lot of insulin and a long-acting insulin.
Okay, and that's your opinion that it was long-acting. But is it fair to say, well, I guess, let me figure out how to ask this. How is insulin, if given exogenously, externally, if you get a shot, how does it disperse throughout the body, and how quickly does that work? Understanding that they're short acting and long acting and those differ. But if we're seeing results of insulin 3 days later, I guess, how is that being processed by the body? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure like the half-life of medication. So every medication has kind of like a half-life and how long it lasts. If you take Tylenol, you can repeat that Tylenol in 4 hours because they know that this is the half-life is X, and in 4 hours it's out of your system enough to take it again. So the fast.
As always, if anything in chat doesn't go to your liking, 3 dots and you can just mute people. Totally cromulent. I muted Zach a long time ago.
Acting insulin, again, every meal they're taking it because it wears off quickly. Where the long acting, I do not know what the half-life of long acting insulin is, but it lasts. In fact, normally, for example, we give a shot of the long acting generally once every 24 hours. So a diabetic that's on, and they want it to be this basal, they call it a basal amount of the long acting, and then in every 24 hours they give themselves another shot of the long acting insulin.
Okay, and so Kacee was not able to be stabilized over 3 days, and so your conclusion is there's enough insulin on board that it's still affecting her body 3 days later.
Yes.
Was she continuously being given dextrose as part of the treatment plan over the 3 days?
I think she was given dextrose until they initiated hospice. I think she was still on the dextrose infusion that entire time until they chose to go on hospice and withdraw care.
And who makes that decision to go on hospice?
Family, doctors, basically.
And who makes the decision to withdraw care?
Same thing. I mean, it has to be the family decides. We help with those decisions. We don't make that decision at all. It is the power, whoever is the either power of attorney or next of kin can make that decision.
And that decision is presumably informed by doctors and your conclusion on their prognosis or whether they're going to get better.
Right.
Did you determine, you and your team?
No, I am absolutely not promoting censorship. Me not wanting to listen to you is not me censoring you. Me blocking you from my channel would be censorship. Your First Amendment is your right to speak. It's not your right to make me listen. So if people have a problem, I'm not going to block people unless they go beyond what I find acceptable. But you can make your own censorship and say, I really don't want to listen to Zach. And then you can block them. Just doesn't have to be an everyone's problem if you don't want it. So that's not censorship. It's the same as people who say, well, you don't want to give me my First Amendment. Your First Amendment is you can scream into the wind everything you like, as long as it's within the boundaries of the law. I just don't have to listen to it.
Determined that Kacee was not going to wake up?
Yes.
Finally, Dame is here.
Does insulin itself directly kill someone? Is that question?
Hi, Dave.
No, I don't believe that insulin itself, it's the side effects that are caused from the insulin.
What do you mean by that?
For her, or for anybody, if you give insulin, that lowers your blood sugar level. If your blood sugar gets too low, then you get the signs of you get hypoglycemic encephalopathy, which is basically low blood sugar, mental problems. She was not breathing appropriately, therefore she wasn't getting enough oxygen to her vital organs and her cells. Therefore, you end up getting a brain damage and multi-organ damage from the hypoglycemia caused from the insulin.
Okay, so if somebody's given insulin, their sugars are allowed to drop so low that they become hypoglycemic. That can also affect their oxygen and breathing?
Yes.
How does that work?
basically when you're confused and when your blood sugar is so low, your body's not functioning correctly. And so you are then not breathing for yourself appropriately. You're not breathing enough. The low blood sugar can cause the hypoxia also. And there's lots of things that can cause lack of oxygen. You can have a heart attack, and your blood isn't pumping and you're not getting oxygen. But the hypoglycemia actually can cause this encephalopathy of the brain, along with and caused all from the insulin.
Encephalopathy, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. What does that mean?
It's basically, it's the brain. So you're confused. It just means altered mental status. It's a medical term for being altered, confused.
Okay. You talked before about, and I forget the level.
What does this have
maybe
to
you said
do
something in
with the
20s about
murder?
a patient that had low blood sugar. You got dextrose on board, and that patient picked up rather quickly. Do you remember that?
Yes, that one. I've had it happen many times.
So lucky.
Why would it be the case for Kacee that she didn't just pick up as soon as dextrose is given? She starts getting glucose and sugars and starts breathing and starts getting better. Why did that not happen?
Time is the issue with it. So the one patient that I was talking about that was 23, I had seen, she was a patient that I had seen that had seen like an hour before. So quickly went in there, confused, not acting normal, checked the blood sugar, gave them things. I've also seen a similar case where a patient also came into the emergency room. That patient was altered, ended up intubated, got sugar, got boluses, was cared for. But when we back off on sedation and we give them time, their blood sugar normalizes. And when we wake them up, they wake up. They start showing they'll even start showing signs where they'll start to move, or they'll start, sometimes they'll be still kind of asleep, but they can follow commands. You'll say, squeeze my hand, and they can still squeeze your hand. So we see signs that this person is improving. And then with continued support, continued care, eventually this person I'm talking about recovered. And so time is the amount. It's how long I call it their downtime. How long were they in this state of not breathing, not oxygenating, low blood sugars, all the changes chemically in the body that are happening because of that. So time is the teller.
And why does a longer amount of time make it harder for a patient to recover?
Because lack of oxygen and lack of breathing is what causes the damage to the brain.
And it sounds like that can be irreversible damage at a certain point.
Yes.
Do you have a particular hypoglycemic protocol? Somebody presents as hypoglycemic. Do you have something that a protocol you engage in?
We do.
Explain that for us.
Basically, we have a protocol in place that as we're checking people's blood sugar, if their blood sugar gets to it, it's almost like if it's this, you can give juice. If it's this, you do this. If it's below, once a diabetic is below 60 or 70, we do give them dextrose, IV push, because we can see that we're downtrending. And so that the nurses have a protocol. I order a protocol. It's very set in standard. And it's, if you see this, do this, you see this, do this, you see this, do this.
And that would be based on physical symptoms and then also the monitoring of what their current glucose level is.
Yes.
You mentioned that Kacee was given D10 first, and at some point was up to D20. Do you know if that had to be upped further?
Hey, Caroline K. This is quite a weird case so far. We are halfway through day 2. And the only thing we haven't really talked about is the murder. Talked a lot about medical symptoms and what different medications can do to your body. And we haven't really gotten to the part because MEGGAN SUNDWALL is accused of unaliving Kacee with insulin. But at the same time, the state's opening statement was, hey, you're going to hear Kacee lies a lot. She's actually a lying liar who lies. We're not talking about just fibbing. No, making up cancer, lying to a family about cancer, lying to her friends about cancer, lying so much that she made an entire fake team of nurses with their separate emails. But trust us, MEGGAN was the one who killed her. That was their opening statement. Then they brought in her uncle, who talked about how everyone in the family was diabetic, how everyone had lost an arm and a leg, and that he thought that Kacee had leukemia. Then they brought in a guy talking about, what was the guy yesterday talking about? Oh, yeah, she was. She had a knee replacement and got oxy, and then her uncle came back and was cross-examined. That's not on Lawn and Trim. I don't know where it is. And then a medical guy came in and said her blood work showed that she had a lot of oxy in her system, not instantly deadly, but he couldn't tell how long it had been in the system and if it could have been higher dosages. Then we had the guy who did the autopsy who said she had oxy in her system and she had symmetrical breasts. Well, I read that in the report. He didn't say it. And he couldn't determine cause of death. And now we have this lady talking about when her shift is at the hospital and they try to stabilize her by giving her dextrose. And now we're talking about nothing again. The only thing we haven't heard anything about is when she killed her or how she killed her. So it's going to be good. Hey, Mass.
Yeah. Hi, Mass.
I think in the IV infusion, we only went up to the D20, but we were still giving her the extra sugar when her sugar would drop low, even with.
Oh, and yeah, someone brought up kind of like Panera Bread guy. They just want to skip them off to a hospice so they can go die there, so they don't have to take care of them. I don't think any life insurance has been. Well, we haven't heard anything about it. Maybe we'll get to that at some point. Let's just find out when this lady works. When she has a 12-hour shift. Yeah, when she has a 12-hour shift and comes home at midnight, she'll check her emails at 7 in the morning.
Sue, do you see her chat?
What?
You see Sue's chat?
Yeah.
Just for you.
Yeah, I know. Have you heard she's threatened to come to Tennessee and kill me this year?
I can't wait.
For me to be killed?
For you two to meet in person.
Well, I still haven't got any plane tickets. I might skip it a week and say, oh, it wasn't this week? Well, I guess I'll just hang out at the pool.
That base, that steady dose, she still required multiple doses of extra sugar.
I think you described before that you were able to get sugars up and just not stabilize. So did her sugars ever rise to a level that was normal?
Yes, in fact, even I remember there's a blood sugar reading of like a 500, which would be really high, right? But it wasn't long, it didn't stay that. It just then with just not even a long amount of time, it just comes right back down again. So there were times where her blood sugar would go up to 100, little over 100. And then we just keep taking it and watching it, and then it starts to dip again, gets below the parameters, we would give extra.
And I believe you stated that signifies to you that insulin is still operating in her system because her sugars are not stabilizing.
Yes.
Sounds like you're familiar with insulin. Do you treat diabetic patients?
Yes, every day.
What dosage would you typically order for a diabetic patient?
Depends on the diabetic.
Because some people are, if they're a new diabetic, they're very sensitive to insulin. So you would give a lot smaller of doses. The longer they've been diabetic, they kind of tend to need more. And so sometimes I've given, 10 units of the long acting once a day. Sometimes I've given 100 units a day.
Okay, and that would depend on the individual patient.
Correct.
You mentioned if they're a new diabetic, I guess someone who has never had insulin would probably require less. Is that fair?
Yes. If they're insulin naive, is what
that's what he said.
Their body has not had insulin, exogenous insulin, then they would require much less.
What would you expect to happen to a non-diabetic person that's given insulin unnecessarily?
Extreme hypoglycemia, depending on how much they got.
What would you expect, just for example, if a non-diabetic is given 100 units, what would you expect that to look like?
Their blood sugar would drop to probably a critical low level. If it was the short acting, then it would hopefully rebound, depending on how low they got and those kind of things. The long acting is going to stay down a lot longer, so they definitely need intervention.
I'm going to switch to a little bit of a different topic.
The murder?
Have you treated a patient who has attempted suicide by insulin before?
Yes.
And understanding that you can't give too many details about patients because of privacy issues, what did that patient do?
This patient came into the emergency room, very similar, was not breathing, had to be intubated.
That nurse got really interested in something.
All right, I'm going to switch gears. We talked before about how you work with basically a team. You work with physicians, doctors.
Oh, she's not allowed to talk about suicide by insulin because remember on the first day they talked about how what was it? There was something about the assisted suicide that they weren't allowed to bring in or something like that. So they probably said, she's opening the door right now, Your Honor.
Doctors, nurse practitioners, and nurses. Is that fair?
Yes.
So to do your job correctly, do you have to have a pretty firm understanding of what nurses understand? Because you're giving them commands and orders and you're expecting them to follow through and follow your orders. Is that right?
Yes. I mean, I am a registered nurse and I worked as a registered nurse for many, many years before I got my nurse practitioner.
And in your day-to-day as a nurse practitioner, is it important for you to understand what a nurse would know?
Yes.
So,
why
for
is this
example, would
person
you
walking
expect
around?
A trained registered nurse to understand vital signs?
Yes.
Would you expect a trained nurse to understand what insulin would do to a non-diabetic patient?
Yes.
Would you expect a trained nurse to understand that continuously dropping extremely low blood sugar would require immediate intervention?
Yes.
We talked before, Kacee never regained consciousness.
No.
Did she die?
Yes.
Sounds like you have made a professional opinion that exogenous insulin was given to her at some point.
Yes.
In your professional opinion, if she had not been given insulin, would she have died?
No.
In your professional opinion, if intervention had happened earlier on Kacee, sugar's been given sooner, might you have expected a different outcome?
Yes.
I'm okay, pass wins.
Shall I cross announcements? Yes. I'm able. I might need your help. Good afternoon, Ms. Alden.
Afternoon.
Give me chip, chop, chip.
A bit more about some general conclusions from the treatment and role you had with Kacee Terry that night, okay? And maybe more than that. And I say that because you ultimately spoke about things that happened in the hospital until the decision was made related to hospice, right?
Yes.
And then at that decision, no medical intervention is undertaken, right?
No life-saving medical comfort measures are continued until the patient passes.
Relevant to, I guess, your role in discussion here is nothing was done in connection with the attempt to deal with the insulin problem. No glucose would have been administered.
Yes, once they decide to place her on hospice and do comfort measures, we stop any blood pressure medication, so supporting their blood pressure. We actually extubate them and take the breathing tube out and all other, stop antibiotics if we're giving them and those kind of things. And we would, in this situation, stop the glucose.
As you sit here when that decision was made.
I actually believe they switched her to hospice the evening of the 14th, but I'm not sure.
You have records that would help you refresh your recollection that it could have been the morning of the 14th?
I don't remember.
Okay. If it was the morning of the 14th, that would be roughly, she went to the hospital around 10:30, is that right?
10:30 at night.
Yes, on the 12th.
On the 12th.
So we can count the hours. I don't know exact hour in the morning of the 14th. Let me leave that general question and go to the time component of what you were talking about when you talked about insulin, brain anoxia.
Oh, yes.
Brain
Yes,
Is that the same
can call
same
it.
circumstance?
yes, you can call it anoxic brain injury.
Thank you. I'm sure Ms. is jealous. Anoxic brain injury, let's talk about that timing of that when you described it. It sounded to me like it's to avoid it in a circumstance such as this with the insulin overdose. To avoid it, you have to act on the glucose issue, right?
Yes,
So, and as you said, time is obviously important because if you don't act, the brain remains in this anoxic circumstance, right?
yes,
And is being injured. That's the anoxic injury, correct?
yes, lack of oxygen.
The lack of oxygen to the brain, you had given an example, I think, of a patient who began to be critical, let's put it that way. I don't know if you knew about the anoxic brain, and who recovered because there was intervention within an hour, right?
The one that I was talking about when the blood sugar was 23,
Yeah,
that person, sorry, that was many, many years ago. She did not get anoxic brain injury.
right, because I mean, you even described that while she was pretty out of it, she was conscious.
Not able to swallow, like we still had to give her IV medication because she was totally confused, not able to follow commands. And so we had to intervene with IV to get her blood sugar up. Then we were able to have her drink and.
Okay, good. And then, but you got to start at 23, you knew it, she was in the hospital, I take it,
Yes,
and administered that care. She avoided risk of any anoxic brain injury, right?
yes.
Because she was, you could act immediately. Are there circumstances where a person has been at a low glucose level for a period of time that you think that they would have no chance of recovery?
Yes,
How long? I mean, if the brain is anoxic, the chance of recovery, would you agree, could be as short as 1 hour?
I don't think that, well, okay, so
You understand my question? I'm sure I'm doing a poor job and you can help me.
It's okay. in a normal person that has no oxygen to the brain, they say 4 minutes, right? That's kind of the start CPR fast because the brain can, without oxygen, can't live past 4 minutes. And that's without oxygen, right? So you're drowning, your heart isn't pumping, those kind of things. In this scenario, it takes longer than that because your brain is probably getting some oxygen, just not enough to perfuse the brain and all the cells it needs. And because it's not getting that amount that it needs, the brain gets injured. So time, again, is the downtime is what is important without intervention. Did I answer that?
Sure, yes. Let's put a case specific here too. When is it your opinion that when Kacee Terry arrived at the hospital, given the circumstances of what you've seen, she never had a chance of recovery?
I didn't know that at the time because we always try, right?
Of course.
But she was not showing signs of, she was not on sedation at the time initially, right? She was not breathing well enough. She was not following commands. She was not even able to protect her airway to the point where we had to breathe for her and help her, breathe. So when anybody comes in, I don't automatically think, oh, we are going to do everything we can to
I totally
help this person.
I might have led us on the wrong path.
Okay,
I don't mean
sorry.
to suggest that you wouldn't try.
Okay.
Looking back, that's kind of the way you started. Looking back at the evidence you had as you sit here in your capacity, it's clear to you, isn't it, that Kacee Terry, when she arrived at the hospital, wasn't going to be someone who could recover?
I probably had the next morning. So when they intubated her, we gave her sedation medicine. So now we've sedated her. The next day, we do what's called a sedation vacation, where we turn off the sedation to see what kind of response we're going to get. And when that happened and she did not improve at all, that's probably when I get concerned. So actually later that day, I believe that's when we did the MRI later that day to evaluate to see if we could see that she had any brain injury.
And she did.
She did.
So you're not really able, in fairness, that you wouldn't know at what point in time exactly Kacee Terry was likely not going to recover from the injury to her brain caused by the glucose deficiency.
I don't know a number. I know that there are studies that show in insulin that 6 to 8 hours is in studies.
Let's talk about the conclusions and things that you saw, based your conclusions on in terms of the introduction of the exogenous insulin to Kacee, to your patient that you saw. You concluded that based on everything, I'm not going to make you go over it again, based on everything you did there, everything you did in the hospital that day and a half, that she had exogenous insulin introduced to her
Yes.
And that whatever had happened, you thought it was a lot, right?
Yes.
And you don't know what a lot means. In other words, I thought I heard you say different people react differently, especially if they're non-diabetic. And the notion is significant amount because of the vitals that you saw and the efforts that were done in the hospital.
I believe.
I mean, the point is that you can't say a number of units or
There's
things like
there's
that.
no way to know a number of units because everybody's so different.
Everyone's so different, but so that's why I'm just getting at a lot. Something significant enough to do with cause the symptoms that you saw.
Yes.
That it could, you thought it included long-acting insulin.
Yes.
Could have also included short-acting insulin.
Yes.
Could have been injected subcutaneously.
Could have been.
Could have been injected. Okay, let's go to timing. As you say, with the difference of the way people respond to it, the fact that long-acting and short-acting could be on board, could be administered, you don't really have any ways you sit here today to project at what time or times insulin was put into Kacee Terry's body. Is that fair?
Fair. And cannot fail.
It could even have been 24 hours before she reached the hospital, agreed?
With maybe, I mean, if long acting is given every 24 hours, but if it had been that long, she came into the hospital roughly 12 hours. So I don't think it could have been given the day before.
I'm just talking about that she comes in the hospital, I think you said 10:30, right? Yes?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes.
And you've talked about what you think was done with insulin, long acting, short acting, maybe both, maybe multiple times. But at any rate, what you can't conclude is when those events of introduction of the insulin occurred, right? You can't conclude that.
I believe her last known well, according to my notes, was 9 o'clock in the morning. That's according to I don't remember who family said that or talked to her. They saw, I don't know, but in our notes, it says that her last known well was 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, if it become unwell, she could have even gotten insulin, introduced the insulin before 9, right? 8 o'clock.
Sure.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Confused.
I don't have redirect. This witness may be excused.
Do I have any objection to excusing the witness?
No objection. She may be released.
Thanks for being here. You ready for your next witness, or do you want to take a short break?
I would like a short bathroom break if that's possible.
Yeah, of
I
course.
think you might be a little bit lengthier, so.
And you do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Come on over here and have a seat. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome,
If
Your Honor.
you can keep that mic in front of you at all times, it will help us make a good record. We'll all be able to hear. Counsel.
Thank you. If you could please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Malcolm Mastiller, spelled Masteller.
What is your occupation?
Physician.
We'll get to your specialties in a minute, but I want to cover your educational background. Walk us through what that is.
Undergraduate, University of Utah, with a Bachelor's of Science, Biology, minor in biochemistry, minor in psychology. Undergraduate medical school at Roswell Franklin Medical School in Chicago. That's followed my residency in George Washington at the American Hospital.
What did you residency in?
Family medicine.
Is there currently a physician you have for your specialty?
Family medicine, especially more specific. Family medicine.
How do you understand maybe, or you have it, if not, or help me understand what family medicine means?
Family medicine encompasses care from newborn until geriatric timeframes. All levels of care, and some will do obstetrics as well. It's fairly broad as to what we can do, what we're credentialed to do, and what. I go into mine specifically. I see all age groups outside of urgent care. I will see newborns. The majority of people I see are between 20 and 100 plus.
So sometimes we hear the term primary care physician. Is that what you might be considered?
Yes.
And you never said, I'm sorry, how long have you been a physician?
18 years.
And what facility do you work for?
Worked at the University of Utah.
How long has that been the case?
12 years.
Where did you work for that?
USAID.
Anything before that?
No.
You mentioned you're board certified in family medicine.
Yes, I am.
Does that, I guess, does your role require ongoing continuing education requirements?
It does. State licensing requires continuing education, as does the board certification. You have to complete so many credit hours of continuing education, through conferences, online training, in-person training, etc.
Do you confirm on that?
I do.
All right, I want to talk to you about a patient named Kacee Terry. Does that name sound familiar to you?
Yes.
Did you know?
Why is it going so fast? Because he's just going to say, I went to school, I became a doctor, I worked at this place, I worked at that place, I know what a doctor is. This is what every doctor will say. It has nothing to do with any testimony, it's just qualifying him as an expert.
I met her in June of 2020.
In what capacity did you meet her?
I took on being her primary care physician.
You said June of 2020?
Uh-huh.
Do you know about how old she would have been?
34.
Did she have any pre-existing conditions when she started seeing you?
She did.
What were those?
A few. Chronic kidney disease. She was seeing a nephrologist. She had diffuse sclerosis of the kidney as well. She was born with one kidney. Fibromyalgia, chronic pain condition, endometriosis.
Now he talks about her.
Trans factor deficiency.
Because I don't know what that means.
It's a bleeding disorder. It's a bleeding. 34.
Did she have any pre-existing conditions when she started seeing you?
She did.
What were those?
She had a few. Chronic kidney disease. She was seeing a nephrologist. She had diffuse glomerular sclerosis of the kidney, as well as she was born with one kidney. Fibromyalgia, chronic pain condition, endometriosis, von Willebrand's factor deficiency.
Let me stop you there because I don't know what that means.
It's a bleeding disorder. It's a bleeding disorder. They don't have clotting factors that allow them to clot properly. They tend to have bleeding issues, bleeding of the gums. Sometimes women will have heavy cycles.
Okay. Anything else that she, any other pre-existing conditions that she had when you started seeing her?
Interstitial cystitis.
What does that mean?
Painful bladder.
Anything else?
Fibromyalgia.
What does that mean?
It's a increase in pain, generalized pain, in the absence of any other medical condition that can explain it. So pain thresholds in these individuals are lower than the average population, and all the autoimmune and other conditions that can cause pain have been ruled out, and they meet the criteria for it.
Okay. Anything else that you haven't mentioned?
Anxiety, depression.
Anything else?
Insomnia. She'd had a problem with weight, had been through a gastric bariatric surgery as well.
Do you remember when that would have been?
I don't remember.
Were you her primary care physician at that time?
No, it was long before me.
Okay.
In regards to the bariatric surgery, some vitamin nutrient deficiencies, iron deficiency, also from some bleeding tendencies that she had.
Okay. I did not write down each of those, but I'll try to take them in turn.
I like shows the
let me just ask you
hypochondriac.
this. Did she tell you that she had cancer?
No.
You mentioned several things, and I don't know that I'll, like I said, remember all of them. But let's start with her being born with one kidney. Is that something that you were able to independently verify, or were you just taking her word on that being the case?
That was verified on multiple imaging studies. The last being a CT scan in 2023 in an emergency room of the abdomen and pelvis.
I believe you said endometriosis was a pre-existing condition with her. Is that something that you were able to independently verify?
I couldn't, her gynecologist had retired and records were not available. So that was a subjective health condition.
It sounds like fibromyalgia would also maybe be a subjective condition, just her report of her level of pain.
Yeah, it's a diagnosis of exclusion. So if you've ruled out other causes of pain, a lot of them, then that's the final diagnosis if they meet the criteria. There's very specific criteria.
And you took her through those criteria?
Yes.
I guess she at some point had been
She had been diagnosed before. She had already been diagnosed.
Okay.
That was a reported condition.
That's what I was thinking. Like, why would they let her get bariatric surgery with all her health problems?
Is a kidney doctor.
Usually we'll never do that.
Yeah, don't you have to live up to a very strict regimen and stuff like that before you get that?
Yeah, a lot of people I know that's had it done, like they have to get all their, like a health check done, like all, and then usually they have to diet on their own a little bit too and get healthy. And like, it's crazy that all of those things are going on with her and they did that. I don't know.
And she seems like she has every disease that you can have, and a few that they haven't found yet.
Yeah.
And sorry, I'm forgetting the other ones you said. Of the conditions that you listed that she presented with when you began seeing her, what ones were you able to independently verify versus just based on what she's telling you is happening?
So chronic kidney condition, the chronic kidney disease was verified both with laboratory and imaging studies. Endometriosis was not. That is, she had reported surgeries, but it was on the abdomen, which is diagnostic laparoscopies by the gynecologist, both for treatment and diagnosis purposes. Fibromyalgia was verified by clinical criteria after ruling out through blood testing and so forth, multiple other potential causes of joint and muscle pain. Insomnia is a subjective complaint. Depression and anxiety are also often subjective, although her scores on the PHQ-9s and GAD-7. GAD-7 is an anxiety screening test. PHQ gives us quantifiable data on depression scoring. Those were always elevated on both of those.
Okay. What about, I will never be able to pronounce it, the bleeding disorder?
So I was going to get to that. She did complain of bleeding, heavy menstrual cycles, rectal bleeding, hematology.
Did he just say rectal bleeding? Every time Jamie's on the channel, cycles will be brought up.
She ran the von Willebrand factor prior to her knee surgery.
like
and she
anal
did not have
bleeding?
it. So that was a subjective medical condition she
Rectal.
had when she presented to the clinic.
Rectal.
That you were
Oh.
later able to, it sounds like, rule out?
In 2024, before she had
I meant
the
rectal.
initial knee surgery on 6
Rectal, anal, no.
the meniscal surgery, the von Willebrand factor.
We had a TV show. What are they called? Those fake shows where they show real people, like Jersey Shore and stuff like that. Where they were like some guys and some girls who were partying, and one of them was training to be a nurse. She's actually right now incarcerated because she got postpartum and was really dangerous. But she was training to be a nurse, and she was like, anal and oral, I can never remember the difference.
What?
You better fucking figure that one out if you're going to be a nurse.
Yeah, there's a big difference. Ugh.
Reality TV. Yes, reality TV. That was the word I was looking for. But she could never tell the difference. Well, you can taste the difference.
Oh, God. Ew.
Were run, and she had adequate quantities of those factors to clot for clotting.
Okay.
So she did not have the condition.
Okay.
It ruled out the condition. So
Okay.
the hematologist said, I do not believe she has von Willebrand factor or a bleeding disorder.
Okay. You made reference to her knee surgery. Did you say before that she had arthritis?
I did not mention that. That was an oversight. She had moderate to severe osteoarthritis, both knees. Left knee was verified on x-ray, bony arthritis. You can't see soft tissue unless you get an MRI. The right knee was verified, bony arthritis, primarily in the lateral component of the knee joint, as well as extensive cartilage degeneration, I believe tibial plateau and over the tibia and femoral condyles. So what that basically means is the cartilage is breaking down. She had pretty extensive breakdown of cartilage in the knee.
Okay, and we actually have already heard from the surgeon that performed the one knee replacement. Were you involved? Obviously, you're not the surgeon, but were you involved in kind of helping her make that decision, or deciding that was maybe an appropriate path to take?
Yeah, there was a long discussion on both knees.
I'll come back to that in a bit. But fair to say that at least some of the things that Kacee came to you complaining of were either entirely subjective or even later ruled out.
Yes.
Would you say that Kacee sometimes exaggerated her levels of pain?
Yeah, exaggerated several things. Pain was one of them, yeah.
What other
Imagine that.
She may have
Yeah.
exaggerated?
So for me, the nephrologist, in June this was started after her knee surgery, her initial knee surgery, there was initial complaints of pain. That kind of disappeared, and then she was complaining of significant weight gain, swelling in the legs. But objectively, there wasn't the degree of weight gain nor the swelling in the legs, both on my exam, the nephrologist exam, and in the ER note where she had gone in with that complaint.
We've heard from other witnesses that she may have made several trips to the ER, or maybe even frequently went to the ER. Would you have, as her primary care physician, been made aware of ER visits that she had made?
Yes, sometimes. I mean, they will, by her, if we don't always get the notes from the ER, no. We try to keep up on them. Sometimes they're good about sending them, sometimes not. Most of the electronic medical records have gone to a unified system now, so it's much easier. But at the time, not always.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about her kidney condition. That was one that you're able to verify. She was only born with one kidney. When she came to you, we've heard talk of her having a port. Is that something that she had when she began seeing you, or is that something that you helped her do?
I did not help her. So just to clarify on her kidney condition, she was born with a solitary kidney. She also had a progressive kidney disease, probably from overuse of ibuprofen, anti-inflammatory medications is what was presumed. There was high dose anti-inflammatory medications taken for years. But there was two different, the solitary kidney just gave her one kidney, so kidney function was already overall reduced. because you're running off one kidney. But then she also had damage, verified damage to the remaining kidney on a kidney biopsy that I think it was 2020. It's in the notes from the nephrologist. And he had mentioned just that it was presumed that probably due to overuse of ibuprofen.
Okay. That damage to her existing kidney, how might that show up in her? Pain, other symptoms?
That's usually painless. We're going to identify it. The labs will show the diminished function and filtration of the kidney. With her, she had a little bit of protein. So we saw on a microscopic level, the filters in the kidney were starting to leak a little bit of protein, not large amounts, but enough to pick up on urine testing for protein. And then ultimately it's the biopsy that makes the determination on the kidney disease.
Okay. Anything in her day-to-day that she would notice symptomatically from that kidney disease? You said it's typically painless. Any other symptoms?
No, not until it's advanced, until you start to have electrolyte abnormalities and other problems from more advanced than hers.
Okay. Let's talk about her port. Did she have that when she began seeing you?
She did. The kidney doctor had put it in to help her stay hydrated as a protective measure on her kidney.
What is a port?
It's a central line. It's basically a line that's placed through a vein, in her case a vein, probably the subclavian vein. I don't remember which one she had, but I believe, which goes into the heart. But it allows you to receive IV fluids, medication infusions. It allows to draw blood so that we don't always have to do it through a peripheral placement of an IV. So you're not sticking somebody all the time trying to find IV sites. And after time, if you're utilizing those a lot, you lose the ability to gain access. So basically what I'm saying, it prevents us from having to poke her every time she comes in, put an IV in, take it out, put another one in.
Okay,
if somebody's obtaining frequent fluids, medications, infusions, or needs frequent blood draws.
Okay. So saves wear and tear on finding other veins.
Yeah, people, you'll see them bruised up all over the place after they've been, and it just saves that. It's an easy access to her vascular system.
And you said her kidney doctor had placed that in her. Where on her body was that located?
I don't remember side laterality. It would have been up on the upper chest.
And I guess what does that look like physically? Can you immediately tell if somebody has one?
Yeah, you'll see a little bump. It's located under the skin, but they're readily identifiable when you look at the chest wall if you're medically trained.
And do you know, you mentioned a number of things that ports may be used for. Do you know what she primarily was using her port for?
Self-administration of IV fluids, normal saline.
What was that saline needed in her for?
Hydration. There was also some thoughts that she may have something called postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome. She had appointments with cardiology and they were going to see her. This was later in 2024. She had upcoming appointments with them when she had passed. So they were the workup for this postural orthostatic, and with them as well. This is what we call a dysautonomia, where the autonomic nervous system does not control and regulate heart rate, blood pressure, etc. very well, and her heart rate was always just a little elevated.
Okay, forgive me, I will not be able to remember nor pronounce a lot of the terms that you're using. So this condition that it was maybe suspected that she might have, and you were working on maybe confirming that. What is that?
So again, it's I'm trying to say it in layman terms. The autonomic nervous system doesn't work. So positional changes, people have a harder time with regulation of heart rate, blood pressure, and so forth, and they frequently will pass out or lose or feel very lightheaded. With her, it was more lightheadedness and a mild elevation of her heart rate that would accelerate if she stood up.
Is this something that you were? It sounds like there were maybe tests planned to confirm or diagnose her with this, but at the stage she was at, is this something that you're relying on just her subjective complaints about how she's feeling?
In part, yeah. Well, there's verifiable with the heart rate. Yeah, postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome means what all those words mean is that with positional changes, you're going to see an elevation of a heart rate. For example, from supine or lying down to sitting to standing, you're going to see the heart rate elevate when inappropriately elevate.
Okay, and that is something that you could independently verify.
Yeah, her heart rate was high, and she would. Now, just dehydration can also do that. So if someone comes in dehydrated, they're also going to show the same signs. So, but yes, and consistently her heart rate was a little bit elevated. And the point with that is it also requires IV fluids.
Okay.
Take that back. It does not require, it requires increased fluids.
Increased fluids. Okay. You mentioned that she was using saline through her port for hydration.
Yes.
Is that typical for someone with her kidney issues?
No. I mean, we don't put ports in. There are potential complications with ports. Infection is probably the most prominent and probable, although it's relatively rare. So no, we don't. But her nephrologist had opted to. Because she had fibrosis on the liver and she was at, I think she was chronic kidney disease stage 3B or 3A, sorry. And it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 is end-stage renal disease. So she was at 3A. His thought was, I need to protect this kidney. She also had some chronic nausea, which is a subjective complaint. She was on chronic nausea medication, had a hard time staying hydrated.
Okay. When someone has a port and they're using saline, is that something that has to be prescribed? Can they get that over the counter? How was Kacee getting saline?
It's prescribed.
Were you prescribing that?
I don't remember. Honestly, I may have prescribed it once. Nephrology had prescribed it for quite a long time, and I very well could have prescribed it.
I want to talk about other prescriptions. When she came to you in June of 2020, first as a new patient, was she already prescribed other medications?
She was.
What were those?
She had been prescribed, so Percocet, oxycodone, gynecology had prescribed her, I believe they were giving her 160 or 180, 10 milligram Percocet per month. She was also on clonazepam, 2 milligrams.
Let me stop you there. What's clonazepam?
Clonazepam is a benzodiazepine, is an anxiolytic medication designed for both chronic long-term anxiety and acute anxiety, depending on how you take it. It's an older medication, it's been around for a long time. Really should not be used with opioids because they both cause respiratory depression, and most overdoses with opioids are related to the use of both benzodiazepines and opioids together.
Okay, so let me stop you there. Maybe well, just so I don't forget, was she on any other medications, prescribed other medications when she began seeing you?
I believe phentermine.
What is that?
It's a stimulant used for weight loss. It's really only indicated for 6 months. And in fact, the state of Utah has basically taken it. Said providers in Utah licensed in Utah really shouldn't use it. There's a strong discouraging. But when she came to me, she was on it, and that restriction hadn't been placed. And she'd been on that for quite some time. So it's a stimulant.
Okay.
Roughly an amphetamine-based stimulant.
Okay. And these were all prescriptions. Were you able to verify that these have been prescribed to her, or she?
So she was on amphetamine, morphine, and anxiety medication. Was it clonopine?
I thought they said, I was thinking that too, and I'm thinking, both of them?
She had every every illness you can have, and she had taken every pill you can take. I just need her to also smoke weed, so she has an upper and a downer and a mellower, and she's been on everything, this lady. And these doctors were just prescribing more. She was also on oxycodone when she passed away. She was on steady oxycodone, and then she had extra oxycodone because she had a knee replacement. There are drug addicts who had less drugs in their system than this lady.
That's my biggest issue with doctors nowadays, is just, oh, you have pain where? Let me write a prescription. Let me write a prescription. It's always constantly like, give people real life advice. I mean, if she really did have one kidney, I mean, that should be the most focus. Making sure that she's taken care of in that way. But you give her.
Yeah, how much of this would put extra stress on her kidney?
Well, yeah, she was having liver problems and stuff from all these because a lot of these medications F with your liver, and it's crazy.
Yeah, they'll either eat your liver or eat your kidneys. That's the good thing about most of these medications. But again, as Jen pointed out, most are central nervous system depressants. Let's say she was high, which I know how I get on oxy. I get fucking high. As I say, I have time loss when I do oxy. And I do oxy because of medical problems. I don't do it because I really, really just want to be high. But she had prepared needles with insulin, but had also Googled saline injections. Let's say she wanted to to show her friend that, oh, I did take the insulin shot and then have done a saline shot instead. If she was on that amount of oxycodone, could she have picked up the wrong needle and shot it in her own ass instead of the saline injection?
Possible.
I'm just saying again, it's a ton of a reasonable doubt you can raise in this. Yeah. Where are those doctors asking for, friend? Anyway, you don't need any drugs. You're high on life. You get put on drugs for the drugs you get put on, and so on. It just makes no real sense. And if she was taking just regular ibuprofen on top of these meds, yeah, that would eat your kidney.
Yeah. It's not hard to, I mean, it's still not hard to doctor hop. I know plenty of people in my personal life that do stuff like that, and it drives me nuts.
Yeah, and I'm again, she had prepared 4 needles of insulin and told her friend, I want to pass away and you're not to be here when I do it. That's the defense story. I'm just saying, on a cocktail like that, Xanax, Oxy, what the hell else? If she wanted to make a fake attempt to get some more attention and had some saline injections ready as well, or wanted to have taken a saline, I know how I react to Oxy. I don't take it that often. It's when my back is really fucked up. But I'm gone. I will watch I will sit down in front of the TV and just sit and say, okay, now I'll relax and watch something with my back so it can heal. And I don't know what I watched. I don't know how many hours have gone. I am done when I'm on Oxy. So, saline. It's salt water infusions.
It's saline.
No, it's saline.
Saline.
You Yanks need to learn how to speak English.
That's how we say it. Saline. Saline solution.
I've had 30 brain surgeries and have far fewer drugs than this heifer. Yeah, and that's the insane thing, because her body is breaking down for all the medications he's been given. Let's give her some more.
So yeah, like so charging her with actual unaliving, right?
What?
I said, what are her charges again?
Aggravated murder.
That's what I thought. Okay. Aggravated murder.
But
know.
the defense
We'll
is
see.
kind of like she's just doing assisted suicide, would probably be manslaughter in that state.
Yeah, they need to get more into the actual what happened and stuff for me to make a decision. I don't really have an opinion too much yet, other than this lady was
She was
hypochondriac
over-medicated.
and she was
She was-
way over medicated.
Yeah.
Outcome, you can review a year's worth of data in the state database.
Okay. So I want to talk, when she began seeing you and now she's your patient, you mentioned before that it is probably not a good idea to mix opioids with clonazepam.
Benzodiazepine.
With benzos. Did you, I guess, what were you doing as her PCP to manage that or treat, or I guess help come up with a plan for that situation?
So there's a couple things we did. One is she'd been off. So benzodiazepines can have, with abrupt cessation after long use, can have pretty serious withdrawal, including life-threatening withdrawal. But she had already been off benzodiazepines. I believe it was for 30 plus days. That's long enough to say she's not going to have any acute withdrawal from the medication. So I did not prescribe those for her. So she was stopped on the clonazepam.
Let me stop there. Is alprazolam or Xanax another benzo?
It is.
Was she prescribed those? Either, I guess that's the same thing, right? Xanax and alprazolam?
Alprazolam and Xanax, yeah, they're the same medication.
Was she prescribed that when she began seeing you?
No. Unless it was by somebody else.
Okay. Did you ever give her a prescription for Xanax?
No, and I verified it in the medical record a couple days ago.
Okay. So you mentioned that she had been off of clonazepam for at least 30 days at some point when she was a new patient. How did that affect the opioid prescription?
What do you mean, how did it affect it?
I guess your plan with her, your treatment of her.
So at that point, there's subjective pain. It's hard to say somebody's not in pain. So I continued the opioids at that point with a plan to taper those off. At that point, she had pretty high anxiety levels. I started her at some time in the first several visits on a medication called duloxetine or Cymbalta at 30 milligrams. It's a serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitor, which means it increases the concentrations of serotonin and norepinephrine inside the brain.
So that sounds like an antidepressant.
So it is FDA approved for generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, and it's also approved for musculoskeletal pain, fibromyalgia, and diabetic neuropathic pain.
So you started her on Cymbalta at some point in 2020?
At the beginning when I saw her.
How long was she prescribed that?
I think we went a year, I want to say close to a year, so we increased the dose to 60 milligrams. She had reported some good responses to pain. And she started to have more pain, and at some point, I believe in 2021, I transitioned her to something called desvenlafaxine or Prestique, which is also a serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitor.
Is it fair to call that an antidepressant?
This one is only FDA approved for depression, but it works the same as Cymbalta, and it actually works well for anxiety as well. So off-label use, and then off-label use for pain as well.
Okay. Primarily, it sounds like they might work for multiple things, like you said. Primarily, what was the purpose of the
Duloxetine?
Yes.
and there's a lot of names, to target anxiety, depression, and pain.
Okay. I want to talk about her opioid prescription when she began seeing you. You said that she came to you with a prescription existing already of 160 to 180, 10 milligram a month. Is that correct?
It was Percocet, which is a combination of oxycodone and Tylenol.
Are you aware of how long she had been prescribed that amount?
For a really long time. I don't know because I don't have the obstetrician's records, the gynecologist, not obstetrician. The gynecologist records, the nephrologist had been prescribing it for a number of months. So he's like, you need to have a primary care managing this.
The dosage that you talked about, 160 to 180, 10 milligram a month, would you consider that a high dosage?
For somebody that's naive to the drug, yeah, for somebody that's been on it for.
This is the problem we've had the entire time. They bring up so much reasonable doubt. Oh, so she was massively on medication. Yeah. Oh, she was weaned off the medication, then put back on it. Yeah, she was responding really well to it. Yeah, most drug addicts will respond really well when they get their drugs back.
Well, and they're making the case that she was severely depressed and all anxiety and
yeah,
on all these meds.
She was trying to get back on the pills because I'm sorry, my mom had a friend who was a hypochondriac. She had cancer from 1989 till she passed away from old age in 2 years after my mother. My mother had cancer for a year and a half and passed away. That same lady had arthritis, had bad knees, bad back, bad everything. She was at the doctor's at least twice a week. The entire time I knew her. And her and my mom getting together was, well, I have this disease. Do you have that? We always made jokes that we should, at the autopsy, they should just draw all her blood because she would have any antibody in the world because she had had everything from lupus to the measles. At least that's what she told everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Massive.
I know somebody like that too, and it drives. Every other week she has a new disease or a new sickness, and I'm like, I don't believe you. I can't believe you. It drives me nuts.
Coach Karen, that's correct. These people can always find it, but people who need it, yeah, they can't really do it. So yeah.
For a long time, it's a moderate dose.
So for Kacee, what would you consider it?
Moderate dose. Not something I'm willing, as primary care, not something I would be willing to increase, but a moderate dose.
What is opioid tolerance?
This development, reduced effectiveness of opioids over time. Benzodiazepines do the same thing. The effectiveness gradually is reduced over time as the body adapts to the medication and physiological changes make the medication not as effective. So basically, you can take the same dosage and your pain levels will be higher because the medication is now not as effective.
Would you say that Kacee had a tolerance given how long she had been prescribed opioids?
She's been on the same dose and the pain levels were all reported about the same. I mean, she had periodically gone up and down on her pain levels. Everybody's gonna have a little bit of a tolerance. Everybody's a little different as well.
But she's not complaining of escalating pain, that she's
No,
wanting more.
she's not asking for escalating doses. Yeah, typically, if there's a high tolerance, people come in asking for escalation of the doses.
And you didn't see that with her?
No.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. You said that you consider this a moderate dose for her, and that oh, that's what I wanted to ask you. I believe you mentioned that you had a plan to wean her down from that level of opioids.
Yeah, we also put her on something called amitriptyline or Elavil, which is a tricyclic antidepressant. It also affects dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin. It's used for chronic pain as well. And she was put on 10 milligrams of that at night to try to reduce pain. And the plan was to titrate that up as well. You do have to be careful with the duloxetine and the tricyclics not to get too much serotonin. But we were cautious and she was fine. She didn't respond to this. She didn't have any symptoms of too much serotonin. So when pain went down, reportedly, pain is subjective, but her pain went down. And so over time, and I don't remember, we were able to reduce her down to just less frequent dosing on the pain medications.
And she was not, like you said, she wasn't coming back to you asking for higher amounts of opioids.
Not at the beginning. At the end, when her knee started to, there was requests. As the knee was getting worse, there were requests to go back up to the original dosing.
Okay, I'll come to that in a minute here. Well, actually, let's talk about that now. So you did not do the knee replacement. And we heard from, like I said, we heard from the surgeon that did. He talked about what he prescribed her after the knee replacement. Did you give her additional prescriptions other than what the surgeon gave?
No, he managed the pain. She had 2 knee surgeries. She had the one, I believe, on 6/20/2024, and then she had the knee replacement, I believe, 7/25. So she had 2 knee surgeries fairly close together.
Let me stop you there. We've heard about the knee replacement in July of 2024. What's this first knee surgery that you're talking about?
It was an arthroscopic surgery to go in and clean up some of the frayed tissue and the damaged tissue and cartilage on the knee, and to see if that gave her adequate pain relief, so he could buy more time for replacing the knee. Is what
her body was just shutting down because she had so many things going on with her: fibromyalgia, arthritis, bad kidneys, or just pick one, and maybe a little bit of the hypochondria. Oh, I feel sorry for you.
Oh, that's sad.
Relief. I'm sure he's already testified as to what his intentions were with that.
Do you know if the same surgeon performed that first knee surgery that ended up doing the replacement?
I think so. I can't be certain. I'm pretty sure it was the same, but I'm not sure.
Okay. But is that first knee surgery something that you can independently verify, or is that just word of mouth by Kacee?
No, there's I believe there's a note in the chart now. It's actually uploaded into the electronic medical record.
You mentioned that you did not give her any prescriptions after the knee surgeries. Were you aware of what she had been prescribed by the surgeon?
I think he gave her, and this is just looking at the record, I saw a prescription for hydromorphone, which is often used in conjunction with oxycodone. I believe that's looking through the medical record. I saw a prescription around that time frame.
Okay. Is hydromorphone also an opioid?
Mm-hmm. It's called Dilaudid. Most people recognize it as.
You said that around the time of her knee surgery, she did complain of more pain and was asking maybe to go back up to the original dose of opioids. Is that?
Yes, she was.
What did you do in response to that request?
Listen, when I started prescribing again, I believe we went back up in the recovery. At some point, I had gone back up with the notion that she was going to have to see a pain management doc at that point.
And why was that your notion?
Because me managing her pain, the idea was to reduce opioid medications with alternatives and figure out ways to manage her pain. And the knee surgery or the replacement and the planned other replacement were the primary pain generators. Well, I shouldn't say that, the abdominal pain as well, but at that time, those were the primary pain generators. And as we got rid of some of her pain with the surgeries, if they were successful, the idea was to get her down on the dosages of the pain medications.
And you would have turned to a pain management doctor to,
To go up or escalate the doses, she would need to go to pain management.
okay, so your plan was never to escalate the doses beyond what you already had?
No, I couldn't do that.
I want to talk about the frequency of treatment or communication that you had with Kacee. How often were you seeing her in person?
A couple times a month, maybe.
Is that normal for a primary care physician with somebody with her conditions?
Yeah, it's not uncommon.
Was she communicating with you by other means?
I had called her on my cell phone. I usually go through Doximity, which is it reroutes it through the University of Utah calling number and shows that. So yes, she had gotten my phone number because I probably forgot to use Doximity and called her on a result or something. And so yes, she had texted me several times after the knee surgery, telling me about the pain in her knee.
Is it normal? You said you normally go through some kind of program that converts your personal cell phone number into something different. Is it normal to text with patients on your personal cell phone?
Not if I can help it. I just changed my phone number because of it.
And she was reaching out to you because she may have gotten a hold of your number.
Yeah, she was telling me she was in pain, so we were scheduling appointments.
How frequently was she texting you?
I don't remember. It
That's
was
so
only a couple
weird.
times.
Yeah.
How
I don't
often,
remember.
how often were you responding if you remember?
I would usually have the nurse call her and schedule an appointment.
Did you ever go to her home?
No.
To your knowledge, did any nurses that you work with ever go to her home?
No.
Was Kacee ever on hospice care?
No.
I think I asked you, did Kacee ever have cancer?
No.
Did Kacee have diabetes?
No.
Are they fighting for?
Did Kacee have any medical need for insulin?
No. In fact, she had complained, you're probably going to ask me about this, but she had started in 2023, I believe, complaining of low blood sugars, hypoglycemia.
I guess, how does that, is that something that she's just subjectively complaining about? Is that something that you're able to objectively verify?
You can verify it. So all the labs we frequently will do with her kidney function that usually will check a glucose. So all of the sugars from the lab work were normal. Now I did order her a glucometer, the same thing that a diabetic would use to check their sugar, poke their finger, get a sample of blood, see what the sugar is. And she would send me sugars that were low. I was looking at the values and they would be in the 50s. So she would report morning sugars were probably the worst, usually in the 52 to 55 range, or 50s to 60s in the morning.
Did those reports that she gave you seem consistent with otherwise what you're observing about her?
It was pretty sudden. These hypoglycemic episodes were pretty sudden, started pretty suddenly. So we did a workup on her where we have to look for causes of hypoglycemia. Causes of hypoglycemia for diabetics are going to be medications typically. For non-diabetics, there's a number of things. The most common is called postprandial hypoglycemia, associated with eating. A huge load of carbohydrates will trigger the pancreas to oversecrete insulin and drop the sugar. Hers were not associated with eating. There was no postprandial. These were random. Blood sugars were dropping very, very low, mostly in the morning from what she
And Baker
was reporting.
So you
gets to hang out with you.
issued her, or I don't know, gave her a glucometer to take home, and then
Exactly. She lives in a house filled with diabetics. Could she have used their screening results? I don't. My dad had a pap smear machine that he would have to report every now and again to the hospital. But it's just, I could have slept with it and it would have it doesn't tell you who sleeps with it. These sugar readings, how did
A
she?
what machine? Wait, what did your dad have?
Not a pap smear. What's a CPAP? For fuck's sake.
That's what I was like, what?
Marissa is already typing. No, your dad didn't have. Hey, it's 2026. If he wanted to have a pap smear, let him have a pap smear.
Well, once you said sleep with it, I was like, wait a second. What are we doing with this thing? Okay. I thought you meant CPAP, but you said pap smear, and I was like,
well, hey, it's my third language and it's medical. What do I know?
love it.
But I could have slept with it, and the reading would have looked way different than his sleeping rhythm would have looked. So how did he verify it was her results? Is the machine logged into the internet and she has a punch a code in so he knows it's her? Or could she go into Uncle Ben, who was starting to have mental faculty problems because of his diabetes? Could she have gone to her mom or her other uncle who had diabetes and getting these numbers just again. Yeah.
She was reporting.
True, because like I could take my blood sugar for my dad and send it in. You know what I mean? Like, how do you know?
I'm just is this the defense? There's so many. This guy didn't give a fuck. Oh, I have a hypochondriac. I can just bill a lot of hours and I can just write a lot of prescriptions. I will get a nice golf retreat for this. Boom. Get her on some insulin.
Unfortunately, that's how it is nowadays. I just can't wait to get to like what they were him and or her and the girl were talking about already.
Yeah.
Like with all this stuff.
I've always been a very enthusiastic but amateur gynecologist.
I love that he just went with pap smear.
It happens sometimes.
It's like, what is a pap smear machine?
Well.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Well, it's Friday, Jamie. It's Friday the 13th, so of course I needed to F up on something. So far, no. He just gave her a tester.
It wasn't something that you were looking at the glucometer and verifying?
No, she would just tell me the numbers. I don't believe she ever had the glucometer with her for me to independently verify the numbers. So I never saw the numbers. And like I said, all the numbers that we had inside the clinic within the electronic medical record were normal. Okay. They were all in the anywhere from 70 to 90 range.
Turn off your phone.
The ones that she was reporting to you that seemed abnormal or sudden, like the 50s, were you able to come to a conclusion about what might be actually medically causing that?
No, so we checked. I checked for a few other things. We ordered a bunch of laboratory testing. Sometimes this is hard to prove, and sometimes requires, for example, if somebody has an insulin-secreting tumor on the pancreas, this can be fairly difficult. But the lab work didn't identify. I checked a lab called the C-peptide, which returned at 2.9. What C-peptide is when insulin is activated inside the body, it breaks into two products. C-peptide is released, and we can measure those levels, and that tells me what somebody's endogenous insulin. And by endogenous, I mean their natural pancreatic production of insulin is. Her levels were normal, and at the same time, I always will compare sugar at the same time, and her sugar was also normal at the time of that C-peptide. Okay. So if somebody has an insulin-secreting tumor, often in a fasting state, they will have, and I had her come in a fasting state for that. Her sugar was, I believe, 86 at the time, and the C-peptide was right in the middle normal range where we would expect the pancreas to be functioning.
So were you able to rule out an insulin-secreting tumor?
Not completely with that, but it would be pretty hard to say somebody has one without a pretty constant high level of insulin.
Okay. Any reason for her to be taking insulin?
No.
How would insulin have affected her?
Insulin will drop her sugars. So insulin allows cells to take up sugar from the bloodstream, right? So insulin is our way to get sugar out of our bloodstream and into the cells of our body for energy purposes. And so it would drop her sugars pretty drastically.
Pretty drastically?
Yeah, I mean, for somebody that's not diabetic, most people are going to have a pretty bad response to insulin use.
I didn't know that.
Even a small amount,
Thank you, Ms.
perhaps?
Baby.
Even a small amount. I mean, that's a hard one because everybody metabolizes drugs a little bit differently, so it's hard to predict the pharmacokinetics on, right, there's a range with drug durations and how long they last and so forth in every individual. So every individual is different. So we metabolize drugs differently.
I want to switch gears a little bit. We've talked about a lot of different medications that may have been prescribed at different points for anxiety and or depression for Kacee. Mm-hmm. So it seems clear that she talked to you at least about her levels of anxiety and depression. Mm-hmm. How, I guess, severe, I think you said that you did do some kind of diagnostic or I don't know, some kind of way to gauge the levels. Is that
Yeah, so we did what's called the PHQ-9 and the GAD-7. So PHQ-9 is a 9-question depression screening. The GAD-7 is a 7-question anxiety screening. I think we have 4 on record. Most of them are associated with social work visits. The depression screening was ranging 21 to 22, which is moderate to severe depression. And the anxiety screening levels were at 18, which shows severe anxiety.
Were those consistent among the tests that you had
They stayed the same the whole time.
Did she ever
then why didn't you get her to see a psychologist? Because if she's making up new diseases all the time, you take the C peptides and everything looks fine. But she comes back with in the 30s is a low number. No, in what did he say? 50s. It's very low blood sugar. Why doesn't that raise a concern with you where you say, okay, she's gaming the system?
Because it takes effort. And a lot of them don't care.
Yeah. Let's just send her a blood sugar measurement device, and then maybe I can make money off her later.
Did you talk to her about suicidal ideation?
Yeah, we always talk about it every time we talk about depression, we talk about suicidal ideation. One of the questions on the PHQ-9, have you ever thought about suicide? I'm probably quoting it wrong. And it's no days, some days, half the days, every day. And she would mark a 2, which is half the days.
Okay, was that significant to you?
Yeah, it's always significant. We've got her in, tried to get her in to see our therapist. She was seen, I think, 4 times by our therapist and called probably half a dozen other times. Social worker.
In what time frame?
2023, 24.
Okay, so she went 4 times to a therapist and then maybe called, did you say half a dozen?
The therapist tried to call her if there was some concern at a visit that I had seen her on, like televisit or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Kacee ever express a plan to commit suicide to you?
No plan, no intent, which was also documented in the social worker's notes.
Is that different? So I think you mentioned the test asks if you ever think about suicide. Is that different than if somebody expresses a plan or intent?
Absolutely, right? I mean, people go through ups and downs, people go through breakups, people go through job loss, they go through lots of things, and people get depressed. Most people have periods of depression, and most people have periods of time when they say it'd be better if I wasn't here. But they don't actually have a plan to go through with it. Now, if there's intent, that changes it. If there's intent and plan, that increases the risk of actual suicide, because now that is a thought that is, I'm going to say this, so the thoughts have accelerated.
Okay, they're putting more action.
Right, there's more potential. Yeah, there's a lot more investment in that thought at this point. And so she never had expressed any intent.
So it sounds like depression and anxiety were concerning enough to you that you put her on medications, maybe referred her to see a therapist a few times. Any other escalation that you saw needed for levels?
No, nothing ever required hospitalization, either with me or the.
She was only suicidal half the time. It's not a problem. Nah, it'll be fine. Have you tried another drug? I know we have you on 45 antidepressants and 72 uppers. Maybe if we try another drug.
Yeah. Just keep adding to it.
Yeah, they needed to put her in medical inpatient to reduce and stabilize her medicine. Yeah, because they just give it to her, and how do you feel? Well, I still kind of feel a little stabby. Well, we'll try another one. Oh, he has a lot to say. He's going to be there the rest of the day. He's going to be there for another hour and a half or so.
Therapist.
Is that something that you would have done if you saw something that was concerning?
If there was concerning, absolutely. Send her to the emergency room or an acute crisis center.
Do you remember when the last time you saw her before her death was?
It was in July. I think she saw the nephrologist on the 25th, and she had the surgery on the 25th. I don't remember. Honestly, I don't remember the dates. It was. I did a televisit with her.
Do you remember if it was before or after her knee replacement?
I think it was after the knee replacement.
I want to talk about that. Do you remember that encounter?
Yeah, she wasn't talking about the knee at that point. It was more this weight gain that she had.
At this telehealth visit, did she, I guess, anything about her presentation or what she told you suggest to you that she was suicidal at the time?
No. And she was actively seeing me. She was seeing the nephrologist, had plans for other visits, had scheduled a number of visits with endocrinology, cardiology.
And how do you know that she had scheduled other visits with other specialists?
I just saw them in the computer. I can see the future appointments through the University of Utah.
Do you know how many future appointments she had scheduled?
I think it was 4.
Do you know how far out in time those?
I didn't look at the dates.
Okay.
I didn't look at the dates.
Did she talk to you about any other future plans she had just for her personal life?
And we talked about well, honestly, she was very fixated on this weight gain, which we, in the end, concluded that she was just gaining body weight. This was just body weight. It wasn't her kidneys. It wasn't her liver. It wasn't her heart.
Was she coming to you to work up some kind of plan to help her lose weight?
She kept telling us there was this edema that kept coming on her legs, and her legs were getting really swollen, but nobody ever saw it. So we had, all this was right before she passed away. So we hadn't really come up with any concrete plans because we were still looking for objective information.
Maybe just section her and figure out what the fuck's wrong with this woman. Oh, I have edema on my legs. Okay. Well, it's really bad. My legs are swollen. We don't see it. Well, it's really bad. Have you tried this medication? Did you know you can have restless leg syndrome? Isn't that just something they made up to sell some pills that they made by mistake? Yeah, but we made it a syndrome.
Well, why are these doctors that just be blunt with these patients sometimes? Be like, I don't believe you. I mean, come on.
Again, when my back is really fucked up and I need some really strong medications, I will still have to take myself to my doctor's office, crawl up on the 4th floor, get on a bench so she can wiggle my legs and say, yeah, your back is hurt, like it's been for the last 22 years. I can give you 6 pills that you can go home and take now. I have to show up every single time. This lady, I think I lost one of my legs yesterday. Well, you have both of them. Yeah, it got better overnight. Okay. Have you tried this medication? When do we get to the red rum part? Never.
I know.
I have restless leg syndrome. I don't take meds for it. It's my revenge on my husband. It's just people. I need to do something constantly. It's just because you're a little hyper. Just to sell a pill they made by mistake, and then they've invented restless leg syndrome. Well, my legs, when I sleep, take some magnesium. It'll be better.
Well, yeah, when he says she was fixating on the weight loss versus everything else going on with her, or weight gain, sorry. Like she probably wanted some kind of Ozempic or something next,
Yeah. Well, that could be why her blood sugar was low as well, because Ozempic is a diabetic medication. It just have a side effect that it'll eat your fat and your muscle as well.
Well, yeah, and it kills your appetite because most of the time it makes you sick for the whole week and you don't want to eat. So
yeah, but it'll. I love these people who, I'll use Ozempic and lose my belly fat. Yeah, and hurt your heart and hurt your muscle, and because it doesn't care. It doesn't know it's only to take fat cells. It'll just take anything.
On the swelling in the legs and the weight gain.
Okay, so it sounds like, and I think I've asked you this before, you had an impression that Kacee may have been exaggerating or fabricating health conditions that you weren't able to objectively verify.
Yeah, she did in this case. I mean, 3 of us, there's documentation of 3 of us pushing her on her legs. In fact, the ER, she came in complaining of pain from swelling, and in their note, they said trace edema in the legs, which means almost none.
Based on your training experience and direct experience with Kacee, do you have an opinion about why she may have been exaggerating or fabricating health conditions?
And some of this is going to be opinion, right? And this was opinion among myself and the staff. She liked attention.
And what gave you that? What leads you to that opinion?
There was always something. She was calling Terry Bear, the case manager, a lot with various complaints and concerns, and she seemed to call a lot and like somebody involved. And we knew that, at least what we thought was, we know she'd been had lost a relationship when I first started seeing her, and home life and other things. Didn't have a lot of people in her life, so we had presumed that she liked the attention from the healthcare setting, just with the amount that she was trying to interact with us.
I'm going to switch gears a bit. You being a physician, it sounds like do you work with nurses?
I do.
Do you depend on nurses to help you do your job day to day?
Every day.
Would you say you're aware of the, I guess, base level of knowledge and kind of categories of knowledge that you expect a registered nurse to have?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 7, and I don't intend to actually admit this, but I do want to use it as a demonstrative that we'll publish with the jury. Mr. Williams, I believe, has no objection to that.
I have no objection.
State 7, did you say? That's already been.
11. So I'll show you that on your screen, and if we can put it on the screen for the jury as well.
No objection, Mr. Williams?
I'm sorry, no objection.
Thank you.
Trying to find a different document. Sorry.
The jury will receive more context about what these are from with a later witness, but I want to go through some of these or all of these with you. And we'll start at do you see this on your screen?
I do.
I'll start with the top one. So on March 13th, 2024, there's a report of what's BP?
Blood pressure.
What does BP 60/39 mean?
So top number, do you want me to explain blood pressure?
Yes.
Yes, top number is systolic blood pressure, bottom number is diastolic. Diastolic blood pressure is the blood pressure present in our bodies in between the heart beating. So that's our baseline pressure inside our arterial system. And then the top number represents the pressure as the heart is pushing the blood through the body, what the pressure in the body is during that beat.
What is, understanding this may vary within people, but what's like a normal blood pressure range?
90 to 120 on the top number, 60 to 80 on the bottom number.
So to you, what does a blood pressure of 60/39 indicate?
My interpretation that something critical is going on and needs to be addressed. That's a critical blood pressure.
What would somebody with a patient with a blood pressure of 60/39, what symptoms might they be exhibiting?
Lightheaded, passing out, pale.
My blood pressure is 17/20, so you have no blood pressure. Is this self-reported?
She dead?
What is this? And is it her? My heart rate is 22, 26, and my oxygen is 32. This is lower than my dad's when he lost half his lung and heart function during the vid. That killed him.
Well, it sounds like self-reporting because that says oxygen is 24. I'm literally struggling trying to breathe and my heart rate. So it sounds like she's giving it to him.
Giggity. No picking.
With her pap smear machine.
I'm so angry. I have what's my heart rate? My pulse has been between 50 and 111 within the last hour.
I took my watch off, or I would tell you mine too. But yeah.
A blood pressure of 17/20. There's nothing running through that system. Deepest Christ. Side-Eye says, Baker never saw being an ILS denier as the thing that would get him canceled.
Denying RLS. Canceled.
I just know until they invented that gabapentin, there was no ILS. But you better trust your doctor because this guy is a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way any of these readings are yeah. If her oxygen was that low, why didn't he call an ambulance? Because it's a lie. Because she couldn't text with a 70/20, my blood pressure 16/30, my O2 22. My oxygen was 22.
Well, and now I want to Google, can you live with that type of blood pressure? Because that seems like you would be dead.
Maybe we are not talking about my pap smears. It's 2026. And if I want a pap smear, I can identify as having a pap smear.
And they have a machine for that, guys. If you weren't aware.
I will bring it to Tennessee if I remember to buy some tickets. and I can do some testing. When my oxygen goes below 90%, my doctor tells me to go to the ER. She has no oxygen. She has 20. She has absolutely. First of all, there's no pressure in her system, so her brain is not getting any blood, and the blood it's getting is so under oxygenated that she could just stop breathing. It wouldn't change a thing.
How does she know what her oxygen level is?
You can
On a machine?
You can test it with yeah. This is bull. Air has to be in the 90s to the 100. That's why my dad, you have an oximeter. But did she take an oximeter or did she just make it up and didn't know what it was? My dad, when he was admitted to hospital with a heart attack, no, he was not with a heart attack. He had fallen over and went to the doctor, and he had 72% oxygen in his blood because his lung function was halved, and then his heart function was halved as well because there was so little oxygen in his blood that it was just pumping nothing around in the system. And that's what finally killed him, was that he never ever gained that back. So he could breathe again. He was always short of breath, and probably should have been oxygenated, but didn't want to do it. He probably wanted to go see my mom, but he was in the 70s. He wasn't in the 20s. The 20s, you're dead.
Yeah, it says it's not possible that if your levels go below 90%, they're considered low and can be dangerous if sustained for long periods. So anything under like 90 is dangerous.
Yeah, and again, 22, and this is the 13th. Her blood pressure is 60/39. That's yeah, you're probably fucking dead at that time. Her oxygen is 39 the next day, and her heart rate is between 24 and 28, and her blood pressure is 52/30. So she's already dead on the 14th. The 16th, blood pressure is 40/30, and her heart rate is 22/26. Oxygen is 32. That's 2/3 of her blood is not oxygenated. Your system needs oxygen. Your brain will die if it doesn't get as much oxygen as it needs.
Like, I don't understand any of this. Yeah, like, and if this is him getting texts from her stuff, I'd be like, ma'am, what is happening?
But again, she's reporting 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 20, 25, 28. Why isn't she sectioned for being a freaking hypochondriac? Jimmy, I get mad.
Sake of hearing, claiming.
I'll go
Would you expect a nurse to know this?
Yes.
The next one, March 14th of 2024, oxygen is 39, heart rate is between 24 to 28, blood pressure is 52/30. What do those vitals mean to you?
Either the person is passed out on the floor in an ambulance or they're not real. I mean,
there we go.
39 is not compatible with life.
Would you expect a nurse to
with life?
Next one, March 16th of 2024, blood pressure is 40/30, heart rate is 22 to 26, oxygen is 32. What do those vitals say to you?
They'd be unconscious.
Would you expect a nurse to know this?
Yes.
Next one, March 17th of 2024, BP is 39/20, oxygen is 24, heart rate is 24. What do those vitals say to you?
It says I'm literally struggling to try to breathe and my heart rate's 24. She wouldn't be, I'm sending this as a text message, she wouldn't be texting with these. And yes, a nurse would realize.
Yeah, she wouldn't be able to do anything.
With these vital signs.
Next one, March 18th, 2024, blood pressure 30/20, oxygen is 22. Again, no wonder I'm struggling to breathe and my heart rate is still around 24. What do those vitals say to you?
That they're not real and somebody that's texting.
So somebody with the, I guess, are those vitals even compatible with life?
No.
And certainly somebody would not be texting then.
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know this?
Yes.
Next one, March 20th of 2024, oxygen is 22, heart rate was 24, blood pressure was 19/20, or maybe 19/30. Are those vitals that are compatible with life?
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
Yes.
March 28th, 2024, BS, what is blood sugar perhaps?
Yeah, blood sugar.
116, blood pressure 16/30, O2, I'm assuming it's oxygen, is that fair? 20/22, heart rate is 24/25. What are those vitals compatible with life?
No, they're not. In fact, the blood pressure, the systolic is lower than the diastolic, which can't happen.
That can't even happen?
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
I would.
Next one, March 30th, 2024,
So they're trying.
if you know.
I don't know. I think probably it's supposed to be BP.
Okay, so maybe a typo, blood pressure. 15/0, oxygen is 19, heart rate is 23. Are those vitals compatible with life?
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
Yes.
Same date, temperature is 104.6, oxygen jumping between 17 and 21, heart rate is 14 to 17, blood sugar is 46. What do those numbers indicate to you?
Low blood sugar, not compatible. You can't have a heartbeat of 14 to 7 and be alive,
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
or you're very close to death. I would.
March 3rd of 2024, blood pressure 20/0, heart rate 27, oxygen 24. Are those vitals compatible with life?
They don't make sense. No, they're not. But they don't make sense.
Why don't they make sense?
Because you've got zero arterial pressure with the diastolic pressure when your heart's at rest, but if your heart was still beating, I suppose, with no pressure. But a nurse should understand that those don't make sense.
Next one, March 8th of 2024, blood pressure 30/0, heart rate 17, oxygen 21, temperature is 87, and blood sugar is 43. Are those vitals compatible with life?
No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
April 14th, 2024, her heart rate has been in the low 30s, her oxygen has been between 19 and 21, and her blood pressure is 17/0. Are those vitals compatible with life?
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
Yes.
April 20th, 2024, heart rate 21, oxygen 16, blood pressure 17/0, temp has dropped to 84.2. Are those vitals compatible with life?
Nope.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
Yes.
April 21st, 2024, blood pressure 20/0, heart rate 14, oxygen, I believe 14, between 14 to 20, jumping back and forth quite a bit, temperature is 78.4. Are those vitals compatible with life?
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
Yes.
April 23rd, 2024, heart rate 167, oxygen 42, blood pressure 97/64, temp is 94.6. What about these vitals?
Yeah, they could exist. She'd be blue, and that's a very low oxygen level. But yeah, those could happen.
Those could happen, but what would the, I guess you said she'd be blue, any other physical symptoms you'd expect?
With an oxygen level of 42 and a temperature, heart rate of 167, probably be passed out.
Same date, there below, heart rate 36, oxygen 21, blood pressure 32/10, temperature 94.6.
Same thing, not compatible.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
April 26, 2024, heart rate 72, blood pressure 46/24, temperature is 66.4. Are those vitals compatible with life?
Nope.
Would a nurse know that?
Yeah.
May 2nd, 2024, heart rate is 29, oxygen is 18, blood pressure is 18/10, temperature is 90.4. Are those compatible with life?
They're not.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
Did I already do May 6th? May 6th, 2024, heart rate is 30, oxygen is between 17 and 20, blood pressure is 37/24, temperature is 67.2. Are those compatible with life?
Nope.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
May 8th, 2024, heart rate is 22, oxygen is 19, blood pressure is 26/14, temp is 70.4. Are those compatible with life?
No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
May 9th, 2024, heart rate is 14, oxygen is 11, blood pressure is 14/0, temperature is 64.2. Are those compatible with life?
No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
May 10th, 2024, heart rate is 10 to 13, oxygen is 14 to 16, blood pressure is 14/0, temperature is 60.8. Are those compatible with life?
They're not.
At 10 heartbeats a minute. Insane. Unless her heart is this big.
Wouldn't you know that?
Yes.
I'm gonna skip down, save us.
It's a corpse, Baker.
And I love that you have your blood pressure, your systolic, and your, what's the other one? But she has one here that's 10 and 0. So blood is going out, but blood is not coming back to the heart.
Yeah.
Because that's how heart works. And she was colder than John O'Keefe.
Or, okay, wait, July.
Systolic
We'll just
and
do with these final three on
diastolic.
this exhibit. So starting with
Up one
July
light.
12th, 2024, heart rate's 29, oxygen is 9, blood pressure is 31/24, temperature is 86.8. What are those vitals say to you?
Same thing, compatible with life.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
July 13th, 2024, heart rate is 12, oxygen is 8, blood pressure is 12/10, temperature is 76.4.
Not with a body temperature of 76 degrees.
Know that?
Yes.
July
It's
18th,
25.
2024, heart rate is 9, oxygen is 6, blood pressure is 19/14, temperature is 78.
If we go by, isn't it a degree an hour is normally how they say a body will cool at room temperature. At this point, she has been dead for 12 hours.
They're a weekend at Bernie's and her.
I think she is a nurse, and she wrote this shit. You're dead. You have a temperature of 76.4. It's hotter in Sue's pool right now. What's blonde and dead in a closet? The hide and seek champion from 1995.
Oh.
I didn't know it was a blonde that won that one that year. Still no clue how this helps the prosecution. No, neither do I.
Well, they're trying to say, because she's a nurse, Megan, right? She's a nurse.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't a nurse know this? Like, so was she monitoring her through all of this?
If she says, yeah, I saw these papers and I told her, yeah, because I thought her doctor would take care of it because I was trying to help her. And when she clearly had some, and she wanted to leave the mortal coil, then it's assisted unaliving, and that's manslaughter in Utah, I believe. This is the weirdest I've ever seen.
Yeah. I can't wait to hear the defense, cross on this.
You can't kill a dead person, so it can't be murder. DMR got it right.
There you go.
8.6. Are those compatible with life?
No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
We can take down that.
Well, Food Fairy, this lady had a heart rate of 9, an O2 level of 6, a blood pressure of 19/14, and a body temperature of 78.6 degrees. I don't know, maybe when you go and serve some food at the fire station tonight, ask any of the EMTs what they would, if they would believe that.
I don't know why you say a heart rate of 9. It's just hilarious to me because I'm just picturing, like, how do you have a heart rate of 9? Oh my God.
Thank you. Would you expect a nurse to understand what insulin might do to a non-diabetic patient?
Yes.
Would you expect a nurse to understand what effect, let me ask you that. Would you expect a nurse to understand how hospice care works?
Yes.
How does hospice care do?
When you determine somebody has a chronic condition with a limited time to live, we will offer hospice, comfort care, and increased support through end of life.
Is that typically something that happens at the person's home?
Can happen in the home or in a hospice facility.
I think you said that I forget, I'm going to misstate exactly what you said. They're near end of life?
They have a terminal condition. Death is imminent. Usually we'll say prognosis is within 6 months.
So it would be atypical for someone.
What does a liar do after she dies? She lies still.
Where's your little bump?
Well, I don't have it on this program, so I have to do...
God dang it.
That's not her heart rate. Her heart rate was 9.
Somebody to be on hospice longer than
That's
6
a
months.
heart rate of
In
9.
that setting, no, because a lot of our older population that have terminal conditions, again, everybody's a little bit different, and predictability is not between people. It's hard to directly predict when a condition is going to take someone. So we will extend it if it is a terminal condition, and we anticipate when we put them in hospice, the prognosis is usually about 6
I mean,
months.
what's a heart rate of like a super healthy person?
Years, if in, for example, a dementia, an individual with dementia that has just kept going.
Okay, somebody with Kacee's condition, near the end of her life, is she somebody that would have required hospice?
Absolutely not.
Would she have required hospice for multiple years?
No.
Do you know what HIPAA is?
Uh-huh.
What is HIPAA?
Protection of health information from being disseminated to people outside an individual's care. So protection of their health information.
Are
Rules that
medical providers subject to HIPAA?
Absolutely.
Does that include nurses?
Uh-huh.
Would HIPAA allow a nurse to communicate health information to a patient's friend over text message?
No.
Would HIPAA allow a healthcare provider to use the patient's own phone to communicate health information to somebody else?
No.
Would HIPAA allow nurses to communicate health information? Would you expect a nurse to understand how HIPAA works?
Yeah, we go through every school in healthcare goes through extensive training on HIPAA, and refresher courses are required annually.
What's a DNR?
Do not resuscitate order.
How do those work? I guess what's the procedure if one is in place?
So DNR is a decision between a physician and the patient to perform no resuscitation in the event of an emergency, for example, cardiac arrest. DNRs are signed by a healthcare provider in the presence of the patient.
Are they kept on file somewhere?
They are. So the hospitals will keep them. We keep them stored in our database as well.
Is that something that you would verify before you actually decide not to resuscitate somebody?
Yeah.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
Yes.
Bjarne Riis, who is a Danish guy who won the Tour de France in 1995, who famously had so much EPO in his system that his blood was so thick that it would probably have problems moving around his system because he had all that EPO. They think that his heart rate, because again, EPO will over-oxygenate your blood. That's why you use it. And he was blood doping as well. Somewhere in the 30s and 40s was where he had his resting heart rate, maybe as low as 28. But that's a guy who is blood doping, which means he has more blood in his system, and it's on EPO, which will attract more blood in the system. Miguel Indurain, who also was a very famous bike rider, hasn't said he was doped, but he had a resting pulse at 28. That's a resting pulse, but these are severely enhanced. Well, again, Indurain hasn't been found guilty, I think, but a lot of those bike riders back then, and their blood was so thick that it was insane. That's what got them, because their hematocrit value was over 50 or something like that, which just makes your blood thick as it's kind of like jam. But they had it around 30 is where their resting pulse. And these are guys who rides up a mountain on drugs. This lady was lying in her bed doing nothing.
Do DNRs mean, I know that it literally means do not resuscitate, but what exactly, and understanding this may vary based on the individual, I guess, agreements that people come to with their physician. Does it mean that you literally can't touch a patient, that you can't do anything?
So DNR is nothing, right? DNR is an order that we are not to resuscitate, no CPR, no basic life support, no advanced life support. So advanced directives are a little bit different. That is a patient-guided document that outlines what they want if there is something to happen.
Okay, so an advanced directive can give more nuanced guidelines about what they want?
Yeah, a DNR is a physician order. It is in conjunction with patient's decisions, but it is signed by a physician as an order saying this was discussed and this is what this individual wants, no resuscitation attempt at all.
And you would have to verify that before acting on that?
Yes.
And you would expect a nurse to know that?
Yep.
with advanced directives, where there may be more nuanced guidelines or wishes, how do those work?
Yeah, so advanced directives, we will give the individual some paperwork to go home, talk to their spouses. They make.
Yes, it does. But these are bike riders. They need the blood. If they can get 1% more oxygen through the system, their performance will grow. They are sick like shit. His hematocrit value would fluctuate between 41 and 56.3. That's because he got blood doped. They take the blood out, then it'll clean it up so it's only all the red blood cells. So you will have so much red blood cells that you can transport oxygen better. If you go from 41 to 56, you're not healthy. No one has ever complained about a parachute not opening. Think about it. About M-Spires.
Ba-dum-bum. Oh.
I need a ba-dum-bum. Thank you, M-Spire.
Decisions
Gone.
as far as, do they want mechanical ventilation? Do they want assisted breathing? Do they want assisted nutrition? Do they want, so the things are for basic life support, and they can outline what they want, what they don't want. And then, so it's just a decision-making. Living will also encompasses medical power of attorney. So.
Did Kacee have a DNR?
No.
Did Kacee have an advanced directive that gave more nuanced, I guess, guidelines on what she wanted or didn't want?
Not that I filled out with her, or that I had seen.
Would you expect a nurse to know how advanced directives work?
Mm-hmm.
Would you expect a nurse to know how to go about trying to verify that?
Yeah, I would.
You mentioned within the advanced directive that may encompass powers of attorney, medical powers of attorney. What does that mean?
So medical power of attorney is giving permission to someone else to manage your healthcare in a time of crisis or end of life or serious injury. And what they do it in accordance with the directives that you have written down on your advanced directive paperwork.
So that would be part of an advanced directive.
It's all, the medical power of attorney, no, the advanced directives can be filled out separate. That's literally just a form that we give them and they fill it out. But usually they can do, they're all part of the same spectrum of managing end-of-life care or serious situational care.
Okay, so if somebody's electing to give another individual a medical power of attorney, how might that other individual become aware that they've been selected?
Well, they have to accompany them, right? This is all.
Go take care of your phone, Katie.
Going through the legal framework with a lawyer, notary, it has to be done by book.
With a physician, signed paperwork, notary?
Yeah, I mean, that can be done, it's usually done with will and estate planning through an estate lawyer.
Okay, so not necessarily, a physician doesn't necessarily have to be involved, but there's some kind of authority that
yeah, there has to be, right? I mean, decision-making for healthcare.
Did Kacee have a medical power of attorney to your knowledge?
Not that I know of.
Would you expect a nurse to know how those work?
Yeah.
How do death certificates work?
Somebody passes away, and then either myself as the primary care physician, we will sign them through the state database, or the ER doctor will sign them.
Does it need to be a physician that signs a death certificate?
I believe so. And when I say PAs so nurse practitioners can also sign them.
Okay, can nurses sign a death certificate?
No,
Would you expect a nurse to know that they can't sign a death certificate?
they won't have access to they won't be asked to.
All right, the jury's going to be getting a little more context about this topic later also, but it pertains to you as well. Did you have plans? Well, let me ask you this. Did Kacee have a problem? Did Kacee's body have a problem absorbing or ingesting medications generally? Such that like medications just don't work on her?
I mean, she did have bariatric surgery, which does alter the gut and absorption of some things. For her iron, we know she was iron deficient, which is probably multifactorial, heavy menstrual bleeding. She subjectively said she had rectal bleeding frequently. She was supposed to see a gastroenterologist for that. And then as well with the gastric surgery. I believe she had a gastric sleeve, which doesn't usually confer as much absorption issue as a bypass surgery. Okay. So with bypass surgery, you're literally bypassing the stomach and the upper small intestine. And so we connect the You basically cut the stomach out. The stomach is free floating, so nothing. The item or the nutritional elements that normally absorb in the stomach and the upper small intestine now no longer absorb because the stomach is bypassed. With a gastric sleeve, they make the stomach smaller.
Okay, and she had the latter?
Yeah, she had the sleeve, but they still often will have absorption issues.
Okay. It sounds like, though, that she was on a number of medications that you were prescribing her. Were those seemingly effective?
She would say they were. You might have to go back to each individual note and see what she said about them, but the duloxetine was initially effective for her anxiety. It was helping with pain. Then it wasn't. The Prestige or desvenlafaxine was effective, and then it wasn't. And the amitriptyline she stayed on and said it helped with pain.
So it sounds like she may have had some valid absorption issues with medications. If I told you, would Kacee have been somebody that if she ingested 9 vials of insulin, her body would not react in any way to that?
No, insulin's not ingested though.
I guess that's my wrong terminology. If 9 vials of insulin is introduced to her system, was her body such that would do nothing to her?
No, because it's going directly into her bloodstream.
So she didn't have any.
Or it's being injected. It's being absorbed into the bloodstream, not through the gut, right? So insulin is either subcutaneous, could be IV or IM. It's not done very often IM because that increases the rapidity of delivery, and so that's intramuscular. Okay. So subcutaneous, intramuscular, and IV are the 3 means of injectable delivery of drugs to a human. So directly through the vascular system.
So even her absorption issues with medication, that would not affect how insulin may.
No, we're bypassing the absorption in the gut.
Did you have plans to arrange a surgery in the Pacific Northwest for Kacee to get a surgery that would allow her body to respond to medications such that she could kill herself?
No.
Are you aware of even such a surgery
I'm not
exists?
aware of a surgery.
Is that something that you as a physician would coordinate or help a patient plan?
No.
Was Kacee on any secret heart medications that you were giving her?
Secret medications? No, she was on the metoprolol, which is a beta blocker, so heart rate. It wasn't secret. It's in the medical record.
Was she on any heart medications that you were prescribing her that would allow her to more easily be able to kill herself?
No.
Would you expect the nurse to know that those things are not real?
Yes. And if not, look them up.
I have nothing further on hospitals. Well, yeah.
Let's take one short break. And then we can that's the work. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are admonished by the court for short duty not to participate yourself. Any other person not being subject to trial and do short duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. We'll take one last break and then we'll finish up for the day.
All right, jury.
What surgery didn't she have?
What do you mean?
He said she said something about a surgery he didn't know she had. So yeah.
The only thing I remember him talking about was she didn't actually have the bariatric surgery. She just had a sleeve, which is different.
He never ever talked about that port she had in her chest, what that was for.
Yeah.
And for anyone who is following along in the Kacee Fitzsimmons trial, Justin Alien has now been placed on administrative leave. Thank you, Lauren, for informing me about that one. But can I ask a question, Jamie? Because you are a doctor.
Sure. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If all the questions are, would a nurse have known that? And you say yes. Wouldn't it have been incumbent on a doctor who is monitoring this person who clearly makes up fake documents to react to that? Instead of just saying, oh, she's crazy.
Well, yeah, that's why I just caught that they were trying to do that with that. Wouldn't a nurse know that? I mean, shouldn't he be talking to her about this stuff? Shouldn't he be like, this woman is insane?
Yeah.
But also, in my opinion too, like I guess we need more details, but if Megan is there while this stuff is going on and she's claiming, oh, my heart rate's 9, I don't know why that's so funny to me. Um, Maybe she's just
Because
like, this
it's
lady's
ultimate.
crazy. Like, that's not true. This is not happening. She's not really, she's just exaggerating.
Yes, and again, he is. Yeah, her friend is a nurse, but wouldn't it be more incumbent on someone who gets paid to look after her than her friend, who will probably say, "Oh yeah, you better tell your doctor about this." Should her nurse friend, are they going to come back and claim that she filled out these forms and made these fake papers?
That's what I'm curious about. But it's
Yeah.
like, the doctor should be the one in charge of these things, not her friend nurse that's sitting with her.
Yeah. But let's see what the cross goes to. Because this doctor, he seems really annoyed that they dare ask
Dr.
questions
Massa,
of him.
I will remind you, you are still under oath. Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Mastler.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
I'm good.
That was exhausting. I'm not going to go over all that again. Let me hit some themes about Kacee. Let's talk about Kacee in general. You were just wanting to put through all of this, obviously, I mean, on its face, baloney vitals that apparently were sent by her, right? Yes?
Yep.
Sorry,
The baloney vitals.
The bad guy might even say yes if he just nodded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And, I mean, you had already said that it's fair to say that Kacee was a patient who gave false information, or at least supposed subjective information that wasn't verifiable, even in your experience with her, right?
Yes.
And sought to come in and have visits and go to the ER and things. I think you once referred her to the officers as a frequent flyer. Does that sound right?
Yes.
When she reported false information or subjectively described ailments that just were not verifiable, fairly, you gave your opinion that she did it for attention seeking, right?
Yes.
You saw that as attention seeking, even in the medical circumstance, the medical environment, right?
Yes.
Now, a lot of times as a doctor, that's really all you have is subjective information to go on, right?
Right. Yes.
Some of the things, it's like especially for instance, mental health. That's a tough one, right? Someone says they're depressed, you can't measure it.
I mean, we use our scales,
You're not a psychologist.
but they're answering the questions. So it's all subjective.
Okay, that's my point, is that you use some scales that you marked down. She scored high enough that you referred her to a mental health provider at one point, right?
On several occasions, yeah.
She went once for 3 visits. You recall that from your records?
No, she didn't go very often.
I told you.
Yeah,
according to
imagine that.
records, it was
Just
3
want the
times.
meds.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, I looked at it. I thought it was 4, but 3 or 4 were all the visits. And then there were several telephone encounters where the social worker couldn't reach her.
Right. So while she would express suicidal ideology, depression, anxiety, and these things, and was referred out to resources, it doesn't appear that she went to those referrals, other than the 3 mental health visits, correct?
Yeah. Nope, she did not.
And that applied to other things, like you sent her to an endocrinologist, right?
Right.
She never went to the endocrinologist.
No.
And when she would talk about some things that are measurable, and you got her in there to measure, didn't pan out. Your measurements didn't verify what she was claiming, right?
Not usually.
Let's talk especially about something that's relevant to this trial, glucose levels, all right?
Right.
So, I'm sorry, I meant to put these up there for you in case they help you on paper, but I'll publish them as well if we can. I'm going to show you, those look like just a couple different sections of her medical records from back in 2020.
2023, 9/14/2023.
Sorry, there are 2 different ones.
Oh, yeah, 9/26/2020.
I screwed that up. In as far back as 9/26/2020, let's talk about that one. She's in addressing supposed hypoglycemia, right? Look at it. I know there's a long paragraph in the second page. might help. Take your time if you'd like to.
Oh, yeah. So she addresses some hypoglycemic concerns. Yeah.
I'd like to put this up to publish to the jury as illustrative so they can follow along while I address some with the witness, though I'm not seeking to send it back as an exhibit.
Ms. Hahn?
No objection.
Thank you.
Right? It fell out, so when it loads up again, you can publish it. In the meantime, let's lay a little foundation. So here we are, all the way back in 2020, and she's your patient by then, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, she is.
And we've got the subject of hypoglycemia, correct?
It is. Yep.
You're addressing, and you had already said that in general, you recall that when she would have these claims of hypoglycemic problems, you just could never verify them. Right? When you were in the lab, she'd be, I think you just said between 70 and 90 when you actually used medical equipment to test her blood sugar levels, right?
They were always normal. I don't remember seeing a single hypoglycemic.
And I think just for numbers purposes, you had said 70, 90, that's what you recall, right?
That's what I recall.
In the lab.
Yeah, ranging between 70 and 90.
Let's talk about when one of these occasions where you have me doing this as usual. So what happened is, even back then, you went ahead and said, go use a glucometer and let us know, report your levels, right?
Right.
And then this is a log, as I scroll through this, of levels that she reported. This is to you, the doctor, in 2020. That's what this is a patient calling in and telling her what her glucose levels were, right?
Yeah, that was part of the note. So it was, copied and pasted into the note probably.
Yeah. So she's reporting these levels, 62, 51, 68 over that period of time on the 4th. I mean, if we're going to go over stuff that Kacee reported, let's still go over what she reported to her doctor. That's the first day on the 4th, right?
It is.
Not one of those is within the level you ever measured. Let's go to the 5th. As low as 54, 60, 71, right? That's what that says on the 5th.
It is.
54. There's no indication that your team took any action when Kacee Terry told her doctor that her blood sugar is at 54, right?
I don't remember.
That's a significant blood sugar level that would be alarming, agreed?
It would, yeah.
Well, let's go because it goes lower. The next day she says she's 52, then she goes to 47. That's close to unconscious perhaps, right?
For some people, yeah.
The doctor, would that alarm you as a doctor?
Yeah.
Then on the 9th, she's down to 53 again, 71. Looks like the 9th is 8 p.m. on the 5th. We hit the 71. The first one that's it's 1 point within the measurements that you ever took, right?
Right.
Got 52 again the next day. She's repeatedly reporting 52, 53, 52, 54. This person is waking up in the morning and saying that's her blood sugar level, right?
Yes.
No indication in the charts or anything that the doctor's office called an ambulance, right?
No.
No, the doctor's office didn't. Otherwise, it doesn't appear from this even respond to her, communicate with her about these.
They were already done, right? So these are past.
Well, how do you know? I mean, you said they were copy and pasted in.
Right, but it's past blood sugars. Those are previous blood sugars from previous days.
That's true. If you're
So if we check her blood sugar on the day that she's here and it's normal.
well, do you know? I mean, you're her doctor. Do you know whether these were reported each day?
I don't think so.
Why not? Why don't you think so? She's trying to report her medical condition. Wouldn't you tell her to do it every day?
It depends on what the blood sugars are.
It would, wouldn't it? I mean, she's coming in saying she's got low blood sugar. She's waking up dizzy, reporting blood sugars.
Hey, here's my troll. This is the third time, I think, you have tried to you made it twice on the comments, and now you come in and do it here. Am I facing a lawsuit? No. YouTubers peddling Karen Reed conspiracy hoax. I have never peddled a conspiracy hoax. Jury awards 10 million in defamation lawsuit. You have to look what basis they gave that on. An expensive lesson for content creators making defamatory accusations. Good thing I have never ever made any defamatory accusations. Top Cop, you are sadly what is medically known as a retard because you didn't look up any of what, first of all, the allegations was in that I'm a psychic. I can just claim people killed people. If you had ever watched 1 second of my Karen Reed coverage would know I have never said that Colin did it, that Brian Albert did it, that Brian Higgins did it, that Coco did it. I have said nothing of that sort. So take your retarded fucking ass and go play with your own poo, because that's around the level you are capable of. This is the third time you have tried to come in and do this. Sadly, you are all really, really stupid. All over on the, but I like the foreskins. They are smart people side. Please go jump in a lake and enjoy the cold feeling around your nutsack. None of what you just made any statements about for the third time, which I've also answered you twice already, makes any sense. So you earned one of the few honors you can earn on this channel. You will be blocked because you're too dumb. You're just a troll that comes in chats and try and make it as, oh my. You don't even know what that $10 million not settlement, but verdict was about. You have no idea of any of the basis of that trial because you're just sadly fucking retarded. Sorry, but I'm sick of people like this. They have nothing to do than just sit and... Why are they fighting for these idiots? That's the thing I don't get. Why are they fighting for the McAlbert family? Karen Reed was found not guilty.
Yeah,
are you
move
going to
on.
go into Twisted Tragedies channel now and say, well, technically she is a murderer. Technically she wasn't found not guilty. Are you going to go in and sit and say they are facing charges? Stupid fucking idiot. Thank you, Jemima. They are needed today. I'm sorry, but it's... I just have it. Massachusetts, get better people. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Yeah, and I'm being very, very much more liberal with my blogs. I've always said I like a good troll, but idiots, I just can't bear them anymore. I have to allow Zach in here. That's the only ADA-approved idiot I will have on my channel. Late in French. Exactly, Crispy. But no, we are way more liberal with the block button now. Because I'm just fed up with these idiots. Kimmy was fun. These people are just, oh, I'm going to say the same thing every day. Okay.
Well, Kimmy is harmless and just a dork, so
Yeah, and
that's why she's fun.
I've answered this person twice. So I'm just done. Swear it up. We got you covered. Thank you so much, Jen. Yeah, now my swear jar meter is filled.
Yeah. We're not even talking about Karen Reed, so go away.
No, that's the thing. Everything must be about Karen Reed because they have no fucking life.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't cover Karen Reed unless there's something happening in Karen Reed because it's just not that interesting. I don't even watch the foreskins anymore because they stopped being funny. They're just dumb. I will be going back to talking about boobies and kangaroos killing dogs. That's way more entertaining. Well, strangling dogs, they don't kill them because the guy runs in and fights them. And I'm so sick and tired of all of this. Gel with an S. Love spicy baker. Well, I get a little spicy sometimes. Back to this. He never said nothing, at least Baker actor. Yes, this guy was just, oh, she's lying on every piece of paper, but I don't do nothing about it.
Yeah, I mean, she could be. Well, it's just self-reporting, and then I could see what he's talking about when he comes in and then they test her and it's not. But
Yeah, but when she keeps doing it
I
with
don't
all
know.
of it, why the hell does they say,
Yeah, they need to have
you-
a stern talk with her and be like, "Ma'am, this is ridiculous. You need to like seek help."
yes, Australian childcare will also be part of it. Exactly.
Let's go through them again, and at the end, we'll talk about.
I was enjoying some fish and some peas and really enjoying my food. And then, Jamie, this is not good for my.
Isn't that good for your 9 heart rate?
My heart rate had just hit 9, and now it's at. That can't be right. It's at 61.
Oh my God.
My heart rate goes down when I start yelling. I might. I'm like Sue. The more angry I am, the more comfortable I am. My digestion, yes.
About the same question then. At some point, they end up in a chart, right?
Yeah, when she comes in for the visit, or we did a televisit.
Can you tell from him this when it was?
26th of September.
Okay. So this can't, she's relating through up until the 26th of September, right?
Right.
So at least on the 26th of September, you agree that these items, these readings are known to your office?
Right.
All right. On the 11th, she said, I was 46. 46. That's pretty dang alarming, right?
Yeah, it is 43, 46.
43.
Very, very alarming.
Extraordinary alarming. Can we agree? I mean, we've had earlier testimony, you've given it at other hearings. That could even render somebody unconscious, agreed?
Yes, it could.
Especially in combination with a whole bunch of other medications on board. Opiates, benzodiazepines. I know that you were prescribing benzos, but you know now that she was taking them, right?
Yeah, I heard she was.
54. Then she comes in. Patient will need to get a ride to the clinic. You say she should come in, she should fast, things like that. Certainly she was never sent to any emergency room or anything like that, right?
Not at this time.
And as you saw this, you see all these reported levels. You don't believe for a second that she was telling the truth about those, do you?
A question.
I don't know why you resisted. We just went through them. Those are not levels of somebody you believed. Especially since when you tested them, they weren't even close to that. In a laboratory, they were normal every time you tested them.
And I would expect her to be symptomatic and immediately rush into the emergency room or the clinic.
Those are more indicative to you probably of her inability to tell the truth and maybe has some mental health problems trying to make a doctor believe this sort of data, right?
Yeah. At this point, I'm sure I was already questioning things.
And that's in 2020. I mean, it continued. You pointed out that I started you off on wrong. Let's go to another report here. Because in fairness, here's a report all the way into September of 2023 on the subject of hypoglycemia, correct? Look it over if it helps. I'm sorry. I meant to show these to you. Right?
Yep, another complaint, dropping to 39.
39. She claimed that she had a 39. That is deadly, agreed?
Yep.
When she claimed that, you didn't believe it, right?
Well, I knew she wasn't at the time when she was here in the clinic.
You didn't believe she was when she claimed she was 39. You didn't believe when she said, Doc, I woke up at a 39. You don't believe that, right?
I've had people wake up at 40. They usually go by ambulance to the ER.
Yeah, I thought we had a prior hearing about this. This is emergent
Yeah,
numbers.
they usually go to the emergency room by ambulance.
So I don't know what the resistance is, but isn't it true that since they would normally be sent to the emergency by ambulance, you don't believe the information your patient is giving you? You don't believe it, doctor.
Yeah, I ordered stuff to check it. Again,
What's this insulin? What's this reference to an insulin plan?
that's checking fasting insulin levels.
Okay.
Yeah, that's checking fasting insulins, that fasting C-peptide that I talked about.
Tried to do some tests because once you did them, you knew that there was no reason to believe that she was even abnormal, let alone at a 39, right?
Yeah, her sugar's were normal on her C-peptide. And this is the one specifically, I believe, on the 14th, when we did the C-peptide level, and she came in and the sugar was 86 and the C-peptide level was 2.9, which is a representative of her insulin production.
Very normal.
Very normal.
You were asked a lot of questions about these opiates, and along the same lines, I want to go to something that you mentioned. I got a screen on the screen here. You indicated that as a doctor, you're able to look at what you called a Doppel record, right?
Uh-huh.
The Doppel record is a division of professional licensing, right?
It is.
So what it is doctors can look up at what's going on in professional licensing activity in.
Sorry, I don't know why Rumble Rants don't go over in this chat. Thank you so much, Anime, for sending a $5 for the swear jar. So even Rumble is covered for the swearing spay.
How sweet.
Yes, it's just annoying that it doesn't show up in chat. Well, at least Rumble chat is integrated with this, so we can pull up but sadly it doesn't put the super chats from there. I can pull up the chat, but I can't pull up the super chat from over there. Well, it's become way better with the integration of Rumble. Thank you so much, Anime.
The form of prescription medications, right?
They can, yes.
And you can do that right from your office.
Yeah,
And do you think that's a good thing to do when you're prescribing opiates?
it is. And they've made it much easier.
And part of the problem they made it much easier to do is because opiate addiction and opiate overdose and opiate abuse and trafficking, for that matter, has become a problem in recent years, right?
It has.
The government asks you questions a lot about the opiates and what you prescribed her, and the amounts and the times. You had the ability to see this screen that I'm scrolling up and down on. Now it has highlights. You didn't make that, right?
No.
They're highlighted for ease of reference. You see here that yellow is highlighted for oxycodone. And this is Mastel oxycodone, correct?
Uh-huh.
Now, this is such a small document, I've had to blow it up. So let me screen back up and say what it depicts. Patient's address, dates that things were sold. I think I have this published. I'm going to admit this as defendant's D.
I need more, I don't know who,
And we should unpublish it.
I don't know any foundation about this document.
So you recognize what a Doppel printout looks like, or a Doppel screen?
Yeah, this looks like the old printouts from Doppel.
And so this is what you could see if you looked up on, with your ability as a licensed physician, if you looked up on the Doppel controlled substances screen.
Yeah, we access it from the medical record now.
You indicated that you would do that as a doctor in your course of your care, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, I would. It was hard sometimes to access it because of the password issues with it. But yeah, this is the
This
Doppel.
is what it looks like.
This is what it looks like, and I see lots of.
We're gonna get to what
ER
you see,
visits.
but we're laying some foundation. That was my fault. I didn't lay it. I showed it to the prosecutor, but I hadn't done it with you. So I now move to admit this as defendant's D.
That's not.
No objection.
Thank you. Court receive defendant's exhibit D, wish to publish.
Yes, and I'm sorry that I didn't. It got published a little prematurely. All right, where we were talking about along the top, we can, patient, these are all Kacee Terry, right? As far as you can see as I've scrolled.
Yes, they are.
Then we get the date of birth. That's not important. Neither is the address. And then you can determine when you look at this, when prescriptions are written, right? They're at the top.
When the pharmacy fills them. Yep.
It says RX written, RX filled, right?
Yep.
Okay, so we get to know what the drug was, drug name, right? quantity here.
And days. Yep.
Days is for what it's, if it's taken as prescribed, how many days?
Right, how many days it should last.
Should last. Phones, we get to know what pharmacy it was. And some other numbers that have to do with DEA numbers and prescription numbers, right? That's what the kind of information I just showed to you and the jury you get to know from this document. Now I'm going to go to Mass Delaware oxycodone. As we tab up, this starts in terms of the date on May 30th. I'm sorry. When we get to these dates written and dates filled. Bottom of the dates written column is December 30th, 2022, right? Billed is August 2nd, 2023. Do you agree?
Mm-hmm.
So we can run this all the way up to 8/5. This is roughly a week before she passed. It was written. It was filled on 8/7, less than a week before she passed away. That's the time range we have for what prescriptions were written to her, when they were filled, what they were for, what pharmacy she filled them at, etc. Go down here and give you the benefit of confirming that these yellow lines have to do with oxycodone, 160 counts.
Yep.
All right. We go up here, we have another 160, 425, 718. These are still the dates that are in 2023. Looks like pretty much every yellow line representing your oxycodone. Now, oxycodone, do you think that's different than Percocet?
No, it's the,
That's how it would look on the document.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to clear it up because you'd said Percocet. Right up to a couple weeks before her death, another 180 here, right? Looks pretty clear that she had other oxycodone that she filled of a 40 count on 2 days later. The screen line that I'm on.
Yeah.
Agree?
I would agree.
Looks like that's Jason Scott Erickson.
Don't know who that is.
Don't know that. You're her primary care physician, and you don't even know how she got a prescription from a Dr. Erickson that she filled
I
for
have no idea.
oxycodone.
A lot in those last couple of weeks. Probably ER doctor, ERPA.
Okay? You don't know from your chart. From your chart, this is not something that in connection with your primary care.
He doesn't even check how much medication he get. Nefarious. How you doing? BGB raid. Hey all, welcome. We are just almost done watching this trial today. This is what we thought would be a kind of open a short case about a friend who lured her friend, or didn't lure her, but unalived her with insulin to get her $1.5 million bank account, life insurance. But in reality, this has been constantly, both sides sounds like they're the defense, because she has lied about everything. She lied about leukemia. She lied about a ton of other illnesses. And now her doctor, who just gave her all the pills she wanted, didn't even know that someone else had given her oxy. So welcome, anti-dep raiders, and welcome to the oxy party, because ooch, it's Friday night and we are just getting high. It's insane. This case is oh, Liana. Oh, you're gonna sit on the naughty chair in the corner. But oh, just boom, just back. Well, I'm gonna try and be nice to you now. School's over. You go right from school straight to oxy parties. No, this woman had everything. She was on Xanax, she was on benzo, she was on oxy, she was on, I don't know what. It's easier to list the things she didn't take. But they still believe her friend was the one who convinced her that she should unalive herself. She made up that she had a heart rate of 9 and a blood pressure of 20/0. If anyone knows a little bit about blood pressure, 20/0 is you're dead. Anyone knows anything about heart rates, 9 means you're dead. So, yeah. That's it's a little bit of an insane case. But welcome, and thank you, Jimmy, for the raid.
She is filling, and you can even see that she's filling, right?
No,
She's certainly not telling you. I've got other doctors I'm getting more and more pills from, right?
nope.
You wouldn't have given them to her if you did, right?
She would have broken the contract and she would have been disconnected immediately.
I mean, this is a sign of an opiate abuser, agreed?
Agreed.
She's doctor shopping, right?
Yeah, she is. So Epic is the nephrologist. That's the
Right.
kitty doc.
We've got Epic in there. Let's see, here's 7/23/24. This is right in that same week.
Is
40
this-
oxys.
This is pain management, maybe, or this is the orthopedic surgeon, because this is right about the time of her surgery.
Shelley Duncan.
This
Was
is
that she got the 40 count and filled?
These are both between her 2 surgeries on her knee.
Yeah.
So this is the extra pain management, the ortho.
Where is this case? This case is in Utah. Utah, Florida, and Massachusetts is the new crazy places. And I don't know if Jimmy talked about it, but Justin Alien has been suspended as from his job as a firefighter. Go hit that, Jim. Back day today.
That provided for the knee surgery and knee replacement, possibly?
7/23. Well, let's see. Again, if you knew that these sorts of numbers of opiates were being thrown at her, you wouldn't have given her the 180 that you prescribed to her on 7/29. Agreed?
After the knee replacement, she would have required more, right? And let me correct.
Well, let's go to this. Let me ask the question. 7/1, July 1st. Okay, let's just start with that one with the 108. Then she gets 40 on the 23rd, and that could have been in connection with some knee surgery. By the way, you knew your understanding was she had 2 knee surgeries, right? You testified to that.
Yeah, my understanding was she had 2.
She told you that.
I knew she had the replacement.
She told you she had 2.
Yeah,
You aware now that she?
I'm suspecting she only had 1.
Why did this woman need knee replacement? Wasn't she in her 20s? Or no?
No, she was in her 40s and she had arthritis in her right knee and medium arthritis in her. This woman had every disease in the book.
I know. Why am I even asking questions? What was she sick with? Everything.
Yeah. She was born with 1 kidney. The only thing she didn't have was diabetes. And she was trying to make it look like she had diabetes.
She wanted that diabetes medication badly. Yeah.
Well, the rest of her family, except her dad, had diabetes. So she wanted to be part of the flock.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We won't be here in an hour, Jen, but have a great Friday.
In terms of these.
Happy
numbers,
Friday the 13th, Jen. Good
you
luck with
actually
everything.
Agree that the green lines for oxycodone.
So she has oxycodone, codeine, hydrocodone, pregabalin, I don't know what that is, and hydromorphine. There's parties in the 70s where they thought, oh, fuck, this is too wild.
Codone other are not you and are replete, especially in the last month of her life. Agreed?
Agreed.
Maybe the family trial.
Now, she had this knee surgery, totally. Let's just talk about the one that was real. Towards the end of her life.
Right.
In July.
7/25.
And again, as you stated, clearly
No,
could
I think it's just going to be another kick the can.
pain medication, right? In terms of her attention to you, you talked about the fact that she would text you on your actual phone number, right?
Yep.
Do you remember when she got that?
I have no idea.
You said she started sending you texts. Let me ask you this way: the attention seeking that she was trying to get from you really started ramping up in a couple months towards the end of her life. Agreed?
It's been a long time. I don't remember on the text messages. I don't have them. If you have them, I'm sure you do.
Well, I got 70 of them. Do you think that sounds like the sort of attention she was seeking from you?
She was a high attention seeker.
They were long, weren't they?
Some of them.
Did you respond to them?
We had the nurse call her and tell her to follow up.
You didn't. I mean, it's not your job to respond to constant texting from a patient who somehow got your number, right?
I may have said, I don't remember. I may have responded to some of them. Go to the ER. I don't know. I'm sure I did if you're bringing them up.
Well, the problem is she was also prescribed pain pills from someone. She had her blood draw when she was admitted to the hospital. She had a lethal doses of insulin. That's kind of clear. But she had 100 units per milliliter, or however they do the oxycodone. And the doctor said, well, it's not instantly killable, but with other stuff, yeah, it could be. It's a very high number of oxy in your blood. She had every medication, and she stole her family's insulin as well.
Well, and if you're going to the ER, a lot of times they're not checking, they're just giving you pain meds.
Yeah. Justin was suspended a couple of hours ago, or an hour ago, or something like that. Common Sense Investigator sent me from Eagle Tribune has the story. It's a developing story. It's just, so far, it's 42 minutes ago, Department places North Andover firefighter Justin Alayan on administrative leave, and it's a developing story. So go check out the eagletribune.com, and you can check it out there. I don't know if suspended with pay. That's my first question as well.
Legal aspects to do not resuscitate, right? And a doctor wants to know if their patient has, for that matter, directives and things like that, right? And you enter into them with your physician, your treating physician.
Right.
And you might enter into them with, Epic may have discussed an advance directive with her.
Could have. Epic, the orthopedic surgeon, ER doc,
Nephrologist.
Anybody.
These are anybody who's treating her, right?
Right.
Okay. These aren't just things that otherwise are, as you understand them, as you use them, they're patient doctor, they're patient provider documents, agreed?
Right. Yes.
I mean, if I
For DNR.
told you that I have a DNR, you could choose to believe me or not. If I said I had a DNR with somebody, right?
Believe it if you showed me.
Well, or you thought I was someone that you could believe. If I was your best friend, you still get a man that I go find it, go find the doctor, go find the signature, go show you a copy if I'm your best friend.
No,
Very
but
good.
I
Okay, so these are documents that certainly you have in the legal practice. And as you mentioned, sometimes you can manage these things without a doctor. You know that you can go online and get an advance directive put together.
yes.
That doesn't have to be a doctor. It doesn't even actually have to be a lawyer, does it?
No.
But there's one thing that's certain that you understand and that you can agree with me as common understanding, that DNR means do not resuscitate, right?
Right.
If someone told you they had a DNR, you would take that to mean they were telling you they did not want to be resuscitated.
Right.
Talk about insulin for a sec. You have, it is hard to predict the pharmacokinetics of anything, really.
Of anything.
I mean, pharmacokinetics, tell the jury what that means. I use the word, but you're the
Pharmacokinetics are how fast the body metabolizes a drug. How fast the drug acts, when the first action starts its peak effect, and when the drug is out of your system.
So the features of what the drug's doing in you.
Right.
And the pharmacokinetics of insulin are hard to predict too, right?
There's a range.
And there's all sorts of kinds of insulin.
There's a predictable range, and we can go through all those types of insulin.
But I mean, there are lots of kinds. I'm just asking.
There are. There's short-acting, intermediate-acting, and long-acting insulins. Typically, we break them in, and within those, there are slight different pharmacokinetics of the different brand names of those insulins. They're designed a little bit differently, yes.
Right. So in this particular case, you actually were shown. Just 1 minute here. In this case, right?
Uh-huh.
You have a couple interviews to Detective Barney and Special Agent Richard Hale was there, right?
They came into the office, yes.
Did you know those were recorded?
No.
Then would that have been okay with you to them to come in
Fine.
and talk to you about your patient with
Yeah.
recording without your knowledge? At any rate, then you have offered, you've talked to the prosecutors about your role in this case, right?
Right.
You've been given information about the case, right?
Some.
Don't you remember the detectives talking to you about some of the things that had happened with the case and the things they had learned? Like that Doppler chart showed?
Yeah, they had uncovered quite a bit with opioids, Kacee and opioids.
And frankly, also learned how she was getting benzodiazepines even though no doctor was prescribing her to her, right?
Right. Yeah,
Connected to this, trading drugs for drugs, right?
basically.
In connection with the case as well, the prosecution, and I don't know if the police did this, to be honest, because I don't know before the one hearing that you did previously testified, this had been done with the police or the prosecution, but you had been shown evidence related to the case that was purportedly taken off a glucometer that read Casey's blood through the day on August 12th, 2024,
Right.
right?
I reviewed that data again today.
You did,
I
and
did.
we didn't hear any testimony about it. The actual chart that relates that data, I don't think we have had addressed. I'm sorry,
Scott, you're still publishing.
I don't mean to be publishing, I'm not.
Not in the jury.
This lady she's a professional. She has she's born with the condition. She only have one kidney, but then her entire life seems, and this is the weird part. This is the state that has put this out there. Opening statement was, yeah, the victim was a massive liar. She lied about having leukemia. She made up fake emails from cancer nurses to send to Megan, who is on trial for unaliving her. As best as I can get to it, this is assisted self-deletion. Because she's a pro at getting drugs, and she's not presenting as a drug addict. And I think that's really important if you're going to do all of this doctor shopping. This guy doesn't even know who prescribes her the drugs that's on her record. He's just like, yeah, get some more. And it's just, you need some more benzos, you need some more antidepressants, you need some more uppers, you need some downers, you need some mellow outers. She's perfect. She is perfect in the way she cheats the system, it seems.
A lot of people know how to do it.
Yeah, as long as you don't present as a drug addict, I think you can get away. She has lupus, no, not lupus. She has fibromyalgia. She has arthritis. She has one kidney. Her liver was starting to getting damaged with all the drugs she was taking. So they gave her drugs to stop her liver taking damage from the drugs.
And she had a bariatric sleeve, so imagine all the complications that came along with that.
She had a port inserted into her chest, and so her family thought she had leukemia. She lied about her leukemia to her family. She stole money from her parents. But hey, she didn't kill herself. She didn't kill herself. I don't know how in North Carolina all pharmacies are linked by law. It's on her record. This doctor just didn't check it. He doesn't know who prescribed it. Someone must have done it. It must be correct.
I honestly don't know how they get away with it either. For working in a pharmacy, they have these reports that electronically show you where everybody's getting medications, what medications, especially when they're, controlled medications. So how these people get around it, I don't know.
But you
It's a
heard him.
mystery to me.
This
Yeah.
was between her knee surgeries. Are you
Yeah.
sure this is prescribed because of the knee surgery? I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
And
and
it-
again, she self-reported she had a heart rate of 9. A heart rate of 9 is really low. It's actually dead. Yeah, it's just
She had
I
a blood
can't-
pressure of 15/0.
20 over 0. Don't make her more sick than she
There
was.
was a
being.
15/0 also. So
Yeah, and body temperature of 76 degrees.
she's dead.
That's when you have been dead for 12 hours and been in a room temperature room. You would have a body temperature of 76 degrees. She was colder than John O'Keefe was, according to his cell phone. But she was alive. He was alive. By the way, if tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern, me and Common Sense Investigator will be talking about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. We'll probably talk about Justin as well.
Can you see freestyle blood glucose monitor Kacee Terry
I can.
on your screen? Does that look like the chart that we're discussing,
Yes.
that you reviewed?
Oh, another one
It's
lost
your
power.
understanding- and you've
Get off
reviewed
your
it
phone
before,
and save power.
It's your understanding that
Bye, TC.
it was created off of glucometer that purports to be readings from Kacee Terry, right?
Right.
In relation to the role that you played in this case and the things that you've been asked to do, were you shown medical records from her hospitalization on the 12th?
I reviewed all the medical records through the hospitalization.
And you've given consultation to the state with regard to insulin overdose event that these numbers are related to that happened on the 12th. Is that right?
Say that again.
You knew that these numbers relate to an insulin overdose event that the
Right.
state reports to have occurred, right?
Right.
And that the police were investigating.
Right.
That are material to this case charged against me.
Right. Yes.
I think she was
When
early
you look
40s.
At that chart and consulted with them, having known all the medical records and knowing her. You agreed that as far as what you know in medicine and your personal care of Kacee Terry, that the information was such that you could not opine that Kacee Terry had exogenous insulin introduced to her after a point where she would have been unconscious. Agreed?
Say that again.
Let's put it up. May I publish? I can mark it. It hasn't been offered by the state yet, and I expected it would have had been. Or we can use it as illustrative at this point. Does the state have a preference?
Illustrative.
It's number 10. We plan to introduce it as State's Exhibit 10. I guess at this point you can use it as demonstrative if I don't have an objection to that.
Thank you.
Okay to publish, Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
All right, here's these numbers. Here's this chart. Sorry, we've been sort of talking ethereally about this, and you've worked with the prosecution in interpreting these numbers from your perspective, with your experience, and as Kacee's doctor, right?
Right.
So this were blood glucose readings. Let me get right to it. As you go down these times that are on the far right, they're the actual time in Utah at the time that the readings were taken. You've been shown these and asked what these blood glucose levels might mean to you as a doctor, correct?
I have.
Let's look at the one from 1343 and go left to where it says 43 is a glucose level, right?
Yes.
Now, I think you've opined, let me ask again today, Kacee could have been conscious, right?
She could have been.
30. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I think you have opined before that you don't think she would have been conscious.
I don't think so.
And thereafter, with these numbers,
Definitely.
you don't think she would have been conscious, right?
No.
So let's talk about 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 12, with all the information you have in terms of the timing question, with the medical records, your expertise, you couldn't determine with the degree of medical certainty that anything was introduced exogenously into her after 2 o'clock. Agree?
No,
And no, you do agree, right? Sorry. You said no, nothing was introduced, right?
nothing was introduced.
And going forward up to 918.
I mean, we don't, I mean,
No.
we don't know.
So with all of the medicine you saw, the records from the hospital, the history you had for 4 years with her, you can't say that anything was given to her after she would have been unconscious, right? That's what you mean. Just don't know.
No, there's no way to know.
And as a matter of fact, you can't know whether she actually took something before she took this reading at 9:18 in the morning, right? She could have taken something before then that caused these readings. The way insulin works?
Possibly.
Okay.
So your short-acting insulin is going to be about 20 to 30 minutes?
The answer. You already explained it, she could have. I don't have any.
Long-acting would have been consistent with this, basal insulin.
I should let you explain it, I guess. You've explained why we don't know, and it's possible that prior to 9:18 on the 12th, it is when exogenous insulin was ingested that could have caused the numbers on this chart to do what they did, right?
Right.
I cut you off, and I apologize for that.
That's okay.
I'm looking at the clock and getting nervous.
Nope.
I know the times that apply, and I'm finished. Thank you for answering my questions.
Redirect.
I'll try to be brief. You were shown, sorry, Scott, did you end up admitting the Doppel as an exhibit?
Yes.
D, I believe.
You were shown, I don't have it, so I'm not able to pull it up, but the Doppel records events exhibit D. It had a bunch of highlighted, it went from, I think, 2022 all the way up to shortly before her death in 2024. Does that sound fair?
Yes.
You talked about the increase toward the end that were not, that were oxycodone that you had not prescribed were around her knee surgery. Is that right?
Right.
You may have believed that she had 2 knee surgeries, but the knee replacement, is that one that you have verified happened?
Yeah, I hadn't seen her after, and so yes, I thought there was I read the note in the chart yesterday, and I thought there was a knee surgery that happened. I didn't see documentation from the orthopedic surgeon on the first one.
The second one, though.
Second one was done at Mountain Point Hospital.
And you have verified that independently?
Yes.
And that's the one that happened in late
The knee
July,
replacement, July 25th.
July 25th of 2024. So you would expect maybe additional, I think you said extra pain management for knee replacement might be something that you would expect to see.
That's what the orthopedic, yes, typically they're going to have extra pain management on top of what they're already getting.
You mentioned that Doppel, your ability to check patients' Doppel records and what meds they're receiving has changed over time. It used to be more difficult.
Yeah, they used to, password requirements were very difficult. It was very time consuming. We had to frequently call Doppel, couldn't get a hold of anybody. It was very difficult with Doppel to work with. Now they've actually added a link into the electronic medical record that at every visit we can just click on the link and review all their medications very rapidly, and who's refilled them and the dates that they've refilled them.
When did that change happen?
A year and a half ago.
A year and a half ago, really?
Let me ask this and
Yeah.
let me see if you remember.
After-
what
They
I
weren't
was
paying
gonna say.
any attention?
Mr. Williams asked you a question.
Around the time she died.
I believe about the Doppel records, and you said something about, let me correct, and I believe you were making reference to some of your own charting that he had given you. Do you remember what you intended to correct?
Yeah, so I had, and again, dosing on and this came from the note. She was initially on 15 milligrams of oxycodone at the same frequency. So her initial doses were quite a bit higher when she came to me. At least that's what I had written. Would have to go back into Doppel and look at that.
Okay, so on direct testimony, I believe you said 10 milligrams. They're actually.
That's what I was prescribing.
Okay, and she came to you on 15?
That's what my note says.
Okay.
So it says she was on 15 Q4 to 6 hours, which means 1 tablet every 4 to 6 hours.
Okay, and is your testimony from direct still true that you did not give her a prescription that was higher than that? You lowered her at some point, and then when she complained of more pain, you may have gone back up to that level, but you never raised the level that she initially presented with.
I never went up to the level she initially presented with.
And she didn't even seek to ask you for a higher level.
She never asked.
Mr. Williams asked you about whether you might, if he was your best friend, believe if he told you he had a DNR. Remember that question?
Uh-huh.
Sorry, let me try to fashion this question in a way that makes sense. As a doctor, if somebody's your best friend and they tell you they have a DNR, Would you believe it if you were being required to medically act upon it, or being asked or able to medically act upon some kind of medical emergency? Would you just say, he's my best friend, he told me I had a DNR, there's nothing I can do here?
Probably not.
And why not?
I don't know, because there's no verification of the DNR. That's
Why is it important to verify?
yeah, I don't know on that one. I don't know what the situation. I would probably believe them
Okay.
on a close friend.
On a close friend, you would believe them.
Yeah.
Why, you said before that verification is important. Why is that important?
And we have to know what their wishes are. I mean, it's a signed order. A DNR is a signed order. It's like a medication administration in a hospital. It's like it is a signed order by a physician.
If somebody is your best friend, but they've been telling you obvious lies for years about many other medical information, would you believe them about the DNR then?
No.
You've been shown the chart that the state intends to admit as Exhibit 12. That's the glucometer readings that we just were looking at of Kacee on August 12th. You're not, what's an endocrinologist?
Diabetic doc, specifically hypoglycemia diabetic in this case.
You're not an endocrinologist?
Sugar. I'm not an endocrinologist, no.
You were, sorry, I'll be really quick. In the charts from 2020 and 2023 that Mr. Williams gave you, where Kacee is giving you readings of from her glucometer.
No.
You said that those are in the past, and that she may have given you a collection of them all at one time.
She may have.
When you look at the 2021, and sorry, I don't have it available, so I can't put it up. Before the readings begin, there, I believe there's a paragraph, and she says, here are the blood sugars you asked me to send you. Do you see that? And then at the end of the list of sugars, I think the last one, she says something like, this morning, this was my reading. Do you see that?
Yeah, I was 74. On the 26th.
Does that help indicate to you whether they were sent daily and whether you were following up daily, or whether you had asked her to, check it for a week or however many are there and send me the collection of them when you're done?
Usually I'll have a monitor for a couple of weeks.
If she was in the clinic and you were actually getting some of these numbers on a monitor that you were observing and you were doing the testing, would you have taken different action?
Yeah, I mean, if we test her sugar right then, and there may have been a point of care glucose that we did at this time, but I don't know, I don't remember. But anyway, yeah, we would either give her a glucagon injection or we'd give her a glucose tablet.
And you said even after getting this,
and monitor closely.
Okay, you said even after getting this list of numbers that seemingly are fake or made up, that you still tried to verify, you still did testing, you still tried to follow up with, what might be the cause of numbers like this, and are these consistent with the
Yeah, we did pretty extensive blood testing and referrals to endocrinology.
Ms. Hunt, we're past time.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can this witness step down?
No objection.
So this was day 2 in the MEGGAN Sunwall case out of Utah. Did she unalive her friend with a lethal doses of insulin to get her $1.5 million life insurance, which we still don't know if that even exists? All we know is her friend was a lying liar who lied and was on all the medications. That's about all we really know about this case. That's it's been 2 days now, and nothing has come in about how she passed, when she passed, or anything. Hey, Jinxie Poo. Yes, det er fredag, og det er fredag den 13. Så pas på, du ikke bliver bange derude, du ved. But
What?
I said, it's Friday the 13th. Make sure you don't get scared out there.
Yeah. It's a great
Jinxie
day.
Poo is a Danish person.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't. When I read the story in the newspaper, it was, she had lied to her friend and convinced her friend she had cancer. And now everyone said, no, she told everyone she had cancer.
Yeah, not just her.
Yeah.
It was everybody. Well, they're probably saving all that stuff for last because that's really, from what they said about these text messages and stuff, they're supposed to be pretty.
Yeah, 24,000 text messages is supposed to be
Yeah.
in this case, where she's saying, "We're gonna be rich," kind of like Corey
Yeah.
Richards said. But again, if this lady had told her, "I'm gonna off myself, and don't you worry, you are the beneficiary of my life insurance," and this woman was so stupid she didn't know if you unalive yourself, you're not gonna get a cent. Then maybe it could be. She could tell her husband, "Oh, we're home free."
Mm-hmm.
But don't everyone know you don't get a payout if you do it yourself?
Exactly.
We did have forensics. No, we didn't. We had the drug screening. So, did you watch A Friend, a Murder? Nope. Maybe I don't. I don't watch a lot of true crime when I'm not working because I watch a lot of true crime while I'm working. So, yeah. The evidence: police reported finding 28,000 text messages. Yeah. But again, if Terry had asked for help to die, she's just being a good friend. Again, you have to prove that this is aggravated murder, so you have to prove that she intended to unalive her. According to what we heard, Terry asked her to leave the room while she injected herself. So we have to figure it out. That's why we are going to come back Monday. That's the one about the Danish team who their friend turned out to be a murderer and a kidnapper. Are you thinking about the Emilia Meng case? That wasn't their friend. Oh, yeah, well, their friend, the ones. Yeah, Emilia Meng was an 18-year-old girl who disappeared on the way home from a night out and was found in a lake on Christmas Day. And it turned into a cold case because there was a car that was kind of seen on a photograph, but they couldn't tell what make and model it was. And it turned into a cold case. Then last 2024, 2025, a young girl out on her paper route, 12, 13 years old, gets abducted. Sadly, when she's found, she has been molested. But they do DNA test on this guy. And they do DNA test in his house. And they find the DNA from Emilia Meng. So this guy was then apprehended, and he has been convicted in the murder of Emilia Meng. And they found out he had tried to assault another, I think she was 16-year-old, in between that time as well. So that was a really big case. I had a daughter who was starting going out partying around the time she disappeared, and there was a lot of everyone make sure that you cover each other's back. Don't let anyone walk home alone and stuff like that. And I take a taxi. I always told my kids, if you run out of money, just give me a mobile pay number so I can pay the cab home. Never ever get into a car with someone you don't know. And it was a horrible case because it took, I think, 4 years till they found the guy. It was Philip West. Philip West, yes. That was so scary. He looked like an ordinary young man. Still remember when they called him. Yeah, he was in his early 30s, Jinx, something like that. But because he molested a 12, 13-year-old girl, they found him. No, court didn't go to lunch. This was day 2. We finished that. We're doing it on delay because it's in Utah, so they don't finish until midnight Danish time. Oh, he was 36. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's really, especially because no one goes missing in Denmark. We had right after we opened up, after the second bout of lockdowns after the vid, we had a girl in a party city called Aalborg who went missing as well, and she was found in 41 pieces a couple of days later, partially buried and just strewn around in a wooded area. And that was a guy who they found him because he had put in a GPS tracker in his car that he could turn off, but it didn't work. But they found his car via surveillance, and then they went in and they could see whatever he had done that night. And his story was amazing. He was driving her home, this 18, 20-year-old nurse student, and she wanted to just go for a ride. And then she, as it's very common at 6 a.m. in the morning with a very drunk nurse student, she really wanted to give him a mouth hug because, of course, she did. And when she had done giving him a mouth hug, she really wanted to have smacks with him in a forest in February in Denmark. It's shit ass cold. No one does that in Denmark. Then he claimed she ran into the woods and her bag or handbag got snagged on a branch and she broke her neck. And then he tried to drive her to the hospital, but he could kind of tell she had passed away. So he just put her home in his bed, and then he cut her up in 241 pieces.
Yeah. Completely normal, right?
Yeah. And then they started looking into it. He had been a sergeant in the army. There's a big barracks in that town. And he had catfished a lot of women by claiming he was 14, 16 years old. And then when he met with them and they could tell, he would say, well, I'm 18, but I just, and he had been a really, really naughty boy. And luckily he hadn't hurt anyone other than he had stalked them and stuff like that. But hey, if you have a big problem, make it smaller. And he wanted to bury it out in the woods, and because the ground was frozen, he was just, I'll just throw it on the ground. So he got found really, really easily. So, yeah, sounds totally plausible. Happens all the time. No, we don't have Yankee Candle, so he was guilty. As one would do, yeah. I actually had a case where a guy, when I was a juror, he had been accused of rape by his ex-girlfriend who was getting back with her ex-boyfriend. A lot of rape allegation comes out in those situations. But because he had said on the way home from some meeting where he was driving with some social worker, and they listened to this about this guy who chopped up this woman, and he said, well, because he had said that, well, it was a big problem and I just wanted to make it easier to dispose of. And he said, yeah, I don't get what he's meaning. He was put in prison for a year because they thought he would go and hurt the girl who had accused him of rape. We found him not guilty. So he spent a year in prison for nothing. So that's how it is. But because a social worker who had nothing to do with this kid, who just wanted to help him get to a doctor's appointment, called the police and said, oh, he says he understands this guy. He might hurt her. No, he never, ever expressed that. He just said, well, I kind of understand his thinking. He has a big problem around 5'2", 5'3", 110 pounds. Kind of hard moving around. That was made into, he is threatening this girl's life, and he ended up in prison. Good thing in Denmark, you get a day rate. If you have been wrongfully incarcerated, you will get a day rate. And I think he will have to apply for it and do the system, but still, I think we made it out that he would get somewhere between 1.3, 1.7 million Danish, which would be $300,000, $400,000 for that year in prison. So at least he got a little bit of money out of it. So, yeah. Do they have any laws monetary compensating? Yes. We have a day rate. You get X amount for X days, and it's a standard. And you just have to get your doctor. So, or not your doctor, your lawyer to file a claim for it. But just because a social worker, who of course has been fired since then, but Yeah. But no, $300,000 was taken in on his account. But enough about mouth talks, enough about stupid people. Did he have to pay taxes on it, though? I'm not actually sure, because it's a government payout that's not a paycheck. So I'm not 100% sure if the tax rate. No, I think it's probably tax deductible. Tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, I will have Lauren, Common Sense Investigator, on. We will be talking about Kelsey Fitzsimmons, the great day in court yesterday, the great news that Justin has now been put on paid leave, the not so great news that Krusty Panties is really amping up her attacks on Kelsey because, hey, Aiden is involved in this now. And we will not be talking about the hood bookers. Other than that, it's Friday. It's 7 o'clock my time. I'll go watch something. Tonight, if I can get up, I will be on Friday Night Live, which starts 9 p.m. Eastern on the Experts channel. Then I'll have Lauren on tomorrow. Massa will have a fundraiser, I believe 4 p.m. Sunday. So you have your weekend set out for you. Please come swing by anytime. Do all the things and say hi to Kat when I get you over there. I just need someone to say goodbye to you.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?